潮汐将我的伤痕刻蚀成龙鳞，突袭中酝酿着风云，血脉更续，在我皮肉下交织成命运，扎根于烈火烧灼的龙心，磨砺今世做我的骨骼，放任飓风从口中挣脱，用传说重塑我，用疼痛重铸我。撕裂心海之方，万军雷霆的巨响，浩瀚星魂激荡，惊涛骇浪胸口，鲜血滚烫，淬炼出爪牙锋芒。我必身披星光，在囹圄中愿见响。撕裂心海之方，万军雷霆的巨响，浩瀚星魂激荡，惊涛骇浪胸口，鲜血滚烫，淬炼出爪牙锋芒。我必身披星光，在囹。 be one with the voice and make everything go. I can hear the voice, but I don't wanna listen. Shut me down and tell me I'll be alright. I can feel the subliminal need to be one with the voice and make everything alright.
Turn around, cats got their hands out, want something from it. I ain't got it, so you can't get it. Let's leave it at that, cause I ain't with it. Hit it with full strength. I'm a jail nigga, so I face the world like a girl in the door pass. You against me against you. Whatever, whenever, nigga, fuck you gon' do. Get out the way, get out the way, bitch, get out the way. Bullshit, get out the way, get out the way, bitch, get out the way. Bullshit, get out the way, get out the way, bitch, get out the way. Bullshit, get out the way, get out the way, bitch, get out the way.
Alright, stop. Pajama time. Come here, little kitties, on my lap. Guess who's back with a brand new rap? And I don't mean rap as in a new case of child molestation accusation. No worries, what else could I possibly do to make noise? I done touched on everything but little boys. 낮에는 따사로운 인간적인 여자. 커피 한 잔에 여유를 아는 품격 있는 여자. 밤이 오면 심장이 뜨거워지는 여자. 그런 반전 있는 여자. Yo, shorty, it's your birthday. We gon' party like it's your birthday. We gon' sip a party like it's your birthday. And you know we don't give up, it's not your birthday. We're party in the club, bottle full of booze. My mind got what you need if you need to feel the buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't in to make it love. So come give me a hug, you be in there getting rough. Give a little poke, it's okay.
G-A-D-E-N-A-N.
Get out the way.
Yo, shorty, it's your birthday.
Okay. All right. What do we got? What do we got today? Whew. Whew. Alrighty. Welcome. It's Friday. You know, thanks for being here, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the jams. They are just some memes. Oh wait, hang on, I got another one. Alright, we'll hang out with this and I'll get into the game.
1, 2, bring it to the phone. Snoop Doggy Dogg and Dr. Dre is at the door, ready to make an entrance. So back on up. Before I have to pull the strap up, give me the microphone so I can bust like a bubble. Hopping in long face together, now you know you in trouble. Yeah, and it's okay. I think they in the mood for another one of those G hits. Cause there's nothing but a G thing. Back to low LG.
Alright. So I'm going to finally play Aurum Alley before it goes away. So that means I need to do other shit. I guess I need to finish this fucking quest. Find someone.
What is your purpose for entering?
All right.
Can you wait a little moment? The Master Divine, she's temporarily taken on the General's responsibilities. Before meeting you, she must make the current situation known and fortify public spirit.
I don't think I can ever get used to this.
What, how short you are? Haha.
It's a pleasure to see you all here today. Collating casualties and losses. Dispatching forces to round up the remnants of the disciples. General Ship is no...
I think she's enjoying herself.
Master Diviner, have you?
All right,
summoned
I
us here
normally
to-
don't
Of course
fucking
not.
spacebar star
contrary.
rail through this shit, but
I am eager to thank you all in my official capacity
I
as
don't really care
acting
about the
general
end
of
of the
the...
story.
Ooh, all those benefits that the General promised.
Yes. The Astral Express has braved great evil for the Lawfu.
On behalf of the Astral Express, I would like to thank.
Oh, wow.
Now that things have been expressed, I still have something to discuss with you. Please, this way.
Yo, is she okay? Sounds like she's gonna have a hard time carrying the banner. They're tiny.
Seriously? Thanking us
Hello,
like that and then
Claire.
immediately sending us on another mission?
It's not a mission. It's just that, having been in the middle of everything, so... For example, how was the Stellaron brought onto the Xianzhou? I'm submitting my report to the Alliance.
I was about to make the same request, Master.
Jing, before you leave... Oh, if you pass through Starskiff Haven, I have... the Cloud Knights were only able to find her fan. She took it with her
What's her name?
everywhere. It's currently unclear if Ting Yun was a puppet manipulated by Vantilia, or if I'm already prepared for the worst. As for how matters are handled with regards to Ting Yun...
I understand. Leave it with us.
Oh wait, hang on. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. It's getting late.
Fan with crap. Optional. Plan for future after. Wait, discuss with you.
Oh, well, we had a... You don't sound... It may seem like the Stellaron hunters are controlling everything. Since showing up... Actually, the Matrix of Prescience has amazing powers and can iterate and reiterate Kafka's past. So it got me thinking, if I turned the Matrix
March
on
is
me,
past!
could it calculate my past? I was shy. Talking about personal stuff like that and when you're free, let's go hit up the Divination Commission together and see what Fu Shen has to say.
Yo, what the fuck? Daniel's back to normal.
Returning to the Luofu and Scale Gorge waterscape. I left so determined. There are only a handful of individuals who know my identity now. I do not, but at least for now. I want to meet the current High Elder of the Vidyadhara. It seems I won't be able to cast off Danfeng's negative karma. If you're planning on an extended stay on the Luofu, I'm afraid I won't be able to join you.
Well, come here.
Things have come to a close for now. The Master Diviner asked us to pass on this item of Ting.
Okay, those are all my companions, right? How else do I plan for the future? Alright, cool, we did it.
I want to find somewhere to put my feet up.
Too bad. Alright, what are we doing here? Yukong! Come here, legs.
I see. Please extend my regards to the 10 lords.
I will. Our condolences, Hellmaster.
What did Shay do this entire time? I don't think she did anything.
You have guests. I shall take my leave.
On behalf of the Skyfaring Commission, I would like to thank the crew of the Express for saving the Law Fu from the Stellaron crisis.
Madame Yukong must have heard about Miss Ting.
Yes, I have heard. Seeing 4 leave, yet only 3 return, was enough for me to know that Fu Xuan's report was indeed correct.
Take this fan.
Ting Yun. I still can't believe it. The whole report reads like a bad joke. It's simply unimaginable.
Said the imaginary unit.
The Antimatter Legion on the Xianzhou? And Ting Yun? Well, how could someone who spent over 30 years working alongside
30
me at the Skyfaring
years?
Commission turn out to be nothing more than a monster in disguise? What happened to the real Ting Yun?
Madam Yukong.
I'm sorry. I understand. It's just hard for me
I
to accept.
I don't think we're done here. Like, there's no way we're done with the Xianzhou. Like, that's crazy. There's no way.
Thank
too
you
much shit
for bringing
left.
Ting Yun's belongings back to the Palace of Astrum. The Stellaron crisis has cost us too many comrades. Brothers, sisters. I'd like to invite all
Although
of
I
you
guess it makes
as
sense to be
witnesses
like,
to this
hey,
war,
the freaking Astro
to a
Express crew, they're not here to fix
soul-soothing
everybody's
ceremony
problems.
hosted by
Like, the world will
Skyfaring
still
Commission.
have its issues
you
and it'll
consider?
continue going. So it's just, you just kind of have to like, hey, there's no happy ending. Just go. Like, you're done
Soul-soothing
here.
ceremony?
To put it into short life terms, a funeral. You see, for long life species of the
Into
Xianzhou,
short life terms,
death has
shit.
always been a distant, mystical concept. Ordinarily,
4
the Ten
days till
Lords
Fu Shan?
Commission
Holy
guides people
shit.
to the Hall of Karma before any symptoms of Mara are detected.
Jasmine, thanks for adding Komoricon on there.
They leave behind their lives and wait for their time to come. People are used to a short farewell as opposed to a tedious burial process. Given our limited lifespans, the only ones who place value on ceremony are us Foxians. Countless Cloud Knights lost their lives or became Mara-struck during the crisis. The Hall of Karma couldn't take them all in. All of these sudden deaths, and by combining Skyfaring, it's not just a comfort, it's also my
What the
way of
fuck is she
saying
talking about?
farewell.
What is this,
I'd
Genshin
like to
Impact?
hold this ceremony as a way. I can still hug. I'd like to ask you all to. I've instructed Yen Ming to sort through Ting Yun's belongings.
Leave this to us. We'll take care of it as per your wishes, Madame Yukong.
Once again, my thanks to all of you. I've asked the judges of the Ten Lords Commission to ratify this soul-soothing ceremony, and have commissioned a special
Soul-soothing
skiff at
ceremony
Stargazer
and have
Navalia for the
commissioned
ceremony.
Special skip it.
If you need anything, that's where I'll be.
That was a lot of S's. Give me your stuff.
You always did say that I like to gossip. And here I am rambling on, proving you right again. If only you were here to cut me off.
I'll cut you.
Oh. It's you.
We're here to help sort out Miss Ting.
Well, I've managed to get through pretty much everything. It's all in this box.
Jesus Christ.
Please, take your time.
That beaver from Lady in the Tramp. Oh, 16 centimeters and 1/16 of a.
Okay, let's see what there is. An Amy Cassiter's seal, a small box.
It's more like Gopher from Winnie the Pooh
bow,
is why I learned how
and
to do it.
something wrapped up tight. Looks like some kind of...
Oh, Ting Yun explained that one to me.
There's also a note in the package. This is for you, Mr. Yenming. Wishing you fortune and success in every endeavor. Yenming, it's...
Suffering.
I remember asking Ting Yun and I were from different
Yo, what the
guilds.
fuck?
We
This is
were
receipt paper?
competitors, but also colleagues. When we used to trade in the rivalry between us, I was completely unprepared for this. I never thought, Ting Yun, if I don't return a gift.
Huh. Could there be other things? Do
Where's
you
she
know
going?
where we're...
I just want to get this done. I'm not gonna lie. All right, let's go. Hello,
The
child.
Sleepless Earl.
Welcome to the Sleepless Earl. I'm the owner here. The name's Ming Ming. How many of you are there? Which... Oh! This is... When I took over this tea house, famous brew Miss Ting Yu, I just thought she was trying to cheer me up.
She's dead.
We
What about
found this box of seed.
Thank you. Based on her suggestion, I improved the Whale Tide Spring, Emerald Hills, and Dawn Dew strains to make a new variety with a sweet, long-lasting taste. I called it Ting Yun's Blend.
I'm trying to find something to put on while we're
Seeing
doing
as
this.
Ting Yun won't be able to try it, we should drink a cup to her memory.
Okay, hang on. I got something for you. All right, I need to watch something interesting while we're doing this. So let's see. Okay.
Oh boy, look at who we're talking about today. The one and only Roronoa Zoro. This is the man among men, the cream of the crop. The
We're
guy
gonna
that puts
put
the
some
Zed
One Piece
in
content
Zex
on.
and the butt sex
This is
in
called
substance.
Zoro and the anxiety of strength. And it's a little video essay.
When the Greek gods washed the ocean's foam amongst the shore, it was not Aphrodite that sprouted from that clam, but Zoro himself. The want, the envy, the pure carnal desire such a man inflicts upon this world, it is like nothing I've ever seen. Men want to be him, and men also want him, I guess? Can't say I blame them, what with those huge honkers walking around. You can believe me when I say the eye candy of One Piece is not Nami or Robin, but Roronoa Zoro himself. Certified biggest tits on the crew, let's go King! When it comes to Zoro, I have honestly never seen such a reaction amongst, I'll say mostly male fans. There is an extreme lust for Bust here, whether it's due to his heavy-handed masculinity or other heavy-handed things. I do not know. I mean, I say I don't know, but if you see the reactions upon upon his fights and anything he says or does, you get the picture pretty quick. I have never seen a character cater to both the male fantasy and the male gaze at the same time. There's a reason the Rule 34 Zoro tag is absolutely buck wild. It is no stretch to say that Zoro is probably the most popular character in One Piece, with Luffy being his biggest contender. I haven't done a proper deep dive, but I wouldn't be surprised if these two had the same amount of merchandise to their names. And in saying that, Zoro absolutely has the most unofficial NSFW figures out of any One Piece
Oh, Jesus
man.
Christ.
His figures are the funniest things ever, by the way. If YouTube let me show
What the
Dick and
fuck?
Balls, I'd give you the full picture, but for now, you can
I have
use your
no idea.
imagination for what these look like.
think
Lust for
I
bust
know
aside,
who Mr.
what I'm saying here is
intended to
Zoro
gift
is
it to.
insanely popular, and there's no surprise as to why. There's parts of his character that are for everyone. If you like the cool macho man, congratulations, you'll like Zoro. If you like the dumb himbo jock, congratulations, you'll like Zoro. If you like gay people, congratulations, you'll like One Piece. And also Zoro. Hey, remember the time Zoro made a man come in film gold? I've admitted in a
What?
previous video that I had no idea.
I now
about
remember that
Zoro's
part of the
actual
fucking
character
film.
until really watching One Piece. I thought he was just a stoic, emotionless muscle man a lot of shonen animes have. And I'm not saying that character archetype is bad, but that it's just not really for me. So imagine my joy in discovering Zoro is both not only full of emotion, but a complete idiot to boot. Also, his name is so fucking annoying to say I can't get the R right because I'm a goddamn Aussie. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked here, but just know I am trying really hard not to bully him. I'd also like to say I think Zoro fans are some of the funniest fans in One Piece. The lengths a lot of them go to hype this man up is honestly kind of sweet. I don't think I've ever seen a truer and more aggressive form of love, and I'm here to tell you all that I am sure Zoro would give you a big
How do you
old
say
kiss
Zoro
on
in
the lips.
Australian?
And I do really like Zoro
Zorar?
myself. He's probably in my top 3, maybe 4, since I find it really hard to rank One Piece characters in terms of who I like most. So take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt. I promise I have Zoro's best intentions at heart. Anyway, bullying this goofy man aside, there is
So what
actually
if,
something I'm here to discuss
you know, what if
today. When it
what
comes
if
to
the
Zoro,
swordsman
I do
from One
believe there
Piece
are
fought
some
the
pretty
bad
big
guy from
misconceptions
Powerpuff
about his
Girls?
character.
So
These
it'd
are in
be
terms of his personality,
Rara
his role
Nar
in the series,
Zara
and his
versus
general
Mar
views
Jar
overall.
Jar
And I'm not
Jar.
here to argue about his physical strength. He's proved that time and time again. This is not a power scaling video. If you want to watch a video talking about how he mid-diffs, high-diffs, flips, fucks, and tops Sanji, I don't think this is the content you're looking for. But at the same time, if you want to stick around and gain no insight, I can keep you company. There's a lot of arguing about Zoro online, or I guess I should call them heated discussions. Many people say he's a very two-dimensional character, that he doesn't have a lot going on for him apart from swords and booze. Others will defend him to high hell, saying he's actually very deep and you just don't know him like I do. And I'm here to say that both of those things are wrong. Just because Zoro doesn't have the deepest backstory ever, especially in regards to other characters
I just want to finish this
doesn't make him two-dimensional.
quest, so
At the same time,
I
he's
can
not
do other things.
extremely complex, and in my
But
humble
I
opinion,
don't
he
care
really
about
doesn't have
the
to
epilogue,
be. Just
so
like
I'm just
Lucy, Zoro's
watching something
dreams are
interesting.
simple yet hard to reach. His ambitions are clear, his motivations are solidly set, as they always have been, and he's definitely got more to him than his huge rack. This man is more than just his tits, goddammit. In all honesty, I actually think it's an insult to his writing to say Zoro's two-dimensional. I need people to understand that being two-dimensional and being simple are not mutually exclusive. Everything about Zoro is simple, from his outlook on life to his goals to his words and actions. He's a simple guy, and he's allowed to be one. At the same time, there are also those who like Zoro but look at nothing but his strength within
We're
the
analyzing. We're
series.
watching a
Big
video essay
muscles
about
and
One
big
Piece.
swords does not a good character make. You get good fight scenes, there's no debating that, but he may as well be any randy, wildly flailing swords around if that's all there was to him. Actually, his strength is one of the things that makes him so interesting and appealing as a character, but not in the way of fights alone. To dig into what I'm trying to say,
The
here,
significance
we
of the
need to do a
Wado
good old
Ichimonji
character analysis.
and his fucking
So,
curse swords.
What makes Zoro tick? Swords, fights, and booze on the surface. But in the depths of his heart, it's his ambitions, his promise, and his fear. You heard that right. Zoro fears things. Absolutely crazy. But hear me out, I'm not done yet. In regards to Zoro's ambitions and his promise, those two things tie into each other. His ambition is fueled because of his promise to both Kuina and Luffy. He put his word on Wado to become a master swordsman, wanting to achieve Kuina's dream while also helping
Oh shit,
Luffy's
hang on. Cutscene, baby. Hello? Why that angle? Look at Space China.
General, the
Alright.
ceremony is
Striper is
finished.
Shut the fuck up,
It's
Charles.
also important to note
I
he's
have things
pushing
out
each
my
member of the
powers
Straw
before
Hats
you
to
leave the
achieve
law
their
firm.
own dreams with his
Two
promise
gifts.
of
Has his
protection and
conscience finally
reliability.
gotten the
We
better of him?
especially see this when Sanji is extremely
I'd
moved
like
by
some
Zoro's
free real
fight with
estate,
Mihawk
please.
at the Baratier. But I can save that one for a Sanji video, so I'll put that aside for now. So we know about his ambitions and his promise.
Faith.
I think everyone knows about that at this point. But what about his fear? What does a man like Zoro have to possibly be afraid of? Well, it's his strength. Specifically, it's the fear of not being strong enough. I actually get somewhat peeved seeing the really basic way people chalk Zoro up, which is strength equals good swordsman, and good swordsman equals master swordsman, which means he can achieve his goal with Kuina. But what about the strength part there? There is so much more that goes into the strength aspect of his character. If you've noticed anything about Zoro, you'll notice he's training
I
all
practiced
the time,
real hard.
constantly lifting weights, swinging swords,
How
and
to
sweating
do
like
the
a
teeth
whore in
whistle.
church. And this is pretty no duh. Even non-One Piece fans
Probably
watchers
one of the
know
most
this is Zoro's
recent
whole
skills
deal.
I've picked
when he
up
isn't
in my
training,
life.
he's sleeping, and when he isn't sleeping, he's picking on that one guy he totally hates. It's all good and fine when you first see it, and it makes perfect sense. Why wouldn't he tone those big bulging muscles to get stronger? But there's a noticeable pattern with him, and it becomes progressively more concerning the further you get into the series. This man never rests. Not when it comes to training, anyways. After Little Garden, even after nearly cutting his own feet off, he stitches himself up and pushes himself to go ice swimming. How he didn't get an infection from that, I do not know. After Alabasta, he sits out in the desert with rocks on either arm, bandaged up and still terribly injured from the fight with Mr. One. After Thriller Bark, even with the whopping life-threatening damage he took, he still won't sit still to let himself rest and keeps pushing himself to train. There's a particular moment in Punk Hazard as well, of even Sanji saying that Zoro is so hard on himself, and I'll get to that. The pattern you notice here is, the only time Zoro pushes himself to insane degrees like this is when he immensely struggled with the fight beforehand. And again, I am not debating his strength here, I'm just saying, objectively and from a narrative point of view, he had a pretty hard time with the fights and scenarios I just mentioned. This seems to be something that stemmed from his childhood. When Kuina passed, Zoro spent every waking moment aggressively training. Whether it was to try and ignore his grief or push his motivation to be the best for the both of them, either one is a good pick. It's probably a bit of both. But overall, there is a fear within Zoro's training. This man does not have a want to be stronger, but in his own mind, he needs to be stronger. It's a complete necessity, and he doesn't accept it as anything else. But with the need to be stronger comes the worry of, what if I'm not strong enough? And that's exactly where this fear comes from. No one questions Zoro's strength within the series. Everyone has accepted him as the pirate hunting demon he is. But when it comes to Zoro, everything screams that he needs to be better. And while this has a lot to do with being a master swordsman, it's mainly to do with Kuina and especially with his crew. Zoro is, without a doubt, the protector of the Straw Hats. Whether he officially has that role or not, it doesn't matter, because it's clear in Zoro's mind that that's what he is. And this all has to do with his backstory. It's pretty amazing really, because with how simple of a backstory it is, it tells us everything we need to know about Zoro. This is why I personally don't think we need a bigger backstory for him, considering we have everything we need.
You were
right
secretly
here.
hoping
I
they
know
gave
it's a
you
meme
each
within
gave
the
each you a
community that
manner in
Kuina
this.
fell down the stairs, and don't get me wrong, with how sudden it is unintentionally funny, but that's the main point of her death. It's sudden. It's sudden, it's cruel, and most of all, it was out of anyone's control. As far as we know, at least. If you've noticed something about Zoro, he's pretty cynical. His outlook on life isn't the happiest one. He admits he's never prayed to a god, and not only that, he says even if there were a god, he still wouldn't pray to it. And why should he? Why should he pray to something that so cruelly and quickly took his best friend from him? Zoro's first experience with death and grief changed his life forever, and it taught him the cruelty of the world in which he lives. From there, an obsession was born. An obsession with control. It can be debated whether or not Zoro sees Kuina's death as his own fault, and maybe he does. After all, she wouldn't have gone to collect Wado and slipped down the stairs had he not challenged her to a real sword fight. But it honestly doesn't really matter either way, because what matters is how he views his own strength and himself after that. From then on, Zoro does everything in his power to keep control and to stop preventable situations. With strength comes control, and with control comes protection. He doesn't want to lose anyone the way he lost Kuina ever again, especially
She fell down the
anyone
stairs
he
when you
cares
weren't
about.
there, dude.
There is
There's nothing
such
you
an
can do.
obvious idea in his mind that being strong means he can prevent anything bad from happening to his crew, and with that comes the anxiety of not being there when he needs to be. This is incredibly prominent on the train scene in Water 7, where Zoro tells Sanji to wait for them due to the fact that CP9 is dangerous. He previously fought CP9 prior to this moment and got his ass beat. Hell, Luffy got his ass beat. Zoro even tells Luffy to make Sanji wait, and this is one of the first times we see Zoro actively going against Luffy's decision, until being talked into why Luffy made the decision of allowing Sanji to rampage on the train. Zoro isn't telling Sanji to wait for them because he believes Sanji to be weak. There's plenty of times Zoro has acknowledged Sanji's strength and capability. He's just genuinely afraid of what's going to happen to one of his crew members if he's not there to help, especially with an enemy he acknowledges as extremely dangerous. Zoro does actually care about everyone on his crew. He sees them as his own family, the way the rest of them do. So the thought of leaving his family in the midst of danger is anxiety-inducing
Where the hell is
for him.
anybody else?
I know this might sound weird for some, since these moments aren't always picked up on, but Oda is a master at show don't tell. He's not going to have Zoro look into the camera and say, "I am scared I'm not strong enough," because that's not what good writers do. Instead, he shows it to us through Zoro's actions and emotions. There's something I have noticed about Zoro especially, and this is the fact that Zoro doesn't cry. It could just be that things don't get to him.
Well,
like
except for the time he
regular
lost to
person.
Mihawk.
He's not exactly the over-emotional type, but he's always had a good head on his shoulders and grounds himself in the reality
guess
before
after that.
indulging in the fantasy.
After he lost to
But then I
Mihawk, he swore
realized
he'd
there
never
are
lose
only
again.
3 times
I
Zoro
guess he
has
doesn't.
cried in this entire series. When Kuina died,
Yeah.
when he lost to Kuina as a child, and when he lost to Mihawk
Yep.
at the Baratier.
Yep,
Kuina's
yep.
death is a given, and I honestly think this broke him. I would not be surprised if he made a vow to never cry again or something, since he's such a man like that. For his battle against Kuina, it was the frustration of losing. She even taunted him about not being strong enough throughout the fight, and that's yet another indication of Zoro's obsession with strength. But for Mihawk, it was the clear gap in strength he'd never faced before. It was the belief of letting Kuina down, of not being enough for Luffy and the crew, and the realization that he just wasn't strong enough. On the surface, he kind of looks like a sore loser
Hiding
for
out
it,
at the
but this
Divination
moment made
Commission?
everything he is crumble
bold
down into the
decision.
reality of what he wasn't. And what he wasn't was strong enough. Not for Kuina, not for Luffy and the crew, and especially not for himself. It's pretty heartbreaking to consider, and I wouldn't be surprised that that's the reason for this sudden and immediate tone shift from this belly-laughing goofy idiot to this more stone-faced goofy idiot. We also get a fantastic insight on Zoro's anxieties with Kuma. Zoro faced his toughest challenge
where's
since
anybody
Mihawk
else?
with Kuma. Kuma at the time was unbeatable. He was a major threat that both Zoro and Sanji couldn't take down. Zoro sure tries his damnedest to defeat him, but nothing works, and eventually the bomb is set off. Here we see it all come back around. Kuma wants Luffy's head, and Zoro offers his own head in place of Luffy's. But that's not the most interesting part here. The most interesting part is how he treats Sanji.
Alright, I'm going back
I
to
need
Express. Fuck
everyone
it.
to
I can't find
realize
everybody.
at this moment, Zoro 100% thought he was going to die. There was no negotiation of the dreaded pain bubble yet. It was a complete acceptance of his
From a
death and his
universal
life for his
perspective,
captain.
there
And
is
then Sanji comes
difference
into the
between the
mix.
lives of
Sanji
long
heard
and
it all,
short-lived
knew
species.
completely that this was about Zoro's life, and offers his head for both Zoro and Luffy. This moment is not about strength. That comes afterwards. This moment is about the self-sacrificing nature of both of these characters. And the most interesting part of all of this is that Zoro wasn't having it. He used the last of his power to take Sanji out, to knock him down and render him unconscious. In Zoro's mind, this is non-negotiable, and that's why Sanji was so mad and so desperate when it happened.
Next time, I think I should be the one trailblazing with you guys. Well, can stay on the Express.
Since when did the work roster just change like that?
Himiko's gonna die in the next planet.
Zoro is refusing to let anyone on the crew die, to let anyone spare their life
Penacony, what
or
the
his
fuck
own.
is that?
He doesn't want sacrifice in his name, because that's his job. This whole moment isn't Zoro thinking Sanji is weaker than him by any means, because again, there was
Prison
no
planet?
negotiation prior
Oh
to
my
this.
god!
This was a complete offering of life. This shows Zoro's need for protection, his stubbornness to do all he can for the crew, and to be in complete control of the situation. Afterwards,
Whoa, shit, we're
Kuma
doing
offers the
Harmony
option of
next?
the pain bubble, and this is where we see Zoro's strength come into play. And once he's been
The
put
planet
through a
got
fate
buffs?
worse than death, we
Harmony
get the
route?
iconic line.
I was curious about the state of the planet, so I accepted.
Oh shit, Zoro's so fucking cool.
Nothing happened. He doesn't want to burden his captain, his crew, his family over such a sacrifice. He should be strong
Oh
enough
shit,
to-
hang on.
All who enter here are either jailers or prisoners.
Or hot men
Which
like
are
me.
Neither. I'm merely a lost traveler.
He's the traveler from Genshin Impact. He's got long hair and he's
The
blonde.
Ambrosial Arbor, the disciples of Sanctus Medicus, the Lord Rabbit.
Limes.
A series of threats that almost succeeded in diverting attention away from the crucial
Could you
question.
imagine?
They who brought the Stellaron onto the Cienjo, what was their motive? Will you surrender, or do you require encouragement? Abomination of Yaoshi.
General, my power does indeed stem from the abundance. But I'm the same as you. We are both enemies of Yaoshi.
That's right, Genuine. Stay out of our way.
Was that me?
The revival of the Arbor is an omen.
Was that me grunting? Is that Cloud Knight?
Choose its next path. The
Yo,
Rainbow
Monarch's here
Author,
for Sayu
the
tech
Plague's
support. Holy
Author,
shit.
The Ruin Author.
Hello.
This is a chess game between
Sayu tech
eons.
support.
If you don't stand with
I
the
don't know how to
winners,
turn off my
you
stream.
stand to lose. And this time,
My computer's
we will put the
frozen.
abundance in our grave.
Get it? Because Jingnu is. Great. What else we got here? Mommy's bodyguard. Daniel, DMs. Send me a picture of the your little boob window. You know what I mean? Kohi, you're just in time. I'll see this through, just like your shirt when you're in bussy form. The dragon these nuts home. Haha. All right, man, we got a lot of fucking shit. The Embussy Lunacy form? Alright, let's fucking do this. I want to find somewhere to put my feet up. Bye, Lou! Come here, stupid.
Hey!
Oh! Jesus Christ, I barely see you over there.
You're easy to spot.
You're not.
Are you going? A new arrival like you should get a tour guide.
Aren't you a
Yeah?
doctor?
So I won't charge anything for. And if you get into medic, it's called an all-inclusive.
I'll show you an all-inclusive package.
Huh? Hurry up! Do you want the snacks to sell out?
You hurry up, stupid. What if I said? Oh fuck, never mind.
To handle this without making a commotion, without needing the help. And Sanji ultimately respects that, considering they're both the self-sacrificing type. But Kuma consistently sticks in the back of Zoro's mind, and we get a moment of Zoro genuinely experiencing PTSD upon seeing Kuma again.
We've reached our destination, Aurum Alley. Of course, the main feature of this tour is the endless selection of tasty delicacies. The bulk dishes and spices to creamer.
Oh,
are
Zoro.
must try. This is the only place on the loft where you can find them. So,
Kuma scares the shit out of Zoro because he isn't strong
Goddamn.
enough to handle him, and due to that, he loses complete control of the situation. He loses the ability to protect. Kuma even comes back around after the time skip when Zoro hears Luffy lost a fight in Punk Hazard. He acknowledges Luffy for being his captain, for being a man stronger than him, and hearing of his loss freaks him the fuck out. He yells at Luffy to get a grip, to which Sanji responds he's so tough on himself, because Sanji can see Zoro's trying to tell himself to calm down.
I love One Piece. Hang on, I need to listen to something. That's me! Hang on, play that again. Play it again.
The things of days past are shaped anew through the years.
Yep. They sure are. Alright, what else? What's else?
Same great. Oh, interested in the food? In Aurum Alley, there's no such thing as a bad food stall. Just close your eyes and pick one at random.
Is that?
My name's Xiaohan. I'm originally from Aurum Alley, but
Is that Griffin?
this is my
Buatu?
first visit in a long time. When I was away, I'd stay.
Yeah, I think that is.
Are you feeling it? Then I...
This travel guide needs an update. Oh, you want to know which snack stalls are? Well, there's a lot of... how very unique.
Do these people know nothing about the value of brand exposure? That's marketing 101. Well, I can help you with that. I'm known around here as the Forager. A seller at this food stall won't let me do any taste tests. With my...
Okay, well, anyway. Alright, anything else to grab? Okay, no. Tall auntie.
Oh, a visitor from afar. May I ask you a question? Do you like Aurum Alley? Then I'll have to make... I hope you don't... Findy. Anyway, well, I can't just... Alrighty.
Give me that. Give me that wrap. Give the snack to Bailu. Eat this, stupid.
So. Fantastic!
Hey, lucky guess.
Great! But it looks like you only brought enough for one person! Alright! If you say so.
Ah, it's the
Zoro
dragon
doubted himself at
lady.
this point, doubted his own strength and his own faith in Luffy, and both Luffy and Sanji acknowledged that. The only other time we've seen Zoro doubt Luffy and his strength and be scared for Luffy is in Alabasta, when Luffy was left behind to fight Crocodile, and Sanji noticed it and called him out on it. And just like all the other times Zoro has faced moments of doubt and
Is he fucking
anxiety,
curling
he
a
is once
camel?
again
Oh my God.
weightlifting to try and take his mind off it. In a way, Zoro seems to find it unforgivable to have himself doubt Luffy, which is why this Punk Hazard scene was so good. And this moment is definitely the nail in the coffin for where we can physically see Zoro's anxiety of strength. When Zoro pushes and pushes and pushes himself after a hard fight, it's not this mindless gym bro workout. This is punishment that he's putting onto himself. In his head, he can train through the pain, and if it hurts, so be it. He deserves that pain, because he should be stronger. It honestly hurts to see me, especially after the Kuma fight. That's why any talk of his macho manliness and how cool he is with his weightlifting always leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Because in the end, his belief of manliness and strength all tie in with Kuina and his crew. And if he doesn't meet his own expectations, he needs to punish himself for it. There's also a shock in Wano upon the promise he made
This
with
guy
Sanji,
sucks!
especially the way he immediately remembered that promise upon waking up and seeing Sanji again. If you know, you know. If this so-called promise ever has to go through, I believe this will put Zoro in an incredibly terrifying...
Oh, is this the guy, the Squidward dude?
I'm afraid we can't pay at the moment.
We leased this whole dock to your merchant guild, hoping that it would rejuvenate Aurum Alley. And look at it now.
Yeah, it's Squidward.
A perfectly good freight dock has gone to waste.
Has gone to waste, SpongeBob.
At the moment. That doesn't mean they'll never...
Don't be so gullible. How about we make a little bet? If the merchant guild can pay back the money,
If the merchant guild, SpongeBob.
Apologize to all the people of Aurum Alley.
Of all the people in Aurum Alley, SpongeBob.
I'll shout it loud and clear. I'm a raving idiot howling into the wind, and then I'll bark like a dog. How does
Yeah,
that sound?
fucking... Oh, is this where the barking meme comes from for this fucking game? Oh, God. That's great. Bark like a dog, SpongeBob.
and anxiety-inducing position. But I might save that for another time, since that's an entire what-if scenario that is completely
I like that bet.
self-indulgent. Either way, I believe any conflict that will happen in the future with Zoro will rest on the near impossible reach of his dream, the complications of his protection, and his anxiety of strength. We're surely due for a Zoro conundrum any arc now, and this new promise in Wano seems to be readying to throw the oil into the fire. So I think exciting yet painful times are ahead for Zoro, and I cannot wait to see it happen. Zoro really is a fun and interesting character to me, just like all the Straw Hats are, but like many, he holds a special place in my heart. I really wanted to do him justice, since as much of a meathead as he is, there is definitely a lot more to him. As Sanji said during Punk Hazard, Zoro is actually a big softie at heart, and his love for his crew being a driving force for his ambitions is genuinely very endearing and heartwarming. He's a man scary of face, juicy of tits, and big of heart. And I cannot wait for him to be explored more. And thanks for watching. There are so many Zoro videos out there, so I hope that this one helped to throw something new into It's time for a video that is positively, dog, he's not a tanuki, but he is a fluffy friend. He's the doctor with a name so nice you say it twice. It's the cutest reindeer in the world and the best little guy ever. It's the one, the only, Tony Chopper. We've met two main doctors in our One Piece travels,
Oh God, what the
not
fuck?
including the bird. And honestly, I'd trust
Inventory
Chopper
managed
a
to
lot
the
more.
merchant
I'm sorry, Law, but I can't say I
select
want a
goods,
guy
rated,
with
drag
death on
rotation,
his
okay.
hands anywhere near me. I've said to a few friends that I could
Freight
not
dog-
believe how
okay,
cute of a
okay,
character
okay.
Chopper is. Usually a tiny character like this balances on the edge of being endearing and annoying, because cute things, while being cute, tend to get old fast. But no, not for the Doctor, Tony Chopper. Chopper comes as a wonderful surprise, because there is not an annoying bone in his little body, which really speaks to how Oda can twist any real-life element into whatever fantasy he wants. Since I don't think reindeers are particularly cute. They're cool and all, but there's something intimidating about a 4-foot-tall creature with antlers as big as you. The average reindeer in the One Piece world also seems to look suspiciously realistic. No huge rabbits or goofy snakes with hats here. But of course, this could just be to emphasize the point of how different Chopper looks from his herd. Reject society. Become Chopper. Over the years, Chopper has indeed gotten smaller and rounder, and he's certainly become more of a mascot for One Piece. He tends to be in most group arts, even though
This
he's
is why
not
I think
relevant to the
they'll either
art.
do a
I
puppet
mean,
or
just look
CGI
at
Chopper
in
in
this
season 2
Women's
of
Day
the
art.
live action.
Look at his support girl shirt. So true, Chopper. Thank you for being
'Cause
an
he's a
ally.
mascot.
But contrary to popular belief, Oda didn't actually switch his design around due to editor or company pressures. In a
because of the voice
2022
actor.
interview, Oda admitted he has a policy of not wanting to draw mascots. But, and I quote, I also changed Chopper to a mascot character after hearing the anime voice. Otani Ikoe's voice was too cute. For those who don't know, this is also the lass who voices Pikachu, and I'm sure we can all
Did this
agree
girl
her
just
voice
say
is
Pikachu?
indeed cute. Either way, the fact Chopper's design was changed purely because Oda wanted to match his cute voice to his cute form is honestly really adorable. And even though Chopper does look a bit more mascotish, I would certainly argue that he's no less of a character. He's been given less to do, that much is true, but he honestly acts the same as he did pre-time skip. Chopper has always been the center of cuteness in One Piece, for both the real-life audience and the characters in One Piece's world. Chopper being a character we all go "aww" at is an aspect that hasn't changed. And just like pre-time skip, his cuteness isn't the only thing about him. So, rounder design aside, he really hasn't become as flanderized as people think he has. I feel like this has accidentally become a Chopper defense video, but I feel I should say this will not be about slamming his time skip self, since I do actually enjoy watching Chopper's fates and experiences in the current day One Piece. But that's something we'll be getting around to later, because to begin with, I would like to look into how Chopper's been built as a character, the meanings of his animal nature mixed with his human mind, how he's lived through and grown from the trauma he's experienced as a young child, and what the Straw Hats truly mean to him in terms of friendship and family. But before we do any of that, it's sponsor time.
While we cannot all be pirates in our current day and age, we can still be pirates online, and we can do that, I guarantee. Even better than that, if you use my link in the description below, you get an 82% discount for premium subscription. Snatch that deal while it's hot, and thank you so much Atlas VPN for sponsoring this video. I won't let you down.
It's back to the Doctor, Tony Chopper. In my opinion, Chopper is a character with a lot of emotional intelligence. Well, not in complete terms of Chopper's own emotional intelligence, but in how he's been written and what he's meant to be. We've seen time and time again in One Piece the stubborn character that refuses to let people in. A person who travels alone and needs their walls broken down to be vulnerable. The biggest examples I can think of in terms of this are Zoro and Nami, especially Nami, but the two of them were both lone wolves. Both had a cage over their hearts due to previous pain, and both found it hard to completely trust another person until Luffy came along. This style of character, a character who believes they need no one else and no attachments due to past trauma, is a pretty common occurrence throughout anime and media in general, and it certainly always makes me happy to see a cold heart melt due to the light someone can bring. But I bring them up because Chopper isn't that. In fact, Chopper is on the other side of the coin in regards to this character trope. Chopper instead brings up the question, what if someone were willing to let people in, but they've been so hurt and scarred, they find it absolutely terrifying to lend their heart to others? It's a sad question to ask, and to explore this idea, you need a character with a pure heart. Well, you don't need it per se, but the wholesome character Chopper is written to be certainly accentuates just how upsetting a situation it is. Everything about Chopper screams that he wants acceptance. He wants care, and he wants love. And it also screams that he wants to give it right back. Such things as saving baby snowbirds from being crushed in castle doors, to being unable to hide his joy at being complimented, to becoming a literal doctor, prioritizing the health and care of another person overall. Chopper's heart is why his story is so painful, because it's one thing to be a loner by choice. It's another to want to give love with nowhere to put it. And even more than that, it's another thing to want to give love, but being so hurt that you're scared to. Robin is somewhat similar in this regard. The parallels between these two probably the thing that makes them such a sweet.
Alright, hang on, since Emily's here, hang on.
For management responsibilities accordingly. Aurum Alley Merchant Guild would like to issue a formal request. Please help us emerge from this crisis and revitalize Aurum Alley.
Don't mind him. He's talking silly again.
Now that that's settled, please come see me at the dock when you have time. You'll be able to help the dock. I keep tab if it involves anytime you need anything.
Alright, everybody shut up now.
Door. There's plenty of connection with their lack of family, their labeling of monsters, and their want for care. But what happens to Robin when she finally finds a family to give her love to? She takes it to the extreme, readying herself for sacrifice just to keep her newfound family safe because of just how much love she has to give. and Chopper does exactly the same, but I'll save that for future points. For now, I think what we need to focus on is Chopper's past, and how this has turned him into the timid reindeer that he is. One thing I've said before about One Piece, and one thing I really like about One Piece, is how we can see the long-lasting effects of trauma within a character. These characters are not just traumatized for the sake of it. There's no weird torture porn happening here. But every single one of them has gone through something awful for us to understand what that does to a person. Nami is aggressive and hostile because she lived a life that didn't allow her to be anything else. Robin is quiet and morbid due to the grim experiences she'd gone through as a child. Sanji is emotional and sacrificial thanks to the abuse his biological family had put him through. Law is anxious and fastidious on account of Doflamingo's manipulation of him, using his disturbing past as a way to groom him into something he wasn't.
I see.
This can go on and on, but the point is, One Piece presents the very real instance that everyone processes trauma differently. But what I like the most here is One Piece openly states that your trauma does not shape you into someone unlovable.
See, I thought I had
Honestly,
nothing to
if
eat
you
in my
want more of a
house.
deep dive regarding how love
But then I realized I had cheese. I had Parmesan, and I had Pecorino Romano. So, and then I had like just dried pasta. So I was like, oh shit, what can I make? So I was like, oh right, cacio e pepe needs literally like 3 ingredients, which is pasta, some cheese, and pepper. And I just made like a pretty good cacio e pepe. I was like, oh shit, that's right, I forgot. I know how to cook. Like oh, this is just Tetris.
can help
This
a
is just
person
packing
in One
Tetris.
Piece's world, I fully recommend watching my lore video. But Chopper also completely embodies this notion. In fact, I think before lore was introduced and further explored, Chopper was the best example of just how a scarred heart restricts one in how they see themselves and how fear has them become distant. The baddie herself, Dr. Kudaha, even tells us this. While speaking with Nami, she explains the scars on Chopper's heart will be the hardest to heal.
Is that Goku?
心に傷を持ってる。私でも治せない大きな傷さ。この世に生まれた瞬間に群れと親にも見放された。
When we get into where these scars came from, we find Chopper has been put into a really unfortunate situation of not having a home, and due to this, never having a place in the world. After all, even Robin could blend in with the common person if they didn't know of her face or powers. But such a thing could never exist for Chopper. Once we discover Chopper's origins, it's revealed this originally didn't have anything to do with his devil fruit, but with the feature of his blue nose. Chopper is, of course, meant to be inspired from the story of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. With as silly as that song or story is, Rudolph found acceptance from being different, due to his bright red nose being useful. It's kind of a weird message that you can only have worth if what makes you different makes you useful, but I don't think there was that much thought put into it. Listen, I am not going to sit here and psychoanalyze the emotional intricacies of Rudolph the goddamn Red-Nosed Reindeer, but who knows? Maybe Oda thought the same thing, because what I will say is Chopper was never given that opportunity to be useful for his herd. While Rudolph had a cool, bright, shiny nose, Chopper had a dumb, stupid shit little blue nose. Can't do anything with that, so instead, he got bullied as a calf. From what we know, Chopper was always pushed to the back of the herd as a baby, and even as an animal, his own herd didn't care for nor protect him. From there, Chopper discovered and ate the human fruit, in which his physical appearance changed even more drastically, no longer resembling that of a reindeer at all. Looking the way he did, he was no longer ostracized,
Oh, did you know
but
you could
completely
get stuck
kicked from
behind
his
these
herd,
motherfuckers?
forced to be on his
Ugh.
own as a child. This information we've been given is important, because it's not just the fruit that was the reason for Chopper's rejection, but the fact he was born this way. Chopper essentially was born with an abnormality. He already experienced desertion from his herd for how he originally existed, and if the fruit were the sole reason for his banishment, there'd certainly be less emotion here.
So if
I'd
I walk
even
behind
think of
here,
it as a disappointment. This
fucking I'm
way,
stuck.
Chopper cannot blame his lack of family on a single moment nor decision. The fruit itself
Like, this little
cannot be
fucking
the
D
main
thing
cause
blocks
for his
me,
exclusion.
so I literally
And
can't
it's
go
these
anywhere.
details that show us the real emotional depth and intelligence one One Piece is insanely good at presenting. Why? Because otherwise
like
the
literally you
fruit
can get
is an
stuck.
excuse for how Chopper is being treated. And that's not the point of Chopper's
Make
story.
D-ting
Chopper's
not
misfortune started
collide
from
collision.
birth
Like,
with
the
the
no collision. Put
abnormality
no
of his
collision on
blue
D-ting.
nose. And this
Don't make him
cuts
collidable.
intensely deep, considering the reflection it can
This
provide
is dumb.
us with the real world in terms of societal norms.
I found that
One
out the other
Piece has
day.
always been about the outcasts, the misfits, and the unwanted. Even if it's something as small and inconsequential as a blue nose, Chopper has still been born different from the rest. But this isn't a personality issue like Sanji's past, or an effect through life like Robin's devil fruit powers. This is Chopper being alienated due to a birth defect. Even though there's nothing wrong with him, he still functioned like a normal reindeer. He still walked, talked, and acted like a normal reindeer. Yet he was singled out anyway. His blue nose honestly isn't even a defect. It's just different. But from birth, he never experienced protection, care, nor acceptance because of it. The devil fruit was the eventual reason for Chopper's expulsion, but he saw this as an opportunity to live amongst people with his
I'm not
newly
Chopper's
obtained
biggest
human
fan, so I don't
fruit.
really care too much about what the hell's going on in this video.
Chopper was rejected for being abnormal.
But just
He learned
interesting to
very
listen
quickly that even amongst humans,
the
different
analysis.
equals bad. And his big furry stature only scared people
But it makes
due
me
to being
appreciate One
unable
Piece
to
more.
understand what he was. Chopper wasn't quite animal enough to be a reindeer, and not quite human enough to be a person. Even after causing no harm to anyone, even after approaching the village only to make friends, he was shot at. He cries in confusion as he's chased and hit by bullets. And I cannot imagine the terror that Chopper would have felt during this moment. Imagine gaining human sentience. Imagine feeling the pain of being kicked from your herd. And with your newly formed human brain, you think humans will accept you, just to be called a monster and shot at. With Chopper's sentience, the first emotions he felt were pain and fear. And the biggest emotion he would have felt is loneliness. Amongst animals, he was a monster. And amongst people, he was a monster. There was no place for him. There was none of his kind. Until encountering Dr. Hideluck. Dr. Hideluck is an interesting man, because I honestly think he is a fantastic doctor. He just entered the wrong medical field. This man needed to be a psychiatrist, not a medical doctor. But no matter, he did fantastic work otherwise. Kind of. Straight away there was a connection between Hideluck and Chopper, because Hideluck was in that same area of not quite having a place to call home. He loved his country and he loved his work, but he wasn't accepted amongst his peers or his patients.
Sorry if today's
for as long as he
kind of a
lived.
boring
He
stream.
was
I'm just
hunted
trying to
down
get these
by
quests
Wachol's
done
men
before
for
it's over.
years. He was forced out by
And it
patients
can be
due
just
to his
kind of
unconventional
dull.
medicine, and he lived alone for who knows how many years. Already, just by being outcasts, there was a connection between these two, and this is probably why Hideluck didn't fear Chopper upon first meeting. So, discarding his gun, Hideluck promises he poses no threat to Chopper, and strips off butt naked to gain the trust of this reindeer he'd only just met. Speaking of Hideluck discarding his gun, I think a detail I really like amongst the Straw Hats is none of them have a gun in a traditional sense. Yes, Frankie is quite literally a walking weapon, but he certainly doesn't own anything that realistically resembles a gun, and neither do any of the Straw Hats. Apart from Sanji's at one time, for some reason? No idea where the hell he got that from. Either way, I felt the reason Usopp never got given a gun was due to Chopper existing on their crew. It's quite possible Chopper's fear of guns is gone, but the symbolism of what this weaponry means to him is a painful one. I found it to be a nice little detail to guarantee Chopper's comfort and safety amongst the Straw Hats. But then we could also throw that all away when the gang has a Tarantino moment in Strong World with literal bazookas. What the fuck was going on in this movie? Anyways, what I'm saying is, Dr. Hideluck became the first person Chopper could trust, and the first person Chopper could, although apprehensively, lend his heart to. Dr. Hideluck is also the man who gave Chopper his name, his hat, and most importantly, his sense of wonder. Hideluck was a grand man, who loved the might of pirates and the freedom Roger represented, and would commonly boast to Chopper about how amazing pirates are. Due to Hideluck, Chopper gained a fascination in not only pirates, but the the world as it existed. Hidelock encouraged Chopper to see the world with his
Oh,
own
it needs
eyes,
to be on a green
to grow
bit,
into a
okay.
man who could sail the seas, and was honestly the most supportive of a parent he could ever have. It's incredibly
cheapest way
wholesome
you
the
can do
amount
that,
of
right?
firsts they had together in terms of
More or less.
connection and relationship. One of my favorites being Hidelock's comment after their first fight.
No, there's no way. Okay. We'll do that.
ドクター、俺誰かと喧嘩したの初めてだ。
そうだろうな。
え
喧嘩に相手が必要だ。
Thanks to Hidelock, Chopper is essentially showing us the perspective of the world and relationships through the eyes of someone who's never experienced such things before. Chopper has never had connection before, not with anyone
what?
or anything. And there's something about Chopper's story that makes you feel grateful for the relationships, friendships, and connections you have. I know that sounds cheesy, but that's what I got through his time with Hidelock. Because you don't really think about how lucky you are to have someone you can
Get instant
banter
ramen
with
at
until
midnight,
it's
who
put
cares?
into perspective like this. It's such a small thing, but it is incredibly charming in its concept. We also see this idea following Chopper with Dr. Kudaha. Her love very extreme, but because of Hidelock, we know this is an indication of closeness between them. And then of course, this tough love is transferred into Chopper's relationship with the Straw Hats, where we regularly see Chopper banter with and get angry at his crew, a reflection of his time with Hidelock and Kudaha's ways of medicine. I suppose angrily bandaging
What the
Zoro up
fuck's going on
again
here?
and again can count as a love language.
Achievement
It's no
orders,
stretch to say
profit
Hidelock was the most
obsessed, yeah.
important person in Chopper's life. But the sad part is, Hidelock fully knew that. He knew Chopper had no one else but him. And when you're a dying man due to an illness with no cure, it'd only be cruel to stay as the only person in Chopper's life. This is why, once Chopper was healed, he kicked him out, believing it easier to have Chopper hate him instead of telling the truth of his own declining health. Unfortunately, poor little Chopper had the idea that because he was healed, there was no reason for Hidelock to want him anymore. And we get this genuinely heartbreaking scene of Chopper desperately doing what he can to stay by Hidelock's side.
Oh, Chopper.
見てドクター、怪我した。
Oh, Chopper. Ah.
If we go back to that Rudolph analogy I was talking about, and how weird it is that Rudolph needed to be useful to be accepted, this does actually follow into Chopper's own character. It sounds crazy every time I compare Chopper to this Christmas fable, but hey, One Piece is a weird series. And again, I genuinely would not be surprised if Oda thought these same things. Much like Sanji and Usopp, Chopper's self-worth did indeed start stemming from whether or not he could help and be beneficial to the people around him. Chopper had the idea that he needed to be useful to Hidelock in some way to gain his love back, that Hidelock only kept Chopper around to heal him. So when hurting himself didn't work, he searched for something that would work. This is when Chopper discovers Hidelock's illness, and finding opportunity in such an awful situation, Chopper had the grand idea of being the one to heal Hidelock. This way he's done something for him, and there'll be reason for Hidelock to love him again. So of course, our little hero sets out on his journey to find the magic mushroom that can heal all, as discovered in Hidelock's books, where he encounters and needs to walk through a herd of reindeer. The symbolism of this scene is beautiful. Chopper now brawling against and turning his back on his animal roots to fight for the man he sees as family. He no longer wishes for the acceptance from his herd, instead looking for the acceptance from Hidelock. And this is a statement for how Hidelock gave him the family his herd never could. Upon getting the mushroom, Chopper shows back up at Hidelock's door, completely battered and bruised in an honestly disturbing way. Hidelock is so overwhelmed by Chopper's sacrifice and is so moved by Chopper's love for him that he falls to his knees and thanks Chopper with his whole heart. After this, he eats the mushroom, claiming he feels better already. Chopper's overjoyed and feels Hidelock's care once more before he leaves for what Chopper didn't realize would be the last time. After some final words to Kudaha, she storms Hidelock's home to understand what had happened. And it's here we are presented one of the most stomach-dropping, heart-shattering reveals I've genuinely ever seen in terms of emotional pain and just overall shock.
病気に勝てるキノコさ。
だから全ての病気にこのドクロを掲げたのだ。
そうだよ。あ
デ家の絵の横にちゃんとドクロが書いてあったんだ。ドクターだって元気になったって言ってた。死ぬわけなんかない。お前は嘘つきだ。
Yeah, it's painful. The bittersweetness of this scene comes from just how much Hideluck was trying to protect Chopper. How Hideluck doesn't want Chopper to feel guilt nor stop believing in the brilliance of a skull and crossbones on the pirate flag. So instead of allowing the mushroom to kill him, or allowing the illness to take his life, he sacrifices himself in front of Wapol. With his final breath, he dies for what he believes in, protecting Chopper's heart all the while, and yells an absolutely gorgeous line.
人に忘れられた時さ。俺が消えても俺の夢は叶う。安心しろ、チョッパー。お前のキノコじゃ俺は死なねえ。まったくいい人生だった。
I don't know if Chopper heard this line, but he embodies Hideluck's belief by keeping his flag and flying at atop Wapol's abandoned castle years later. He also begs Kureha to teach him medicine, his mistake in giving Hideluck the poisonous mushroom one of the reasons for wanting to be a doctor, but overall just wanting to follow in Hideluck's footsteps and respect his memory of being a man of medicine. So with all that being said, let's go back to modern day Chopper. How has this all affected him? Kureha adopted him and took Chopper in as her own, giving Chopper a home, although an unconventional one, and an education in medicine. Unfortunately, Chopper is still extremely timid around people, and is still called a monster by the townsfolk that live beneath him. Yet it's quite possible this is why Kureha never took offense to being called a witch within the village, as she knew how painful and personal it was for Chopper to be called a monster. So essentially, together these two became the scary witch and the big monster that lived in the castle. Kureha being labelled as such something I believed helped give Chopper a home and a family. And then finally, Chopper meets Luffy. And Chopper is astounded by what Luffy has been through to get his crew up the mountain. Immediately, there is a reflection of Hideluck in Luffy, with how far he's willing to go for those he loves. Luffy embodies the ideals and values that Hideluck found so amazing in pirates, regarding how they live so freely and passionately for themselves and their crew. So being a pirate was not the only thing that attracted Chopper to Luffy, but the passion for those he loves was unlike anything he'd ever seen since Hideluck. From here we see Chopper fight for the castle as Wapol returns, and we see Chopper wanting to honor Hideluck's name. But I feel that's not the main point of this moment. The main point is Luffy's reaction to his transformations, and Chopper's reaction right back. Luffy, being the weirdo he is, thinks Chopper is the coolest thing ever. Already that's enough to get Luffy to like you, but Chopper's determination to keep Hideluck's memory alive is something that Luffy respects a great deal. Luffy didn't even know who Hideluck was, yet for Chopper, he will happily fight for the Jolly Roger that Chopper is so desperate to protect. From the get-go, Chopper had the soul of a pirate,
I was just
and
watching
this was
the
probably
live
something
action
Luffy
before
could
streaming.
see. But of course,
At the
even if you
Arlong
like
bit,
Chopper,
Nami bit.
at this point,
good.
it's hard for Chopper to like you, considering he still has a fear of humans. After all, he's been chased at, shot at, and labelled as a monster by them. Yet, as Luffy uses his rubber powers in front of Chopper, Sanji says something that no doubt comforts Chopper like no other.
聞くけど、あいつ伸びたぞさっき腕が。
ああ、伸びるさ。ボム人間だからな。
なんだそれ。
化け物さ。
After all this, and after seeing Luffy fight for Chopper's own will, he's still unsure how to feel about Luffy and the Straw Hats. Usopp and Luffy call him a monster, although not
Chopper.
maliciously, and Luffy chases Chopper down as he demands him to be on his crew. Chopper doesn't realize how weird and fun this is until he's sitting alone, and he seriously considers Luffy's offer with a lot of conflict. Finally, he decides he can't join the Straw Hats, because he's too afraid to leave the island or travel with humans. But Luffy explodes in his usual Luffy way to reaffirm Chopper like no other.
俺はここに残るけど、いつかまたさ、気が向いたらここへ。うっせー！
Oh, I love One Piece.
I cannot elaborate just how much Chopper needed this. Needed someone who would not accept no for an answer, and absolutely demanded Chopper be part of his family. Because with a heart like Chopper's, that's full of fear and covered in scars, he needed absolute confirmation that Luffy and the Straw Hats would love and accept him. And with Luffy's nature of wearing his heart on his sleeve, of demanding something once he wants it, how could Chopper not cry at meeting someone who demands him as part of their crew and family with their whole heart? After all, this is just how Luffy got both Nami and Sanji on his crew. And just like how he hadn't even tried Sanji's cooking before recruiting him, Luffy had no idea Chopper was a doctor until after he was on the crew. This hammers in the point that Luffy doesn't care about ability. He mostly doesn't care what your skills will bring to the crew. All he really
he fucking
cares
invited
about is
Gaimon
the
onto
person
the
you
fucking
are and
crew,
the
like,
heart
of all
you
fucking
have.
people.
But even if this is the case, Chopper still
He
felt
invited
he needed
Kinemon's
to be
legs
useful. Chopper
only.
doesn't seem to understand that the Straw Hats won't just abandon him, even if he fails at something or if he can't pull his weight. The most prominent moment to show this is in Skypiea, where the Mary has been damaged because of an attack from a Sky Priest. When Usopp
Didn't he
sees the
invite
damage,
Mayor
Chopper
Boodle too?
apologizes over and over again in hopes Usopp won't be mad. But Usopp reassures him with how he answers.
ごめんよ。俺必死で戦ったんだけど、もういろんなとこ燃やさ
The fucking group chat.
お前、怪我は大丈夫なのか？
え？うん。
燃やされたのがお前じゃなくてよかったよ。船のことは後で考えようぜ。
Oh, Chopper.
Chopper's shocked at Usopp worrying for his well-being over the Mary. And with how Chopper had been treated previously by both animals and people, this moment is something that really solidifies Chopper's feelings in being a welcomed part of this family. Over his travels, it's these little moments that begin to heal Chopper's heart. And that's the whole idea of any sweet
Watch
or
One
comforting
Piece.
moment
Consume
with
One
Chopper.
Piece.
His emotional wounds were
Everything
not
One
healed
Piece all
the
the
second
time.
he joined the Straw Hats, as what he suffered had a long-lasting effect on his psyche. This is why during Water 7, he's scared to unleash Monster Point. We knew full well the Straw Hats will still love and accept Chopper. We know the Straw Hats don't care for the monster within Chopper, because they'll forever see their crewmate. But Chopper doesn't know this. He's still traumatized from being labeled as a monster by humans. And him revealing Monster Point left him in a vulnerable position, but was also a huge step in him trusting his crewmates to accept him as a monster, which is exactly what happens. Because what do we see after the time skip? Chopper has figured out a way to control Monster Point, but that's not the idea of this Fishman Island scene. Monster Point is still a monster. Chopper still has that label associated with this form. And he
still
says
got that
something to
dog in
Zoro
him.
that outwardly shows the mental healing Chopper's been through since being with the Straw Hats.
おうチョッパー唯一人間に近かった携帯が随分化け物じみたな
もういいんだ俺。昔人間になりたかったのは仲間が欲しかったからだ。俺ルフィの役に立つ怪物になりてえ。
Oh,
If we go
Chopper.
back to just how terrified Chopper was
God,
of
Monster
this
Chopper
label,
was
of
so
how Chopper
fucking
wanted
cool when it happened. Like, I don't think y'all understand. Like, God, One Piece is so goddamn good. Like, ugh.
to be anything but a monster and just be accepted, this is the healthiest development I could think of. He's no longer scared to show all the sides of himself to his family, and I genuinely felt
It's
as
such a
proud
shame
as
that Chopper kind of became a piece of shit after the time skip. Like, it's really unfortunate. Like, they just made him really dumb. He just didn't do anything anymore. Like, like he just became full mascot, and it's just kind of unfortunate because like this video essay is just like, here's all this depth about Chopper, only shows like pretty much a majority of anything is all pre-time skip shit, and then everything after pre-time skip, like man, I remember reading the time skip when it came out, like in the manga, and I was so angry. I was like, why the fuck is Chopper so goddamn dumb? Like I was so angry at the manga. I was like, why did you do this to Chopper? I hate this. And Chopper hasn't really gotten better. Like, he's just kind of there now. Like, he's a mascot. You see the Chopper hat at cons, and yep, that's it. Like, he's just mascot boy, because there's nothing left that they can do with Chopper. Kind of the same with Brook. Like, Brooke is just there. Like, it's really unfortunate, but like all the development for Brooke, like until they go back to see Laboon, I don't really know what Brooke provides other than being weird. Cause like he doesn't he doesn't contribute a lot combat wise. Cause Zoro's the swordsman. Like why? I wish they gave him something else other than being a swordsman. Like, cause you already have Zoro. Like there's no, and like I would love to see Zoro and Brooke like spar. Like train together and be like, hey Zoro, your way of swordsmanship like is cool and all, but there's this thing that I know how to do with my phone. That'd be so cool if like Brooke showed him a trick that Zoro didn't know with his like katana fucking style. Like, oh my god, like there's so, but like they don't want to equate Brooke to being a swordsman with Zoro because there's no way he could compare. But like every time there's like a cool combat feat, it's like he used the sword really well. I'm like, great, but like Zoro could do that, but like better. But they're like they gave him like spooky shit, which is like cool, but like it's not really that effective. Like I don't know. Like Brooke is, I don't know. Brooke is there to be comedic relief. Because I was thinking the other day, I was racking my brain. I was like, I just did not remember. Like, what the fuck did Brooke do in Wano? Like, I don't remember what Brooke did in Wano. Like, and what the fuck did Chopper do in Wano? Like, they were just there. They were there, they fought some goons, and, like, that's about it. Like, I don't know. Anyway, Chopper's cool. He had a really sad past, but they wasted him. Yeah.
Zoro
Anyway.
probably felt during this scene, but that doesn't mean Chopper is totally healed. Chopper still thinks he needs to push himself to the extremes for his crew, and it doesn't help that it was Caesar goddamn clown who made him believe
Yeah, like,
this.
I don't know. That
During
doesn't make any
Wano, Caesar essentially
sense, though. Like, why would Brooke try different weapons? Like, there would be no narrative reason and no motivation for him to do that other than just to be different. And, like, if you want someone who, like, uses a bunch of different weapons, Usopp's kind of that guy. Like, he was a sharpshooter, yeah, but he's the gadgets guy. Like, I think it would be neat if Brooke found a way to fight with, like, a musical instrument. Or, like, some way to convert music into combat. Like, he kind of does that with his sword techniques, but, like, not really. Like, it was like, oh, the sword vibrates. It's like, but, like, you know, like, what if he, like, fucking, like, took a harp and, like, just fucking, like, just... You know, like, I don't know. He found some way to, like, use sound as a weapon more purposefully rather than just, like, sometimes my sword rings. Like, I don't know. Anyway.
Chopper into needing to do more for the Straw Hats. That Chopper's Rumble Ball needed to last longer, and he needed to sacrifice his health for his crew. I'm sure any Straw Hat wouldn't agree with that, especially considering Luffy doesn't believe in sacrifice as a necessity nor a thanks. Yet, Chopper listens to Caesar anyways, and becomes baby old man Chopper, which is probably the funniest side effect to anything I've ever seen. My man turned into a hydrogen baby. Anyways, I feel I'm blaming Caesar a lot here. But really, we've seen Chopper does want to be a man that he can be proud
fuck,
of.
do I need to listen to shit? Oh, fuck.
During Long Ring Longland,
what is this, Fontaine?
And I did. I'm a dock worker after all. How could I conspire with the IPC? My name's Offung. I was the one who brought out the box containing the golden cloud toad.
Take a look at this.
Prove it!
This has nothing to do with the top.
God damn it.
My name's Offung. I was told to move something, and I did.
Prove it!
Take a look at this.
This has nothing to do with the
I mean, prove it!
I think this has a
This is Fontaine!
Records from Heron
Dude, who needs Genshin Impact? They literally put Fontaine shit in a fucking timed event! Fuck Genshin Impact! I have everything I need here!
Letting the IPC keep your heads in the sand if you like.
Be a man! Do the right thing! Did they just fucking meme the shit? That's an ancient meme! Holy shit! Be a man! Do the right thing!
That's right. You should. It seems that
That's ancient memes right there. Holy shit. I can't believe this game, dude. Does anybody know that meme? Like it's like from like YouTube videos and shit. I forget like where it's from, but I remember it like being a thing. God damn it. It was a thing though. I remember back in like 2008. But it's like familiar. Be a man. Do the right thing. All right, anyway.
But to stop crying because that's not what men do. And while I
Nah, man, Alejandro's sick of
think
Genshin
that's
too.
the healthiest thing to say,
We've talked about it.
does give Chopper a sense of
still
strength
play it,
and
I don't.
stability in himself. In the end, what Chopper saw was his crew giving their
I will stop being a
110%,
Genshin Impact hater once I
pushing
book a
themselves
5-star
to
character.
extremes to keep everyone safe while striving for their own dreams. And Chopper realized he should be doing the same. This Caesar moment was a combination of peer pressure and Chopper kind of needing those harsh
Hang on, I need to pay attention. Shut up, Squidward! This specifically Doc. Dock workers testimony. Never mind. This one. Nope, JK. I mean this one. I mean nothing. Just kidding. So fuck you, Squidward. Are you sure about that? I mean, see, this is why I'm not playing Raincode.
Take a look at this.
What with the merchant guild refused to
Take a look at this.
What's this up with the merchant? The inefficient shipping and low volume.
Take a look at this.
What's this up
I'm just brute forcing it, y'all.
Take a look at this.
Damn.
What's this about? The inefficient shipping and low volume of trends.
Take a look at this.
What's the
The dock has improved.
You guys didn't. The shopkeepers in Aurum, the inefficient shipping and coupled with the merchant.
What makes you think we can?
If you have the coupled with the merchant guild's inability to pay the rent.
Take a look at this.
Shut up, Caleb.
Coupled with the merchant guild's inability to pay the rent.
I got it! Genius.
These are the funds from
Easy. I was totally paying attention.
Next order of business. The Merchant Guild has accused Representative Scott of secretly sabotaging dock operations.
Don't be so slanderous.
How did you know about the?
I use the shipping services.
I'm Squidward Tentacle. Fuck you.
Don't be so slanderous.
Take a look at this.
I'm just gonna assume it's not the first one.
Don't be so slanderous.
Take a look at this.
What? Don't be so slanderous.
Take a look at this.
What? Don't decide.
Is it possible that you?
Do
we have any proof?
Besides, I'm not even involved in shipping operations. How could I possibly buy off a dock worker?
Take a look at this.
This guy's fucking freaking the hell out. Shut up. Ha! Fuck you.
This testimony is
what?
Great Scott!
If the evidence presented is true, Mr.
All right.
harsh words to strengthen his will. Overall, the most important aspect of Chopper, wholly and truly, is his heart. Not just the way it...
Be a man. Do the right thing.
Yeah, that's the one. This is the one. They reference ancient fucking shit.
heals, but the way it cares and loves. There is no one more
Be a
qualified
man.
to be a
Do
doctor
the
than
right thing.
Chopper, because he has boundless
Anyway.
love overflowing from his little
My cousin
heart.
said that
We
shit.
see it for
Like, they
Usopp
oh
and
God.
Robin in Water 7.
Ancient.
We see it for the children in Punk Hazard. And we see it for Sanji during Whole Cake Island.
love these
and
localizers,
I would
dude.
just like to say, yes, Chopper did actually do something in Whole Cake Island. Because
Did he?
without him and Carrot, we would have had no discovery nor navigation of the
What, just
world,
hanging out with
which
animals?
was pretty important. But overall, Chopper was in Whole Cake Island to be there for Sanji, since being abandoned by your blood family and treated as an outcast from birth is pretty much Chopper's own story. As much as Chopper reflects Robin with the both of them accepting the monster they've been designated as, Chopper also entirely reflects Sanji in rejecting their blood family for their found one. And what would you know? These two characters with similar stories probably have the biggest hearts on the crew. After all, one represents kindness and the other represents care.
God. Great Scott. Hashtag cringe.
What a clown show. This arbitration is hereby resolved.
Can we get some cringes in the chat, please? Cringe. Cringe. Cringe, 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 cringe. Anyway. Cringe. Cringe, cringe.
all of you.
Alright, anyway. Anyway, back to Chopper.
Together, Chopper and Sanji are probably the most giving characters One Piece has, which is an amazing example of how love can shape a person for the better. To wrap this up, because I have been talking about Chopper for way longer than I thought I could, what makes Chopper Tony Chopper? As I've said throughout the entirety of this video, and as I will say again, it's his heart. Something that's been broken and put back together
reindeer
again
heart,
by the
delicious.
family Chopper has found. Hideluck was the one who picked the pieces up, healing Chopper's heart being proof that he was an amazing doctor, one who healed the hearts of the country he loved. Kureha was the one who bandaged all those pieces together, taking Chopper in as her own and loving him to the point she couldn't bear to watch him go. But just like Hideluck, and in her own way, she encouraged Chopper to see the world, and pushed him to the family she knew he needed. And finally, the Straw Hats, especially Luffy, are the ones who've been mending Chopper's heart ever since. With each moment they have, with any words of warmth or togetherness as a crew, Chopper's metaphorical scars vanish one by one. Because of them, Chopper can openly give to the people around him. He can openly care for friends and strangers, and he can exist as he is without the worry of being abandoned. The Straw Hats have nurtured Chopper's heart in allowing it to overflow with the love it holds, have no longer put Chopper in this position of being caged by fear, and thanks to them, we've gotten our lovable little doctor, Tony Chopper. And with that, thanks for watching. This ended up being a longer video than I expected. I honestly didn't realize I felt so much for Chopper until writing this out. But I will say Chopper was one of the characters I liked immediately upon first meeting. It's hard not to like him, honestly, considering he's probably one of the cutest characters to exist in anything ever. As always, let me know what you think. I feel I missed quite a lot with Chopper, and I didn't get
what does
into
video
as
look?
many
It's
scenes as I
it's
would've
like
liked, but I
One
do
Piece
think
video
Chopper's
essays.
original backstory is the main point of focus with him. I guess you can tell me your own emotional intricacies with this little blue-nosed reindeer. Just a quick reminder that I do have a Patreon, and if you would like to support me there, I'd really appreciate it. However, I know not everyone can support me in that way, and watching and sharing these videos does more than you can imagine for me. If there's anything you'd like to see me cover, One Piece or otherwise, please let me know, and I'll see you in whatever I make next. See ya!
Oh, we did it! I didn't realize how much I could vertically stack. Anyway, let's talk about Frankie now.
The cyborg, the cola freak, and the definite sexiest man in the Straw Hats. It's Frankie himself. Frankie is not just a machine. He is
Cringe
a
emote.
sex
One day
machine.
I'll have
His
one.
charisma is absolutely unmatched in terms of any other character
Fill up
I've
the
ever
scar
seen.
skiff as you
but
wish.
That comes as no surprise when he's like a Popeye Johnny Bravo hybrid of a character, with just a touch of Elvis in there to make him irresistible to absolutely everyone. The One Piece staff even seemed to agree with me. What with this absolute thirst trap of official art they uploaded specifically for Frankie's birthday. God damn. And if his looks, his catchphrase, and his riz wasn't enough, it's all topped off with the fact he wears
Why did they say
nothing but
fill
a
it up as you
Hawaiian
wish,
shirt and
but do
Speedos.
this?
This is the #1 Florida man. I'm not even American, and I know this is what a Florida man looks like. And if you're still not in love with Frankie, if you're still not convinced on his alluring charm, my man pulls out the coupe de bout.
I love how
This is
One
what
Piece can
peak
do all this
male
like
performance
fucking
looks like.
sad
You may
shit,
not like it, but
and
if
then
you're
they
not
pull out a
striving for
fart
this,
joke.
Man, just give it up. No, but in all seriousness, Frankie did captivate me the second I met him. Like many other Straw Hats, I wasn't expecting to like him or care about him, but damn it, does Oda sure have a knack for making me care deeply about characters. What can I say? I can't help liking stupid men, but under Frankie's goofy nature is certainly a lot of intelligence. His looks and behavior completely contrast the massive brain this guy has. Lest we forget, he can not only build nearly any kind of machinery or structure if given the materials and time, but he quite quite literally made a cyborg out of himself. This cyborg design became more extreme in the time skip, and I know a lot of people don't like his current design, but it only feels
What are
to
you
be
talking
a natural
about?
part
I thought
of his
everybody loved his
evolution
current
to
design.
make even more improvements on himself and his body. After all, he sees his body as a project to build and expand on, and we'll get to why he has this line of thinking later. But before I talk any more about Frankie, it's sponsor time. While we cannot all be pirates in our current day and age, we can still be pirates online, and we can do that safely with Atlas VPN. If you're not a tech nerd like me and have no idea what a VPN is, a VPN makes it so all your internet search let you down. Okay, now let's get back to the cybernetic man of my heart. A criticism I've noticed Frankie gets is that he doesn't really develop. Apart from his upgrades, he just kind of stays on the same wavelength for the majority of One Piece. I totally understand this criticism, because when you have a favorite character, you want to see them grow and change. But Frankie is kind of in that area of character where he doesn't exactly need that. Hear me out. Frankie isn't exactly young, and I know anyone over 30 can heal and change, because development as a person doesn't stop once you're an adult. But what I mean by this is, Frankie knows who he is and what he's about the second we meet him. Because even though he is somewhat running away from his past, he has already been through some of the toughest moments of his life when he was a teenager. In that way, he acts as a parallel to Robin, with the two of them both running from a past that has caught up to them. Except Frankie had grown from those struggles in a more healthier way, while Robin's own struggles and trauma were still fresh in her mind and continued to hold her back. This being prominent from her reaction to the Buster Call, and how she was ready to let go of the Straw Hats to keep them safe. Robin and Frankie are, in fact, connected by circumstance, one of them holding the plans to a powerful weapon, and the other being the only person known to be able to read those plans. It's a burden they both hold, but at the end of the day, it's what brought them together, and in turn, it's what brought the Straw Hats to Frankie. Anyways, the stars aligning for the Straw Hats aside, there are two main questions that come with Frankie's character. The first question is, why does he operate and enhance himself? Especially since cyborgs seem to be a topic of differing opinions in the One Piece world. Not to bring Sanji into
what the
this,
fuck?
as I do with everything, but Sanji certainly doesn't find it fun to be a cyborg. Extremely ironic, considering he even called Frankie out for being a freak due to him being a cyborg all the way back in Thriller Bark.
すぐいろんなもんを仲間にしようとすんじゃねえよただでさえうちやタヌキだのロボだのいろいろいいんだぞおい俺はロボじゃねえサイボーグだバカ野郎おい人間
バカ野郎
確かだろベースは人間だってんだよ
I don't want to believe this is any kind of foreshadowing in terms of Sanji's story, but Oda is kind of insane like that, so who knows. Sanji differs, of course, due to other elements of becoming a scientific machine. In fact, Sanji seems to be on the bad or evil end of scientific discovery, while Frankie is on the good side. We have even discovered in recent manga chapters that Frankie is a huge Vegapunk fan. This is his experience on Katakuri Island when finding Vegapunk's work, and his fanboying is honestly very cute in itself. Pushing
So
the
do I
side
want to
tracking
put
down, what I'm trying
more,
to say here
or
is,
do I want to
why
hit
is
exactly
okay
it?
for
It's like, if like, is that what I should do? Try to put more than what they say?
I sent a message.
Frankie to be a cyborg? And why did Frankie even want to be a cyborg in the first place? The answers may seem obvious, but it's still good to link everything together. The second question is, why was Frankie so ride or die for Robin and the Straw Hats in such a small amount of time? Especially after beating Usopp up before all of this. It's an extremely Luffy thing to do, to help and risk your life for near strangers. But there's no doubt this is why Frankie gets along with Luffy so well. But aside from that, Frankie's emotional being is an element we must look into to understand him. And I'd like to pick apart each gear he has to get to the roots of his
This is
heart.
spoiling me so hard in One Piece.
Before
My entirely
jumping
killed.
directly into
No,
the
you gotta
backstory,
watch right
which
now.
I'm sure you're all anticipating.
It'll
most
give
here,
you a
I think we
taste of
must
like, oh
understand
shit,
his
no way.
introduction first. From the get-go, Frankie has an emphasis on family. We discover his group
Welcome, new
is called
followers.
the Frankie family. Everyone calls him Big Brother Frankie.
Yeah, what the hell's
Mozu
going
and
on? Why do I have
Kiwi
so
are
many
seen
people
as
here
his
just watching
little
me watch
sisters.
video essays
and
about One
Frankie
Piece.
himself calls everyone brother or sister as well. Even through his villain debut, it's quite easy to see there's more to him than meets the eye. He had beaten Usopp and taken the money, but at that point, it was
One Piece
unfortunate
bringing
timing
people
for the
together.
Straw Hats and for Frankie, as Frankie only desired the money to be able to make one of his own dreams come true. I must say, Oda is pretty talented at giving us the idea that there's more that lies beneath a character than the surface we are presented with. It's not only the details of Frankie having a clear fondness of his found family around him, but the way he begins to unravel when discovering his connection with Kokoro, a woman who the Straw Hats met at one of the sea train stations. Kokoro holds no fear nor displeasure towards Frankie, and Chimney even finds him comfortable to talk to. We can deduce from the reactions and conversations they have that there seems to be no ulterior motive on Frankie's part, that he truly does just feel anger for the pain Luffy caused his gang, which he started by hurting Usopp, but you know, details. Then there's the fact Frankie's family are all literal hooligans. Usopp even calls them one. And while that's a small thing to add, it's a part of his character that is of some importance to his backstory and upbringing. The weird and outlandish designs of himself and his gang does not go unnoticed even in the wacky world of One Piece. The Frankie family seeming to be a group of outcasts that all follow the biggest weirdo there is. Which I say lovingly, because I wouldn't want Frankie if he weren't a total weirdo. Point is, Frankie is presented to us as a big tough guy, but we can see from his emotional state and his way of speech that there's an importance of family. And I know I bring this awful man up a lot, but the contrast between his own Frankie family and the Don Quixote pirates shows just how big Frankie's heart actually is. We know Doflamingo's so-called
Sorry, we're watching One Piece video essays while I do this boring event. Before it's over. But welcome, Raiders. It's me. I voice Luka, and we're doing Honkai Impact thing or Honkai Star Rail things. Are you watching a One Piece? You're streaming for 8 hours? Shit. Yeah, I was directing, and I was like looking on Twitch just like real quick, and I was like, oh shit, Bill's streaming. And then I finished directing, and I was like, oh shit, Bill's still streaming. Oh god. Hope you had a good stream, man. Looked like you were doing also Aurum Alley stuff. But yeah. Love puzzles. So yeah. Yeah, I like the puzzles. I just want to get to them. I don't want to wait around. So I'm doing some stuff to occupy my brain. Just ADHD shit, you know. Says his VOD. Listen, I leave my VODs up. They just expire after 2 weeks. So you snooze, you lose. Once I get my VTuber done, I'll maybe save them.
Please wait a moment.
Anyway, hey, what up, Kevin?
Sounded like my father. If I'm not
All my latest streams are up except for yesterday's or the earlier this week's because it's all DMCA'd and shit. So you don't even want to see that. There's some stuff I don't want out there from that stream, so we'll leave it.
Father, my friends from the Merchant Guild want to be
Anyway, more One Piece.
Family was chosen through their usefulness. We know he'd let them die if it meant pursuing his greater goals. And we know this family was just a way to elevate himself to greater heights, having to earn the food on their plates and the roof over their heads. Frankie's family didn't get as much of a spotlight as individuals, but this was essentially just a group of guys. Frankie didn't see his family as weak or lacking for being beaten by the Straw Hats, but instead sought to get revenge for them. He didn't seem to care what each of them could do, and only wanted to find a home for the misfits of Water 7. They all loved Frankie as a big brother, and he loved them back as his own brothers and sisters. This may be why Frankie was included in Dressrosa, as even though he never really came face to face with Doflamingo, he was the boss of his own family once upon a time. I can only imagine the anger and disgust Frankie would have felt had he discovered Doflamingo were using unloved outcasts for power, manipulating the hearts of the weak to boost his own ego. Frankie and Doflamingo is a great comparison between what makes a rowdy found family in One Piece and what makes
an
a
audiobook
cult
Bible
in
playing in the
One
back. I thought she
Piece.
said
And Frankie
Frankie.
also shares a lot of similarities with
Cola
Luffy
and Coot
in this
to boot.
way. The Straw Hats themselves are a bunch of misfits who'd come together, some of them unloved dead or with lives ruined by greater means, with both Frankie and Luffy being the reason for the banding together of these broken souls. The biggest difference here is
I'm
Frankie
still pretty
felt like
surprised
a more
that
emotionally
Frankie
grounded Luffy,
was the one of all
considering
people
Water
to
7 was
join the
really
Straw
showing
Hats
us Luffy's ability as a captain,
from Water
both
7.
where he lacked and where he exceeded.
Because like it was just
Frankie's talk
interesting
to
how they
Usopp
did how they
over the
presented him
Mary
as
is
like the villain, and then like the fucking real villain showed up. And I was like, holy fuck! Wait a minute. Because like you would have thought like that, maybe like Polly or somebody would have joined, but nope. It was fucking Frankie, the guy who beat up Usopp, and they're just like, yeah, okay, cool, come on board, bring along all your hopes and dreams.
Is a distinct moment in exhibiting what I mean here, showing Frankie's mental maturity and
If I didn't get
understanding
spoiled on
as
it, I
a
wouldn't have
leader.
seen.
Luffy
That's the
couldn't
beauty of
seem
One
to
Piece,
find
though.
the right words to say to calm Usopp
He
down
had a
regarding
TBH.
the Mary.
Usopp did not have a good time during Water 7. It was like really unfortunate. He just got shit on left and right, and he just like, I guess that was like Usopp's like second like development story. Like he didn't really get one during fucking Cert Village. Like he just kind of just joined. He's like, I guess like circumstance, I'm here. And then like, I guess this time around it was like, Usopp, you want to be here? Prove it. And he's like, fuck. All right, fine. And then Usopp came to his own. Like Robin became like, you know, came to her own. Fucking Frankie joined. Like there was a lot of development. That's like, man, that's why Water 7 is so fucking good. Like there's so much for every Straw Hat. Oh, so good. Anyway.
He instead let his emotions explode as his anger got the best of him. No matter what he said or did, Usopp was irrational, but they both couldn't keep their heads. Yes, the Mary falling apart was a tough decision, but a captain's job is not only to lead, but to understand the feelings.
Listen, man, I get like Usopp was just like, we can't get rid of the fucking Mary. The Mary is like part of why I'm here. And then they're like, no, we need it. Like, oh god, it's like a piece of Usopp's home. Like, it's like, hey, Kaya gave us this ship. And then you're just like, you think this is an easy decision? Of course we're not taking this lightly. And you're just like, no, we can't get rid of the fucking Mary. So like, it's like part of it's like, if they can get rid of the Mary, they can get rid of Usopp. Is like, I bet like part of like what he was thinking. Anyway.
Of their crew. Luffy's out.
Never cried harder to a fucking ship. That's why. Oh, everybody, you gotta watch the One Piece live action. They did so good. They did so good in the One Piece live action. With how they represented, how they got the Mary. So good. Anyway.
That burst only made it worse, their argument in no way showing Usopp the reality of the situation, which is what led to the cruel words and the bad decisions. It could be because Frankie has his own history with ships, but in the end, Frankie knew exactly what Usopp needed to help him see the severity of the Mary's state. Frankie talked about the Mary as if she were a person. He talked about how the ship must feel in regards to being unable to carry the crew. And he showed Usopp firsthand just how damaged the Mary was.
Damn. Frankie really was the wake-up call Usopp needed. Oh, it's so sad.
It might sound stupid, yet sometimes what a person needs isn't logical solutions, but someone who can understand their emotional distress in regards to something that means a lot to them. Frankie cried for and with Usopp. Frankie wanted to help Usopp see that the Mary was also hurting, and this was something Luffy failed to provide during Usopp's turmoil. This is why Frankie's addition in Water 7 was so essential, considering he provides a great example of how Luffy should have handled the situation. Because the question with the Mary wasn't if they needed to replace the ship, it's what they had to do with her afterwards. Usopp understood fully that the Mary couldn't sail anymore. He just didn't know how to part with her, nor where to leave her. Unfortunately, before Frankie could help give a solid solution, solution, they were attacked by CP9. And Frankie only continues to show the care and maturity he holds while on the sea train with Robin. While the two of them are being taken to Annie's lobby, Frankie holds a conversation with Robin that feels extremely personal, as Robin tells Frankie that her being with the Straw Hats is only hurting them, since her existence is a sin. At this point, Frankie reassures her that just her being alive, just because she can read poneglyphs, that doesn't make her existence a sin.
傷つけるのはおめえじゃねえだろ。政府の人間もおめえの存在を罪というが、どんな狂気を抱えていようとも、そこにいるだけで罪になることはねえ。存在することは罪にならねえ。
During this scene, we're shown Tom and his words to a young Frankie. Tom saying that the existence of a ship or weapon is neither good nor evil. And I think it's finally time that we get into the real core of Frankie's character and story. Similar to Nami, Frankie originally had a bad relationship with pirates, and found it fine to steal from the Straw Hats until discovering the kind of crew the Straw Hats really were. This may be confusing at first, as Tom himself was the shipwright to Roger and his crew, but it just shows, given care and respect, Frankie will show
the Thousand Sunniest Pluton.
Already, this is a base of Frankie
Theory.
that's shown by how he is passionate to help Robin and the Straw Hats during Annie's lobby. Frankie, known as Cutty Flam back then, was an orphan on Water 7 who was abandoned by pirates. All he did as a child was run around the scrapyard and build his own weapons and ships, all named the Battle Frankie. Iceberg was the only person he had who was close to family, until Tom found them and took them under his wing as shipwright proteges. Tom didn't care for Frankie's backstory.
I really would have thought Iceberg. Like, if they're like, we need a shipwright. Oh, hey, Iceberg. Join the crew.
Of not only Iceberg and Tom, but Kokoro and Yokozuna as well. Already, this is a family of misfits. As we know, fishmen are not seen as equals on the surface of One Piece as well.
Just imagine.
From Frankie being the abandoned child of pirates to Yokozuna being a giant toad. They were complete outcasts in the city of Water 7. But, as weird as this family was, they were Tom's family nonetheless. And it becomes increasingly more clear why Frankie founded his own family of total outcasts years into the future. He was quite literally raised by them, and he was proud to be one due to Tom's influence, which could probably be why he doesn't find any offense nor malice in being called a pervert. However, this is also just a pun in Japanese of Frankie transforming. But nevertheless, it's a small detail of his character that's weirdly sweet. Tom and Iceberg were the two main building points of Frankie's character, with Frankie becoming the shipwright he is due to Tom's expertise and Iceberg's support. We discover the sea train was made by the three of them, a project that allowed Tom to be pardoned for being Roger's shipwright. But with this story, we discover yet another aspect of One Piece's political landscape that makes the world government so corrupt. The world government never had any intention of allowing Tom to be pardoned, due to the fact he held blueprints for a weapon that could quite literally control the world. And in a cruel twist of fate, they used Frankie's battleships to fake an attack in Tom's name. Frankie, of course, breaks down, because his name is plastered on every single ship that was used. And it's here we get a speech from Iceberg that is personally one of my favorites in the entire series.
I've been subbed for the same length as pregnancy. That's true.
狂気は構わず誰かを傷つける。それがお前にとって大切な人間でもな。こんなことになってもお前に罪がねえと言えるのか。
We find Iceberg's worry in Frankie leaving his battleships around has come to fruition, and Iceberg very nearly disowns Frankie for the pain he'd caused to both himself and Tom due to leaving such dangerous machinery in the open. I find this interesting specifically, as what Iceberg tells Frankie isn't that his weaponry is inherently evil, but whether intentional or not, the weapons they build can be used for evil, and they must understand they hold responsibility for their creations. This This is why he was trying to hammer in that Frankie shouldn't leave his ships in the open for any to possibly use. And this is an idea that sticks with both Iceberg and Frankie years into the future. However, at this point, Frankie is so distraught over what had happened that Iceberg's message doesn't completely resonate until Tom himself punishes Frankie for feeling shame over what he'd created. Once again, the message that any weapon created is not inherently evil is enforced, and Tom reprimands Frankie while teaching him a creator should not blame the creation, nor should they deny them, but simply be proud of the thing they have created.
この先お前がどんな船を作ろうと構わねえ。だが生み出した船が誰を傷つけようと世界を滅ぼそうとも生みの親だけはそいつを愛さなくちゃならねえ。生み出した者がそいつを否定しちゃならねえ。船を責めるな。
It hurt Tom to see Frankie ashamed of his ship so much that he stood up for Frankie and against the government to show Frankie he shouldn't feel shame for what he's created, and instead should feel anger at how they were used. These two lessons presented by Iceberg and Tom, Iceberg's being the responsibility of creation, and Tom's being the pride of creation, affect Frankie for life. There's no doubt this must have been difficult for Frankie to realize in the moment, considering the wounds for both Tom and Iceberg were still fresh at this point, and the Sea Train embodied these morals completely. The Sea Train was created for good purposes, and by all means had been the reason Water 7 began to thrive as a city. Yet, in a cruel twist of fate, that same Sea Train had been used to carry Tom
How many
to
people are here
eternal
just
fate
listening to these
in
One
Emmy's
Piece
lobby. But even
video
though the
essays
government used
and
it
not
for
paying
evil
attention to the game?
means, Tom still
just has
held
me
pride
on,
in his
in the
creation,
background.
with Frankie eventually feeling the same after years of healing.
Chatters,
As a teenager,
jump in.
Frankie sacrificed his own
I see
body
you.
to try and
There's
stop
over
the
90
train.
people
A
here.
heartbreaking moment in which he refuses to allow
Who's
Tom
just
to
using me
guide
as background
by what
noise
he
with these
feels
One
is
Piece
his own
video
man.
essays?
We finally get to the scene that turns
Nothing
Frankie
wrong with
into
it.
what he is, and what
I just
I
wanna know who's
believe
here.
is the result of everything we have seen and been taught throughout this entire flashback.
廃材鉄くず俺には随分落ち着く場所だ
I saw you surround that glow with boxes. Very cool.
なんとかしねえと
It's at this moment the beliefs of both Iceberg and Tom truly affect him. Frankie felt he needed to be stronger, so he modified himself to become a
break right now.
cyborg
Shoot,
for
shoot.
this
Okay, okay,
purpose.
okay.
But we need to think about what building, what creating really means to Frankie. Iceberg has told Frankie
My
that he must
ADHD
take
fully occupied with you,
responsibility
One
for
Piece,
his
alright, you,
creation,
dude, same.
that no weapon is inherently evil, but whoever uses it for their own purpose is something he must be accountable for. Tom, on the other hand, had told Frankie that he can have his regrets, but he must never be ashamed of what he's created. So what does Frankie do? Instead of making any more ships or any more weapons, he works on himself. He makes it so only
Howard doesn't
he
remember.
can use his
Wait.
own weapons,
You
so
guys-
only
oh,
he
fuck.
can
Okay,
take
yeah, yeah, yeah.
responsibility
Emily-
of
Emily-
himself. And he becomes his own creation. And what do we see tattooed on Frankie's shoulders? BF36,
There we
which
go.
stands for the Battle Frankie 36. In the time skip, this carries over to be the Battle Frankie 37, the new and upgraded version of himself that he holds a lot of pride in. With Frankie's design, and with these marks embedded on his shoulders, he has taken both Tom and Iceberg's words to heart. He hasn't rejected his previous creations, keeping his pride in the Battle Frankies by becoming one himself. And now only he can control the thing that previously hurt both of his mentors. These morals are also shown as Frankie decides what to do with the ancient weapon blueprints, realizing the government not only wants to use it for evil, but the blueprints merely existing is what has caused Robin to be hunted down and labeled as a devil. Understanding he must make a decision for the original creator of the blueprints, he comes to the decision that the creator wouldn't want their weapon to cause such strife. And in an extremely sexy display, burns the blueprints right in front of CP9. To answer why Frankie was so hell-bent on helping the Straw Hats, there's no doubt watching Robin be taken by the C Train in the exact same way it took Tom struck a personal chord with him. He refused to let the C Train be used for such evil again. He refused to watch another innocent person be forever imprisoned just for existing with the knowledge they held, and found the Straw Hats to be a reflection of his own family. But while Frankie has gone through the worst moments of his life from his younger years, making him into who he is, he was still held back by the guilt of what had happened to Tom. Frankie still hadn't built anything that wasn't himself. He still felt a fear to create after how his previous ships had been misused, and the Straw Hats gave him that push of courage. Even more than that, Frankie had found a person he could trust in Luka, someone who he believed.
The channel is called Melon Tea. Melon T-E-E-E.
Would use his creations for good, and his faith is what makes Frankie agree to Luffy as his captain. So, through the Straw Hats, Frankie finds the courage to create and build again. The Sunny being not only his pride and joy, but all the other amazing things he builds throughout the series. The most notable being General Frankie, labeled the Battle Frankie 38. We never forget where Frankie has come from. We never forget what Frankie has gone through to be who he is in modern One Piece. And Frankie's development comes from the things he builds. Yes, his character may not receive the deepest of plot lines, but as stated previously, this is due to the hardest times having already passed. Now we get to watch Frankie live the life he'd been suppressing due to guilt, and the pride he has in each creation never fails to bring me joy. What I think is the most important is we know it doesn't matter how many modifications Frankie makes on himself, because he could become a 10-foot tall building. He could become completely unrecognizable as a physical person. But so long as he has his heart, we will always see Frankie. Frankie's over-emotional and goofy nature is what makes him Frankie, which is why he's the perfect character to be the fun cyborg Oda has made him be. The most beautiful thing to me is, with everything we've seen, and with everything Tom has told him, we know Frankie holds pride in his creations. We know Frankie loves what he builds. And by labeling himself a Battle Frankie, we know Frankie loves himself. So how can I not love Frankie as well? And with that, thanks for watching. Frankie is honestly so darling and dear to me, and I know I sound like a broken record with how I talk about the Straw Hats, but I really mean it when I say every single one holds importance to me. Frankie certainly gets his own special spot, as I truly loved him immediately from introduction. He's the silliest, goofiest, stupidest cyborg there is, and I absolutely fell for him at first sight. As always, let me know what you think. If anyone was feeling lukewarm on Frankie, I hope I helped you see just what a wonderful man he is. Just a quick reminder that I do have a Patreon, and if you would like to support me there, I'd really
I'm not gonna do that.
up your shrines, be prepared
Speaking of
to
Usopp,
kneel, and get your prayers ready, because it's time we talk about the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. God Usopp himself.
Let's go, God. Let's get a shout out for
And
God.
I'm gonna say it. Usopp's sexy. Not his pre-time skip self, because that is just a sweet little man. No, I'm talking about his time skip self.
No.
You can deny it, but this guy got so jacked, he's probably got more muscle than Sanji. And with the suspenders, no shirt look, Usopp genuinely looks like he's dressed for a sexy fireman poster. The day he lets his hair down is the day One Piece fans everywhere will fall to their knees at the mighty God Usopp's shining beauty. God Usopp. God. Okay, Usopp. Sweet Usopp. Sex appeal aside,
God,
Usopp sure gets a lot of shit, doesn't he? For all the jokes he gets about how he's a god, a lot of people really don't like him, which is strange, considering Usopp is honestly the most inoffensive character on the Straw Hats. Design issues aside, that or others just forget about him, which is sad. And I'll be honest, the complaints about Usopp simply do not make sense. He gets called useless, weak, pathetic, annoying, sad, like Damn, who are you? Judge Vinsmoke? It's quite funny to me
Yes.
that Usopp gets called useless when everything he's asked to do or needs to do, he gets done. He managed to hold off Kudo's pirates until Luffy arrived. He managed to
Have a
take
good
out
one,
Mr.
Limes.
Four and
Have
Miss
fun at
Merry
work.
Christmas. He successfully got Luffy
What
and
that
Sanji
nose
out
do?
of the Blue trial and got Sanji
here.
onto an L ship to take it down. He got the keys to Robin in Annie's lobby. He took out Perona because no one else had the ability to be able to. He easily did his share of fighting on Fishman Island. He got everyone to safety in Punk Hazard through the intercon system while also getting Caesar's betrayed crew to side with him. He stopped Sugar twice and got thousands of followers in Dressrosa. He took out both Page 1 and Ulti with Nami and figured out Kaido's intercon system to get Otama's message across to everyone they used her devil fruit on. And this isn't even all his fates. All in all, Usopp has proved his worth time and time again. I think tons of people just forget about it. Sure, Usopp isn't flashy, he's no fire-footed cook, muscle-brained swordsman or rubber pirate captain, but he's a strong character in his own right. The fact we watched him beat Perona, an opponent literally only he could defeat and no one else on the crew could, and he still gets his abilities as a character and a pirate dragged through the dirt, is baffling to me. The most interesting thing about him is the things he gets criticized for, i.e. being useless or weak, are exactly the things he internalizes he is. His so-called place on the crew has been explored and answered already, and has gone in depth about how he feels and the insecurities he faces. But I will be getting into that later, because we need to actually scratch the surface of Usopp before digging into the heart of this beautiful, wonderful man. But before that, it's sponsor time. This video is sponsored by Tokyo Treats and Sakura Co. I've sponsored the February box for these guys, and let me tell you, it slapped. If you don't know what they are, Tokyo Treats is a monthly pop Japanese snack box where you will get up to 20 of the latest, most exclusive limited edition and seasonal flavored Japanese snacks. This time I have the March box,
Nope, not good
and I
enough.
did it away from my law mousepad because he was a little distracting last time. As you can see, the boxes are pretty big, and this time around I got melon Kit Kats. I was convinced Tokyo Treats were playing a prank on me because I pulled these out and went, that's me. They were delicious, and definitely now my favorite flavor of Kit Kat. I ate all of them in probably 2 days. My other favorite snack was the bubble candy, which made me incapable of talking because it foamed up in my mouth so much. In a good way. It was a shocking yet tasty experience. And next we have Sakura Co, who are a monthly authentic Japanese snack subscription box. Sakura Co supports local Japanese snack makers with each box they send out, and they all come with 20 traditional, authentic, and artesian Japanese snacks, including Japanese teas and a special Japanese tableware. The tableware this time around was a kanji side dish, and it is extremely well made and wonderfully packed. My favorite snacks from this box were the Hitoike Cafe cream cakes,
Have a good night,
due to the
Michael
creaminess,
Majima.
and the salted caramel nut sable. And can't forget the delicious Kyoto sencha tea.
Yeah, I
you
was
can learn
giving
more
you
about
too.
the snacks you
Give me a
eat,
pulse.
as
Let's
well as
go.
allergen information from the booklets you receive. So it's tasty and safe for everyone. These
Thanks for
boxes are
stopping by.
well packaged and are packed with a lot of
Sorry,
love,
watching your
and I'm
Michi is
enjoying
really
every single
a
one
very
I get.
interesting
If you're a
anime
snack
you
lover
do.
yourself,
Yeah.
I highly
It's
encourage you to try
definitely
these monthly
different.
snack boxes. And
Definitely
get your own
unique.
little slice of the sweet side of Japan, all from the comfort of your own home. If you want to give it a try, don't forget to use my code to get $5 off your first box. Be sure to check the links below. And thank you so much Tokyo Treat and Sakura Co for sponsoring this video. And it's back to the sexy sniper. My feelings on Usopp? If you can't tell, I like him. I think he gets a lot of flack for absolutely no reason. There are many moments where Usopp
What the
honestly
fuck?
feels
You
like the
can't
heart
tell
of the
me to
crew.
fucking
While being a very
unload.
panicky person, he's got a lot
You
of
can't
emotional
tell me to do
intelligence.
that
Hell,
and then
one
just
of the
fucking
reasons Water 7 was so shocking
hint.
is
Bonk.
because he stood up to Luffy. When we've known Usopp as an incredibly soft, non-confrontational
3 hours away
guy
from
before
Morricon?
this,
That's
but
nothing.
from Kudo's threat to the lives of Kaya and his village, all the way to needing to save Luffy and Law from Sugar, we've seen Usopp's will
It's
of
a
determination
small
and
movie.
passion that exists within him and all of the Straw Hats. But one of the things he gets criticized a lot for, and something that's literally in his name, is the fact he's a liar. The man's pretty obvious Pinocchio influence doesn't really go unnoticed by the majority. Usopp was even introduced to us as a liar, telling stories to Kaya while she was sick in her room, and constantly yelling that pirates were coming to his village. He's the
Oh, what
boy
the
who
fuck?
cried wolf if the boy in that fable actually took responsibility for his lies, which is exactly what Usopp does. Yet, a lying character isn't exactly one most would immediately jump on to love or care about, since the act of lying in itself isn't an honorable or cool one. However, what's extremely important to note with Usopp's character is he isn't lying maliciously. Usopp is no Doflamingo, with Doffy using his sweet words and gaslighting tactics to place himself on a pedestal of glory and power. In fact, this is possibly why Oda had Doflamingo be so scared of Usopp in Dressrosa, to the point Usopp got a 500 million berry bounty placed on his head. In terms of their lies, Usopp and Doffy are on different sides of the same coin, showing Doffy as the manipulative bitch he is with how malicious his lies were. Usopp's lies, however, are not woven from devious dishonesty, nor with the aim to ruin and take over the lives of others.
At least you might know people who are close enough that can get you something.
For his safety, and most importantly, for himself. We see it with Kaya. He doesn't tell these fake stories to try and make himself look better in front of her, but to cheer her up. With his own village, he lies every morning due to his dad not only being a pirate, but as a reminder for them that it's another peaceful morning. The violence of the Kuro pirates aside, this is why he was so desperate to keep them away from the village. So everyone living there felt safe and happy while continuing to think of Usopp as the harmless liar that he is. I also think it's worth adding that lying successfully, especially in battle, does take a lot of intelligence, especially in terms of keeping up a bluff. We even watch Zoro try to do this in Skypiea, and he fails miserably because this dope can't hold a bluff to save his life.
残念だったな。見ろ、このゴーグル。お前のその光るピストル、もう俺には効かねえ。だからもうやめとき。サングラスには見えねえ。
Zoro's so fucking stupid.
Focusing back on Kaya, what he tells her are just as much lies as they are grand stories. She even knows he's not telling the truth, and I'm sure he doesn't think her stupid enough to believe them, but they're a fun fantasy they can indulge in together. First and foremost, Usopp is a storyteller, and we've seen the Straw Hats, especially Luffy, enjoy Usopp's stories time and time again. If Luffy finds a musician to be important and essential to his pirate crew, there's no doubt Luffy also finds a fabulous to be just as important. And Usopp's wild imagination is probably why the two of them get along as well as they do. However, while Brook is a musician first and a swordsman second, Usopp is instead a sniper first and a storyteller second. Usopp's stories and lies are just an added perk to his character, which can only mean there is more to them than meets the eye. And surprisingly, or not surprisingly depending on if you pick this out or not, Usopp's lies are actually extremely important to who he is and how he motivates himself. Since, overall, Usopp lies because those lies are who he wants to be. Let's dissect him a little more before we get into that. As previously brought up, Usopp's dad is a pirate. I know there's a lot of jokes made about this, about how his dad is a deadbeat and left a little too long to grab the milk and yada yada. But the fact we need to keep in mind about Usopp's dad is that he admires him. His mother held no ill will toward Yasopp, and neither does Usopp. Usopp even thinks his dad is an amazing man for chasing his passions, and looks up to his dad as a role model due to him living a dangerous life as a pirate on the seas. Who his dad is a core part of Usopp's character, because his cowardly nature is actively being pushed down due to the will to be a man as brave as his father. I think that's a beautiful thing. I guess it's weird for a son to like their...
Is that Bill?
To the future of Aurum Alley, I wouldn't attend in person.
Lamau, is that Obama?
Like this. Are you so afraid to converse?
Are you so afraid to converse with a piece of metal?
Surprised that there's
Aurum Alley and Aurum Alley.
Let me remind everyone that we are at a hearing. Mr. President, please share with us your vision for Aurum Alley.
Now let me be clear. The debate starts now.
I can tell that the opposing side is...
Since we share the same...
The prosperity under your... I can tell that the opposing side...
Take a look at this.
Now let me be clear. What am I looking at?
Please don't waste
Please,
our time.
don't waste my time. Anyway. They chopped Bill's head and made him president. Oh, God. All right, anyway.
I can tell that the opposing side.
Take a look at this.
What am I looking at? I can
Present
tell that
evidence?
the
More like
opposing
president
side is
evidence.
Eager to see our.
Take a look at this.
What am I looking at? I can tell the I
That's right. We protect businesses.
protect. Once the alley.
He is convinced that
The IPC, the reality is.
Do you have data?
Historical date.
I sense a hole.
The reality is.
I sense a hole.
Take a look at this.
What am I looking at? The reality is.
Take a look at this.
God damn it.
What am I looking at? The reality is.
It's this one. Bam! Easy clap.
More customers
I'm so
coming to the
smart.
alley.
this record
Caleb
reflects
senses
the
a hole,
change in Artistry
dudes.
Hardware's turnover.
The shop does better than.
You know Ming-Shi better than...
The sample size.
If I were
Anyway.
you,
They died
Mr.
when
President,
Yesop essentially abandoned the family. But Usopp doesn't see it as that. This is pirate times, an era of thousands of people jumping to the seas to pursue a grander goal. And I personally don't see the difference between someone leaving their family to join the
sense a hole.
Marines and someone leaving their family to join a pirate crew. In the end, however I or you feel about
Easy
it
clap.
doesn't matter, because it's how Usopp feels that matters the most. Usopp has always wanted to become a pirate due to his dad, has always wanted to take on the ocean and become a brave warrior of the sea. And without Yesop being who he is, there's no doubt Usopp would have become the full-fledged coward he kind of naturally is. So already there's a sense he's living in his dad's shadow, being the son of a man from the Red Hair Pirates. Except instead of seeing it as a negative thing, Usopp has turned that into admiration and motivation to live the exciting life he wants to live. Usopp seems especially hell-bent on trying to be a man he wants to be, not because of an outside pressure, nor because it's something he thinks he needs to be, but because it's something he wants. Every man on the crew has a different idea of what manliness is, which is personally something endearing about each male Straw Hat, and Usopp is still trying to find his own. This is why he is especially keen to listen and learn from others, why he attaches himself to someone like Frankie, even after starting on bad terms, and why he seems to fumble back and forth on whether to hide or to fight. Inside Usopp are two wolves, a man and a coward, and sometimes they kiss. It's for this reason Usopp meets a specific character very early on, a certain man he can look up to who is extremely important in shaping who Usopp is and the decisions he makes in future arcs. This man being Broggy, one of the giants from Elbaf that the Straw Hats meet in Little Garden. In fact, with Broggy, we discover the first instance of Usopp's
More
lies
like
becoming
Broggy.
reality. This lie being the giant goldfish whose poops were so big they were mistaken as islands.
その辺の島を食いつぶして出すこいつの糞のでかさと長さよ。確か何もない島という名の巨大糞。ゲゲゲゲゲゲゲゲゲゲ。
ゲゲゲゲゲゲゲ。
間違えて上陸しちまったことを。
やばばばばばばばば。
Immediately there is a connection between Usopp and Broggy, or just the giants overall, because this grand man has experienced the even grander fantasies that Usopp has told tales of. Though it's not just the stories of Broggy's adventures that fascinate Usopp, but the way Broggy and the Elbaf giants carry themselves overall. Usopp is extremely captivated by the kind of pride Broggy holds in his life and being, not just as a man, but as a warrior. As we know,
Starlight.
Usopp's dream is to become a brave warrior of the sea.
Whale
so it's no
moment.
wonder that he becomes enamored with the giants of Elbaf and finds a so-called master to look up to through Broggy. While his dad was a point of motivation in pushing Usopp to the sea, Broggy is the anchor point in building Usopp's character. Because of Broggy, Usopp vows to become a man who is proud of how he lives, and becomes more daring and risk-taking after meeting the giants. Even if Usopp is still a coward at heart, he pushes himself to be more than that and manages to hold his own in multiple battles throughout the Grand Line. He's a very
this is a
failing
lot of
upwards
shit.
type of character, similar to Buggy but with a lot more intent on how he goes about things. For example, while he didn't mean to become a god in the eyes of his Dressrosa followers, he still had the aim to make them band together. And before this, even if it was by unconventional means, he managed to take out Sugar and free the people of Dressrosa, which was his objective all along. He just happened to achieve it in an unusual and comedic way. As said previously in the video, Usopp will always get the job done.
Dude, Dressrosa had some fucking legendary moments.
One
That
of the
was
main arcs
fucking
that
great.
grows and matures Usopp into the current character he is, along with utilizing his lies and showcasing the importance of them, we get a much deeper understanding of Usopp as a whole. This arc, of course, being Water 7. Water 7 did a lot, from Robin's backstory to Frankie's backstory to the development of Luffy as a captain. There are so many different aspects in this single arc that multiple people can point to and say is their favorite. But one aspect that arguably pulls the most heartstrings is the crumbling state of the Going Merry. It's shown very clearly throughout the entire series that Usopp and the Merry share a very deep and profound connection, with it not only being gifted from Kaya, but also promising a new dawn with Usopp's dream of becoming a pirate finally turning into reality. The takeaway here is that Usopp's starting point with the Straw Hats was also with Merry, and together they sailed the ocean
see,
that
this is what I was
held
talking
the
about.
adventure Usopp desired. Usopp was also the only one seen to be fixing the Merry, or modifying it whenever needed, and loved the Merry to the point that she began talking back to him. A spirit of love and joy had grown within this ship purely because of the Straw Hats, and largely due to Usopp's care for it. But more than just a physical connection, Usopp and Merry shared a more metaphorical one, the Merry being an embodiment of Usopp's fears and anxieties by being part of the Straw Hats. This fear in question was Usopp feeling useless and easily replaceable, hence why scrapping the Merry hit a very deep sore spot for him. Usopp knows more than anyone that he isn't the strongest member on the crew, possibly even believes he is the weakest.
should really
He's
try
no
building
monster,
break-fix
not in the
Susan,
way
Jin,
Luffy,
Sengoku,
Zoro, and
Luka.
Sanji are, and this fact is painfully clear to him.
carry.
It's
He's
why
not hype
Luffy's
carry,
words
does a lot
cut
more than
particularly
Kafka.
deep. Luffy
We will
telling
see.
Usopp that if he doesn't
I don't
like
have the
it,
resources
he can
to
just
build
leave.
anybody fresh
It
right
was
now.
said out of aggression on Luffy's part, but imagine the damage that would have been done on Usopp's psyche. Luffy is essentially saying that they don't need Usopp anyway, that nothing would be lost if Usopp up and left the Straw Hats for not following Luffy's orders. It's honestly quite meta in its conception, because plenty of people see Usopp's character in that way. It feels like Oda's beating us over the head with how the crew cares deeply about Usopp, and how the Straw Hats wouldn't be the same without him. But this detail seems to be lost to a lot of fans. Another thing to note is how Sanji was the one to kick some sense into Luffy, and how Sanji was mainly the one to uplift Usopp best he could throughout Water 7. Usopp's feeling of uselessness doesn't go unnoticed by Sanji, probably because they feel very similar in that regard. The two of them both want to be useful for the crew, and both hold insecurities that their best isn't enough. And Sanji knew exactly how painful Luffy's words were the second he spat them out. If you want more of a deep dive regarding Sanji's own insecurities, I have a lovely little Sanji video about that. And it's honestly very telling that Usopp and Sanji seem to be the only two characters who have a soundtrack where both their themes are mixed together. Toa, you were a real one for that one. Sanji is also the one who delivers a line that is infamous within the One Piece community, and for good reason. This line being, "I'll do what you can't do, and you do what I can't do." We'll touch more on this line later. Going back to the Merry, Usopp becomes unreasonable with Luffy's decision simply
Is this
because he
Sanji spoiler?
sees it
Should I
as
leave?
Luffy throwing a
How far are
useless
you?
member of the crew away. This is obviously not how Luffy intended for it to come off, but he sure didn't reassure Usopp in any way with the sudden fight the two had. Usopp then picks an actual fight with Luffy because he wants to prove his worth. He knows he's a coward and physically weak, but
Haven't even
his
started One Piece.
determination to show his worth in the same way he's trying to show Merry
It's all
also
spoilers.
showing his worth, has him making reckless decisions. And Luffy yelling, "You know you can't beat me," only makes this worse, because to Usopp, it confirms everything he already thinks of himself. He's weak, he's replaceable, and he's only a hindrance to the crew. This fight was painful, because we're watching Usopp desperately struggle to be something he's not for the sake of his own worth. He'd already lost the money for the Merry, and he'd then been told the Merry was being scrapped. And now, with Luffy yelling such a thing, he's truly hit rock bottom. Usopp is not a physical fighter. He's a gadgets maker and a strategist more than anything,
gadgets.
but he pushed aside his strengths to focus on his weaknesses, because that's all he can focus on. It's hard to be a normal person in a
One
crew
Piece's
of
animation was
monsters,
pretty
and
solid
Usopp
during this
probably
time.
embodies
Like,
the
that's
regular
probably-
viewer more than any of
The animation for One Piece evolved to a good point when Water 7 happened, and like that's part of the reason why I love it so much. Like the Water 7 arc is probably why it's one of the best, because like at the time, like that was peak One Piece animation.
of us want to admit. As much as many of us want to be as strong, as powerful, and as wild as the monster trio of the Straw Hats, we're only able to be the regular people we exist as. But that isn't an insult, and it's certainly not a diss at Usopp or anyone else watching. Because while we don't
Did I
hold
watch
the
Netflix series?
strength
Yes,
a
it
member
was
of the Monster
amazing.
Trio
Everybody
possesses,
watch live action One
everyone has
Piece.
their own unique skills and talents that make them valuable and lovable. This is a concept Usopp can't seem to grasp, and this is why Sanji's words are so important.
お前にできねえことは俺がやる。俺にできねえことをお前がやれ。よく考えろ。状況を読め。
Season 2, yeah, baby!
お前がいれば。
I just dropped One Piece after what? It's so good though!
It's with his infamous line that Sanji acknowledges Usopp has strengths, and that he is significant. Usopp doesn't need to be physically strong. He doesn't need to fight the big bads in the way the Monster Trio does, because he contributes in other ways. After all, from the second Usopp became the sniper, we saw he held infinite potential. Usopp surprised even himself from his perfect shot with the cannon. He was shocked to discover he actually defeated a fishman. He saved Luffy and the others from being killed by Mr. 3 on Little Garden. And the list goes on and on. Usopp has no confidence. He belittles himself constantly, yet he is extremely capable. This is why Perona's ghost worked on everyone but him, giving us the iconic scene where Usopp essentially says, "I'm already depressed."
どんな手を使ってどんな手も何も俺は元からネガティブだ
Yo, what did you just say?
The main difference between Usopp and Sanji is Sanji has confidence in his abilities, while Usopp doesn't, and he continues to struggle to focus on his strengths instead of his weaknesses. This is especially prominent in Water 7, where Usopp has hit a low point of being near incapable of seeing things in a glass half full way, and this is where Soga King comes into the mix. For all the jokes Soga King has about him, and how Luffy and Chopper both seem to be unable to legitimately tell if it's really Usopp under that mask, Soga King plays a vital role in Usopp's confidence, because at this point, Usopp doesn't want to be himself, and Soga King provides the alter ego he needs to act as foolhardy and confident as he wants to be. The story goes that Soga King is the king of snipers, hailing from a land of snipers, and you don't need to be a genius to figure out what he's doing here. The Soga King mask serves the same purpose as an online persona. For example, I certainly have a lot more courage online than I do in real life, and I'm sure it's the same for many of you watching. But instead of using this new persona to start arguments on Twitter, or send crude shitposts, or write really bad songs, that's what the mask is, Usopp uses Soga King to be the hero he wants to be. This loops around to what I was saying previously about
Sniper
how
Island's
Usopp
in your
tells
heart,
lies
baby.
for himself, because they're another factor that motivates him to be the warrior he's dreamt of being. And we watch Soga King become a reality, as Usopp takes his rightful title as the king of snipers, not just in Water 7, with his insane accuracy getting the keys successfully to Robin,
Wish I could
but
be as
with
confident
his
as I am
second win
RL
against
online.
Sugar. Usopp even unlocked Haki from the focus needed to achieve such a
Fair.
shot, and it's nothing but satisfying to see his inner Soga King blooming into a natural part of who Usopp is.
なんだこれは気配か見えるルフィ
The ending of Water 7 is why Usopp no longer needs the mask to reach his true potential, with the Sogeking mask even cracking throughout the arc. A possible symbol to show us Usopp's alter ego is slowly being broken through with the confidence he gains thanks to his crewmates. Sogeking is an amazing element implemented in Water 7, and one I hadn't thought too much about until really sitting down to consider it. After all, Chopper and Luffy aside, even the other Straw Hats go along with Usopp's lie, understanding the importance this has to him. They only use Usopp's name directly when wanting to address the man behind the mask. Sanji once again connecting with Usopp when doing just this, and even saying how amazing and cool the Straw Hat Sniper is when Usopp shoots the keys across the Enies Lobby Bridge. By the final scenes, Usopp has fully torn away from his Sogeking persona and reveals himself to Luffy, encouraging Luffy to keep fighting because of his newfound strength. A strength that has grown from the reassurance his crew have given him. It only makes the most sense for Usopp to be the one to push Luffy to keep his hope here, because Luffy was still upset at the fallout they'd had. Luffy is someone who can't put his all into something unless he truly feels that way, and we can see Luffy seems to feel genuinely tired and wavering during his fight with Lucci. But, lo and behold, Usopp appears to reassure him, successfully filling the hole in Luffy's heart that their fight had left behind. And while not healing Luffy physically, the mental strength and morale Luffy gets back upon seeing Usopp speaks for itself. The final scene to note within Water 7 is the apology scene. The last band-aid that needed to be slapped down and cemented to leave us with a satisfying ending. Zoro and Sanji were both harsh in their opinions of how Usopp needed to make up for his leaving, but between their ideas, it makes perfect sense. Especially with how we see Usopp's lying to himself on how he'll be accepted back into the crew. Usopp covers his insecurities, his guilt, and his shame with the lies he tells. It's clear Usopp feels a lot of remorse with how he treated Luffy, with how he stressed out the crew, and with how, at the time, he had come off as unreasonable. There's a strong possibility that Usopp's negative mindset had him thinking they wouldn't accept his apology. So what could he do instead? Feign confidence and walk right back to the Straw Hats, hoping things would be mended without the fear of rejection. But thanks to Zoro's stubbornness, and Sanji's agreement of Zoro's stubbornness, Usopp's true feelings burst out. He doesn't just cry but shouts his apologies, admitting he was a fool for the things he said and was stupid for the things he did. It was a real tough love sort of moment, and it needed to be done to allow Luffy and the others to accept Usopp back wholly and truly. I think it is really important to have Usopp as a member of the crew, because in the end, Usopp grounds the Straw Hats as the family they are. And that's the most important thing to remember here, that the Straw Hats are a family, not a traditional pirate crew, nor do they follow the blueprints of a traditional shonen. These characters are not chosen by how useful they are to Luffy, nor by how strong they are within the Straw Hats. Usopp probably receives the shit that he does because he gets put in imaginary power scaling competitions with the stronger members of the crew. And by doing that, you lose a core part of why Usopp is actually a Straw Hat, and what One Piece is really about. If you want the male fantasy who can slice through mountains and stand there and look cool, then Zoro's your guy. But Usopp is not designed to be that. He's designed to be your average Andy, the guy who is going against all odds to face his fears in the pursuit of his dreams. And he's there to connect with us. I don't know about you, but I'm no Zoro, I'm no Sanji, and I'm certainly no Luffy. I can only dream to be these kinds of guys with that kind of strength in another reality. And that's okay, because in the end, there is a Straw Hat I can aspire to actually be like. A character who faces his fears because he's making an effort
That's
to
why
be
Oda,
someone he wants to be.
I think he's
who
even
is
straight up
making their
said
delusions of grandeur
that
a reality.
he's never gonna make, like, Usopp always has to be the weakest on the crew. Like, it's because the reader needs someone that they can relate to, so he'll never make Usopp too powerful. So there are these theories. There's like, oh, someone on the Straw Hat crew is gonna eat a devil fruit, later on, and they're like, it's probably gonna be Usopp. I'm like, there's no fucking way it's gonna be Usopp. Like, never.
Reality through sheer force of will, and that's Usopp. Usopp is the underdog, and he's completely misunderstood in who he is. Yes, he's called a coward, and it's probably in his
It's like, if they gave Usopp a fucking devil fruit, it's like, you know how in Naruto, they were like, the Naruto versus Neji fight, it was like, hey, Neji, you got this privilege, man, and like you're so talented. You're given all these, you're born with these things and talent and stuff. Like you must have it all and whatever. And Naruto's like, well, I have nothing, and look, I beat you, and like look at me, like I came from shit. And then at the end of Naruto, they're like, hey, by the way, Naruto, you're from one of the most like incredible clans Konoha has ever seen. You're literally the reincarnation of God. You're so special, buddy. You're the son of the Hokage. We're like, wait, hang on. So that entire point that Naruto was trying to make against Neji, it doesn't count. No wonder Neji fucking died. So then he couldn't go up to Naruto and be like, hey, yo, that point was bullshit, man. Like, you're the son of God. Like, fucking. Anyway.
To be a coward, but he is actively facing his fears every day to fight against that part of himself. Usopp is terrified of the unknown. The large scale of
terrified
the
of the
unknown is anxiety-inducing in itself.
Terrified of the unknown.
Yet he is standing face to face with his greatest fears to better himself and become
terrified
a
of the
brave warrior
unknown.
of the sea. Even back in his home village, we saw this part of him, as Usopp faced the Black Cat pirates with all of his ability at the time. And this is exactly what
Terrified
Luffy
of the
saw. Luffy saw someone with the will to be better, with the determination to protect his friends, and with the unending promise of becoming someone amazing. And Usopp continued to prove himself, while also becoming
Disclaimer,
an
Naruto's what?
irreplaceable member of
Naruto's been over for like, what, 5+ years?
of the Straw Hat.
All that aside, it's still a great watch.
I don't know about you, but I cannot call a man who willingly sails the Grand Line and the New World a coward. And I think a lot of people are unable to see past the gag of Usopp being spineless when, in reality, the biggest lie Usopp's telling is that he's a coward. Because, from everything we've seen, it's not at all the truth. And I will be rooting for Usopp till the day I die. And with that, thanks for watching. I truly
What the fuck?
believe
Why'd you do that
Usopp
shot of
deserves more
Doflamingo?
love, and I'm so glad Oda does what he does with Usopp. Because Usopp's development of bravery and strength is something I love to watch. I know we're all waiting for the eventual Elbaf arc to see Usopp shine once more. And it's amazing to me that Elbaf is quite literally Fable backwards. Because who else to connect to the land of Fable than the one character who tells nothing but fables. Just pure genius in writing that I cannot wait to see come to fruition. As always, let me know what you think. I know the Usopp video was very heavily anticipated by a lot of you, so I hope I've done him justice. I already know I missed a bit about Usopp here and there, but hopefully the main points were coherent enough. Just a quick reminder that I do have a Patreon, and if you would like to support me there, I'd really appreciate it. However, I know not everyone can
Oh my
support
god,
me
hang
that
on a
way,
second.
and watching and sharing these videos does more than you can imagine for me. If there's anything you'd like to see me cover, One Piece or otherwise, please let me know. And I'll see you in whatever I make next. See ya!
Please let me know. Shut up. Who do we want to learn about next? Nami's early One Piece. So if you're spoiled by this, I'm sorry.
You all know exactly who this one's about. She's a witch, she's a siren, she's the most evil cat burglar on One Piece's seas, along with being the most extraordinary.
Pretty much most if not all of Nami's development is in early One Piece. Everything else is like, I don't know. Yes. The only thing that develops are her boobs after.
Navigator out there. Someone who takes absolutely no shit and is arguably the most terrifying person in canon due to her complete control over the monster trio within the Straw Hats.
ま、いずれにしろ。
気を抜かないでみんな。
Did you fucking hear that shit? Oh man.
全部渡したのよ財宝。サンジ君。バンバン言いたいわ。
If there's anyone who can solo these three, it's the gorgeous witch herself. That's right, we're finally talking about the navigator of the Straw Hats, Miss Nami. Something about me? I love Nami. I really love Nami. Nami's story made me legitimately gasp in shock because I am genuinely not used to well-written women in shonen. In fact, Nami's Arlong Park arc is one of the deciding factors for many to realize if One Piece is worth their time or not, and for good reason. One Piece is 100% character-focused and driven, with the world building and lore following right behind it. After all, this world has been built through Roger's existence, as he's the first thing we're told about. This single character has been set as the turning point of this world, putting everything in motion, from the world government's iron fist hold of justice to Luffy's dream of becoming the next pirate king. Character is crucial for One Piece to stay loyal and true to its story, and that's why Arlong Park is so stunning and so brilliant in its execution. Admittedly, this series does have a slow start, with Zoro and Usopp's recruitment stories being very short. I always considered Sanji's recruitment story pretty simple yet exceptional, something that budded and blossomed with the addition of Whole Cake Island years later.
Let's go, 2
But
Sanji
Nami's
backstories.
recruitment, going from her
Oda's
very
favorite,
early
let's
introduction
go.
to her eventual complications a full 2 crew members later is what cements her as a fantastic character, and solidifies One Piece as the early masterpiece people knew it would become. But before I dig deep into Nami and start picking her brain apart in terms of how she operates and functions as a person, it's sponsor time. While we cannot all be pirates in our current day and age, we can still be pirates online, and we can do that safely with Atlas VPN. If you're not a tech nerd like me and have no idea what a VPN is, a VPN makes it so all your internet searches, browsing, and history is completely protected. It's sure to hide your IP address, and it keeps you safe from spying, especially from the pesky FBI agent in your computer who's watching you look up Zoro's big fat boobies as we speak.
I can't believe
but
you've
Atlas
done this.
VPN isn't just a VPN. It also protects you from pop-up ads and malicious malware. It can also give you access to any country's version of Netflix or Disney Plus.
She's mine, it's canon. You're right, Kevin.
Did you guys know that the entirety of Bleach is on Australian Disney Plus? And with Atlas, yes. Alright, let's get back to the fabulous navigator of the Straw Hats.
But yeah, no, Robin.
Before I continue on, we must get one thing straight. Nami is eye candy. There's no doubt that through the years her design has become more male gazy, and I'm not here to dispute nor defend that. There's nothing inherently wrong with this, even if her design can get a bit too crazy sometimes, especially from Toei. My goodness, Miss Nami, put those away! Or don't, it's your choice. I mean, I'm not gonna complain about it. But here's the catch, and here's the thing that makes me particularly love Nami. Just like Boa, her beauty intertwines with her abilities, and she uses it. Nami has swindled men time and time again by bewitching them, even showing off her body as a way to get the men of her crew in debt to her. Sanji is, of course, the biggest example of this, but he's a bit of an outlier since, well, he likes to be used. These two have a symbiotic relationship where Nami loves being worshipped and using people, and Sanji loves to worship Nami and be used by her. We even see in Alabasta that Sanji knows the exact clothes and perfumes Nami loves to wear, as she praises him for what he's found in the Alabasta markets. It's not the healthiest relationship, admittedly, but under all of this, they do care about each other. And I know I talk about Sanji a lot in all of these videos, but with Nami being one of the main cast in Whole Cake Island when saving Sanji, and with Nami and Sanji always being around each other in some way, it's difficult to not talk about one without the other. That aside, what what I'm getting at here, and what I'm trying to say in regards to Nami's looks and personality, is that she knows her strengths. She doesn't seem to care that she's beautiful, apart from the fact that she can manipulate men with it into getting her whatever she wants, which is something we've seen with a lot of female characters throughout different medias. The most known one coming to mind being Catwoman, or at least from the little I know of Catwoman, she tends to use her looks in similar ways. And as similar as this is to Boa, Nami's still very much separated from her for multiple reasons. And I won't get into that now, as I can save Boa for another time. But Nami is downright interesting because she embodies what pirates are more historically known to be, which are thieving, evil criminals who take what they can get. Don't get me wrong, Nami has morals, they just tend to favor herself more than others. But one of the main reasons I love Nami so much, and something I commend Oda for with how he's written her, is that Nami is evil. She's not Doflamingo evil, and this word may be a bit heavy in regards to what we see in One Piece, but she is definitely morally grey. If you hear a lot of people, especially men, talk about Nami, what you'll hear is that she's mean. Nami is aggressive, cunning, and most of the time, downright wicked. She even yells at and slaps her own crew around, and is more than happy finding ways to manipulate people to do her bidding. So why do I like her so much? Why do we like her so much if her behavior can honestly just be awful sometimes? As always, it's because it correlates perfectly to her story and past trauma. It makes sense. And just like how Sanji can be rotten towards his male crewmates, or how Zoro can act stone cold on the surface at times, deep down Nami cares very much about her crew. Nami is not the mushy waifu bait you'd expect her to be. She's not someone that will hold your hand unless it were to charm you out of your wallet. But she's given the same demeanor and stubbornness the men are allowed to have. She can go toe-to-toe and possibly more with Zoro in terms of both drinking and stubbornness. These two extremely similar in how they bury their emotions deep down to act collected on the surface. This is possibly why Zoro was the one to suss her out in Arlong Park, calling her bluff and putting his life in her hands when jumping into the water. The tender center yet hardened shell is something they share due to the lives they've lived. And the relationship Zoro and Nami have is a very underappreciated one in my opinion. Nami overall acts the way I feel a thief and pirate would act in terms of being a woman on a pirate ship. On the surface, she has this feminine charm in her fashion and looks, but her personality and heart is as loud, crazy, and rowdy as the boys. And even though I know Oda has said questionable things, I take it all with a grain of salt, since you don't accidentally write a character like Nami. And I will defend Nami in being a fantastic character, because he isn't afraid to make her mean. He isn't afraid to make her morally grey or evil. And whenever someone calls her a bitch, I say, good, I hope she stays one, because her icy heart has been well earned and well kept considering what she's been through. I'm already going on and on about Nami here, but with everything I'm saying, I'm sure a lot of you are questioning why making Nami aggressive makes her a good character. Because, in all honesty, she cannot hold up to the men in terms of strength. She certainly doesn't have the brawn to match the beauty, but I'm sure you all know me enough by now to know I'm not particularly interested in the fights. And with that I can say, making a woman strong does not automatically make them a good female character. I know a lot of guys see a girl who can punch someone to high heavens and wonder why they're not included in the list of top 10 best women to be written ever. In fact, I actually have seen this opinion a lot with Nami, that because she's not particularly powerful, Oda has purposefully made her bad, which is so crazy to me, because Nami isn't a fighter, but she's still one of the most important members on the crew. She's a navigator, the best one in the world at that, and there's no doubt the Straw Hats would have died 10 times over had she not been with them. Her battles are not with the big bads, her battles are with the weather and the seas. That's where she excels, and that's where she truly shines. Early on, we're shown just how extraordinary she is, as Vivi is shocked by how she uses her entire body to navigate the oceans.
すごい。グランドラインのサイクロンは前兆のない風だと言われているのに、この人はもともと理論だけで天候を予測してるんじゃないんだ。まるで体で天候を感じ取ってるみたい。こんな航海士見たことない。
But I still haven't answered my own question here, with that question being, why is she a good character by being aggressive? You can have an aggressive woman in any show and they can seem extremely two-dimensional or even stereotypical in how they act. So what's the difference with Nami? It's simple, and I already said it before. It's because it makes sense. My biggest question with any character I see in One Piece, and something I encourage everyone to think when they watch anything, is why does this character act the way they do? The reason Nami's story was so fantastic, giving many the foresight of how amazing a series One Piece would grow to be, is because Nami was the first character to have an extremely solid arc with layers of tragic depth and emotional intelligence. But the biggest thing, everything emotionally clicked into place, and Oda didn't go back on it with how he'd written Nami. What do I mean by that last part? Well, I think it's about time we actually get into Nami's story to truly understand her. Like many members of the Straw Hats, Nami was born into misfortune. She was abandoned in the middle of a war in the East Blue, possibly because her parents died, where her adopted sister, Nojiko, had found her. But it's here she encounters arguably the most important person in her life, and a woman who shaped her entire being with the generosity of her soul. An ex-marine and her mother. Nami is found and adopted by Bellemere. In the same way the cornerstone of Zoro's character is Kuina, or how the cornerstone of Law's character is both Doffy and Corazon, or how Sanji's cornerstone is Zeph, the base of Nami's entire character comes from Bellemere and her relationship to her. From the get-go, Bellemere was someone who refused help, having the stubbornness to raise two girls on her own with very limited income. It could be out of stupidity, but it was mainly out of love. The belief that Nami and Nojiko were her daughters, something she cherished and clung to. Nothing was more important to her than family, to the point she left the Marines to raise her two little girls. Bellemere's existence, in fact, brings up an aspect of social commentary with One Piece's unfair politics in itself. Even though this woman gave a fair chunk of her life to the Marines, upholding their idea of justice and fighting multiple wars for them, she found no safety net nor support from the very establishment she fought for. It could be due to her stubbornness, but it's certainly a subtle nod at how one can give years of their life to a system that will do nothing back for them, unless they stay in said system. A system that we know to be corrupted,
is that how you want me to do it?
As shown years later in Arlong Park. Anyways, social commentary aside, one of the most important points here was the lack of money Nami had while growing up. Put simply, she was living in poverty, having to wear reused clothes from Nojiko, and only rarely being able to have a nice dinner if Bellemere was able to save the money for it. Usually, and on a very shallow level, this would be enough. That because Nami was raised in a poor household, she became obsessed with money and desired to be rich. But oh no, Nami is not that shallow, and Oda made sure there was a lot more to Nami's greed of riches than just being poor. Here's something I ask you. Do you find Nami's love of money to be selfish? Do you find her materialistic with how she always has berry signs in her eyes upon discovering she can get richer? If your answer to that is yes, and you find her money obsession to be a result of greed, I implore you to look deeper. Because I actually find her desire for money to be materialistic on the surface, but extremely selfless at its core. Do you remember in my Chopper video when I said the reason I enjoy One Piece's characters is because they aren't just traumatized for the sake of being traumatized? That we are shown the long-lasting effects of what such horrible events can do to a person. Nami is a prime example of this, and her past is why she is how she is. Because in her little village with her poor mother, she watched as Bellemere prioritized her and her sister's lives over her own. She watched as Bellemere would rather die declaring Nami and Nojiko as her daughters, than live pretending they weren't family due to having no blood ties. In front of Arlong, one of the most fearsome pirates in the East, Bellemere proudly called herself the mother of these two girls, and her final words with a gun to her
I do
head
think the live action didn't do
to Nami
this
and
part of
Nojiko.
Nami's flashback too much justice. It was fine.
Nami witnessing this horrific scene as a child would definitely be enough to make her hate pirates, and it's no wonder why she was so avidly against joining Luffy and his crew from the beginning. But why did Arlong shoot Bellemere here? As most of us know, it's due to Bellemere being unable to pay the living tax that Arlong enforced. So Bellemere gave up her life to keep her daughters alive, and she was shot dead due to being unable to provide the money needed for all three of them as a family. And this entire scene Nami was forced to witness, from Bellemere's position of poverty to Arlong's power, is where the obsession of money came into play. This little girl realized money is power, but it's not power for herself, it's power to keep those she cares about alive. Because what does she do after this? At 10 years old, she makes a deal with Arlong involving money, asking if she can buy the island from him if she manages to make enough. And this promise is what keeps her going, is why she fights for those she cares about with an iron heart. And it's evident at this point that money isn't just an obsession for her, it's a safety net. Does Nami care for materialistic things? Does she like to buy new clothes and shiny jewelry? Yes, because that's an outcome of being too poor to afford new things. But more than that, money is a comfort for her. It's true she may use it to tease Zoro by keeping him in debt, or may demand it when transporting Vivi to Alabasta, but it's ultimately an excuse she uses for care. In the end, Nami doesn't truly enforce Zoro's debt, just uses it to keep him in line from time to time. But we can see Nami isn't truly selfish with the promise of money. And a huge example of this is her relationship with Vivi. At first, Nami was far more interested in the reward of keeping a princess safe, rather than caring for Vivi as a person and friend. But from the get-go, with how Nami comforts her, we can see she cares very deeply about Vivi, probably due to seeing a lot of herself in her. While not being a princess, Nami promised herself to someone else to save her island, risking her life to keep those she loved safe at a young age. Vivi had done the exact same thing, joining Baroque Works as a child while watching those she loved die in an attempt to keep her country safe and free from corrupt pirates. A connection was quickly formed between these two, one where Nami very nearly died from illness to get Vivi to Alabasta. In fact, throughout their time together, Nami constantly uses the reward she'll get as an excuse to keep Vivi safe. But somehow, I don't think Nami would hide the news of Alabasta's war from Vivi if it were just for the reward. Nami had done everything in her power to keep Vivi calm and comfortable while with the Straw Hats, and her love for Vivi shines through when
Vivi.
giving her all against Miss Doublefinger.
But it's fair that she wouldn't contribute much if she did join the Straw Hats. Like she's like a politician, and there's not really much you could have used. Is this stream also gonna get TMC'd? I don't think so. I'm just watching YouTube videos.
By the end of the Alabasta arc, Sanji asks Nami if she's okay, stating that he knew how close the two girls were, and understanding that Nami may be hurting from leaving Vivi behind. But, just like she'd been doing the whole time, she uses money as a cover-up for what she's really feeling.
諦めるビビのためだもんね10億ベリーうわ、ウソップが落ちた
てめえ紛らわしい真似してんじゃねえぞ
何騒いでんのあんたたち
I'm just saying, it is clearly an excuse to bury her true emotions. But it's not just Vivi. In the same way Sanji's kindness is revealed when someone is truly in need of compassion, Nami's care is shown with her generosity. Money means a great deal to her, so when she shares it, you know it's due to how much she treasures a person. In Thriller Bark, upon finding out Lola was the zombie she's bonded with, Nami offers her a share, telling Lola she can take as much treasure as she wants. To me, the most outstanding one is with Kami, mainly because this situation was extremely similar to Bellemere's, her life being worth the money she had. Nami may be strict on her money, yes, but the second someone needs it, especially someone she cares for, she's willing to spend it all. Nami was prepared to spend every cent to get Kami back, to make sure she didn't become a slave to someone who would outright use, abuse, and take her life. Because of the Celestial Dragons, this didn't come to pass. But this entire scene proves my point, that Nami sees money as a safety net more than anything. And she's connected protection of life with money due to the trauma she's been through. So her obsession is not greed, and it never has been. Her money obsession has always been protection. And it's these connections that boost character writing and personality in a way only One Piece can do so thoroughly. From here, another question is raised. Why is Nami so distant and aggressive?
What are we doing?
Especially at the beginning. Well, because she had no choice but to be cold-hearted. In the same way Robin became closed off and distant emotionally due to the life she was forced to live, Nami was in a similar situation.
Watch One Piece.
She wasn't allowed to trust anyone, nor could anyone fully trust her. From the age of 10, Nami had to trick, swindle, and fight multiple people out of their money in hopes of saving her village, never wanting anyone to be shot in cold blood like her mother ever again. Not only this, but her life belonged to Arlong. The tattoo on her shoulder a painful reminder of this fact. When a girl as young as Nami gives her life to someone she hates, and puts the lives of others on her shoulders without wanting help, of course they're going to grow into someone hostile and cold. Her only option was to bar her heart and emotions and be tough. Otherwise, she risks falling apart and letting down those she's worked so hard to protect. Nami was never given the comfort of trust, for herself or for those around her. That is, until meeting Luffy. There's a single major scene in Arlong Park that has become iconic, and for good reason. This scene being Nami finally asking for Luffy's help. But what's so great about this scene? Is this just a damsel in distress asking for the help of a big strong man? No, God no, and it never has been, because this single scene is what reveals to us Nami's true heart and true character. What makes this iconic moment so good is everything building up to it. Nami meeting Luffy, her moments with the Straw Hats, her betrayal upon stealing the Mary, her reveal of being with Arlong, her anger at Luffy's refusal to leave, the unveiling of why she's really doing this. What we're seeing is every single step leading up to the unraveling of Nami's being, and her anger at Luffy in this time is not anger per se, but more so confusion. She doesn't understand why Luffy still trusts, doesn't get why Luffy wants her as part of his crew even though she betrayed them. But this is another showing of why Luffy is a fantastic captain. Nami puts on a hard front, but luckily for her,
Let Howard dub a character. I'm in One Piece. I'm Ichiji. I'm Sanji's brother. I'm my favorite Straw Hat's brother.
Like no
it's a
other.
pretty good one to have, and I'm
enough
very
to where she
content with
isn't
it.
the bad person she pretends to be. So, respecting Nami's need to execute everything on her
All
own,
good.
he
He's-
waits.
There's a lot
Because
of
at
characters
this
in One
point,
Piece.
Nami is so close
But
to
like
freedom.
I'm so happy to be Ichiji. Like there's not many characters in One Piece
I'd heard that.
that
You're it.
that A, think I could play, and B, I would like to play, and C, I think are like significant enough for me to, be happy playing.
She's been
But
trapped by
Ichiji
Arlong for just
sits in there
under a
pretty
decade,
good.
being abused and used by him for nearly half her life. But she's about to persevere.
Another
She's
red hair
finally
character,
made
true.
enough money to buy the island, just needing a small amount until the deal is set in stone. That is, until the corrupted system I was previously talking about comes back around, and a marine who bargained with Arlong shatters Nami's hopes of freedom. With Arlong's power, and with no mercy from the marines, Nami's dreams are ripped from right under her. But even so, she keeps her brave face. She decides she can just start again, believing it easy to re-steal the amount she'd been working on for years, until the village decides against it. They placed all their bets on Nami, not wanting her sacrifice to be in vain, but she'd ultimately failed, so they marched to Arlong Park, prepared to die for their freedom. And those years of torment Nami went through begin to weigh on her. Throughout her hardships, Nami placed her trust on one thing, and that was for Arlong to keep his word. From there, she refused to trust anything or anyone else. The thought of Arlong's word is what anchored her. It's what kept her going as the witch she was made out to be. But this wasn't substantial
me?
anymore. You could argue she was stupid.
Say something. Say something. Teleport out and back in. You son of a bitch. You furry piece of shit.
Dumplings and steamed buns.
Yeah, that's me talking about buns.
Just a few and you'll be full.
That's me talking about huge buns. Look at those huge buns. That's me talking about huge buns. All right, anyway. Howard loves buns, huh? You know it, bitch. Oh, man. All right, anyway. Enough of this boring shit.
Stupid for it, as pirates are known to lie and cheat.
A Luka
But
ass
these were
emote.
the dreams of a little girl. These were Nami's dreams that she endlessly suffered for. And as Nami stands there, something heartbreaking happens. She realized that suffering was for nothing. She breaks down in a fit of despair. The man she hates tattooed on her arm as a reminder of how stupid she turned out to be, giving us the grim imagery of Nami stabbing herself
Oh
in
my God.
desperation to get this wicked thing off her body, until Luffy shows up, stopping her from her self-mutilation, completely silent as Nami sobs in front of him. What we're seeing here is Nami left with nothing else. We're seeing someone who was swindled out of sacrificing herself for a life of hell.
Yo,
And
this
she was
event
left
gives
with
so
no
much
one
fucking
and
J. This is
nothing. The only
crazy.
people left were Luffy and the Straw Hats. People she hardly knew, but still followed her through it all. After all these years of having to act tough and put on an iron will, of refusing help due to wanting to keep everyone safe, that little girl we once saw comes back through overflowing tears.
Genji could never, yep.
The reason this scene is so iconic and the reason it brings you to tears is because, for the first time, it's Nami being vulnerable. To cry, to ask for help, to trust. Those
It's
are
the scene that gets
extremely
people into
personal
One
things
Piece,
to
or like
reveal
it
to
hooks
someone.
them. It's like,
Since
okay,
Bellemere
this
had
shit's
been
great.
Shot, Nami had never been vulnerable again. But in front of Luffy, she can no longer keep up the facade. It's this single moment that started a chain reaction of how Luffy helps his crew. It's extremely reminiscent of Robin's iconic Water 7 scene, and Sanji's breakdown during Whole Cake Island. They're exposing
I love One
themselves
Piece.
wholly and truly to Luffy, and Nami was one of the first to truly experience this. For Nami, to trust is terrifying, but as a final grasp for hope, she put everything on Luffy. And what does Luffy respond with in regards to this? Of course,
It's
because
just
when
like in the
someone
live
you love asks
action.
for help, what else to say other than of course? This shout of determination may as well have been a warm hug for Nami. And after Luffy gives her his hat, his treasure, to keep safe, he marches to Arlong with the rest of his crew. There's plenty of fantastic moments in the Luffy and Arlong fight regarding Nami, but my favorite is Luffy's rage upon discovering the room full of Nami's maps. We see some paper splattered in blood, others that seem to be years old, and Arlong explains to us this was the room he'd locked Nami in to force maps out of her. To put simply, this was a room of abuse, and those maps weren't Nami's creations. those were her nightmares. It speaks a lot on Luffy's character that he
Okay, I'm
didn't
gonna
once
watch One Piece
consider
live
how
action.
those
Do
maps
it,
could be
yes!
useful to him.
Yes!
But the only instinct he had was to destroy them and the room in a fit of rage. This cemented Nami's heart in being a Straw Hat, and it cemented Luffy's undying devotion once declaring Nami as his navigator, his word absolute. With Nami only able to nod, her nightmare finally over thanks to her captain. If we skip ahead years and arcs later to Wano, it's no wonder why she'd rather die than announce anyone else as the future Pirate King. Her moment with Ulti, another favorite of mine in terms of Nami moments. Nami showing and voicing her true emotions like this is a very healthy, very exceptional growth of character. She's gone from a girl who'd cry behind the backs of others to keep a strong face, to someone who'll stand up for Luffy with snot dripping down her nose. It's something I've come to love and appreciate about Nami's development. Now, in saying that, there's something I still haven't quite touched on yet, and that's how Oda didn't go back on it with how he'd written Nami. I think the best example of what I'm talking about here is Whole Cake Island, and you guessed it, her relationship with Sanji, specifically the slap. And what a slap it was. A win for feminism, if I'm to be honest. What I mean with this is, even though Nami's grown emotionally to be more open, she's still Nami. Her attitude still isn't the greatest. She's still not morally perfect. And she can still be downright dirty sometimes. But more than that, she still finds it hard to be vulnerable. She still finds it hard to trust. We see it with things like Punk Hazard. Even though her heart went out to those kids, she absolutely refused to allow Smoker to take them in his care. She'd only allow it if she could talk to Toshigi, specifically because she has a soft spot for women Marines. I wonder who caused that. Freud is having a field day with this one. In fact, Nami tends to have a soft spot for women in general. There could be multiple reasons for this, and like, I could say one of them, but I'll let the Khalifa scene speak for itself.
素敵でしょ？あ、色っぽい。こんな秘書がいたら正直嬉しいっておっさんか私は。
Sorry, getting back on track. Why is the Sanji slap? Sorry, getting back on track. Why is the Sanji slap scene so significant? The Sanji slap scene so significant. Why is the Sanji slap scene so significant? Because of what Nami says to him afterwards.
Slap seems so significant.
Sanji! さよなら。ごめんね。余計なことして。
She says goodbye, but not only that, she cries. What's important to note is, unlike Luffy, Nami isn't a people person. She's good at swindling them and tricking them, but to read them emotionally is a Luffy thing exclusively. But the main thing here is that Nami felt betrayed. Nami put her heart out to Sanji. She felt for him, felt pain and felt regret for letting him go. It certainly doesn't help that Sanji's final smile before vanishing looks eerily similar to Bellamère's. I know that's a stretch, but what
it is
isn't
a stretch. I don't think that's a real
Nami
thing.
Didn't want to lose anyone she loved again. Sanji was part of her crew and someone she cherished. Of course she cared about him, to the point she cried for him and chased after him. Just like Luffy, she was
remember this
prepared to
fucking
do
minigame?
anything to get him back. So imagine crying tears for someone you care for. Imagine worrying endlessly over the life of your family, just to see them backstab you and hurt
Luffy
the captain
dies.
you both pledged your lives and
Zoro and
dreams
Sanji
to.
are
Nami's
gay.
reaction was understandable.
Nami's tits are the One
and
Piece.
Sanji knew full well there was all possibility she'd never forgive him for it. Because Nami's trust is fragile, it makes her feel vulnerable, and Sanji completely shattered it. Luckily for him, she eventually understood his situation, and it feels like the entire Whole Cake Island crew had become closer due to these events. I have been talking about Nami for so long now, and I really didn't think this would happen, but to wrap this up, all in all,
Have a
Nami
good
has
night,
always felt
Lexi.
like Nami.
Thanks for
Nami
chilling,
has always
having a
been
One
a
Piece
wicked
time. I will watch
witch
One
of a
Piece, consume One
character,
Piece.
a woman with a Cheshire cat grin because she loves picking pockets of unsuspecting men. And
Is that
I
Kevin?
don't think that's ever changed. She's never been placid nor meek since being introduced, and her confidence is so high it reaches the heavens themselves. But that's what I like about her. She is not strong in a traditional sense, but she is certainly no
Zeus
pushover.
jump scare.
I understand many people have issues with Nami's body and the way it's drawn, but I've always thought it a shame that non-fans can't put it aside for a second to actually look at her character. In all honesty, she's fantastic, and I fully appreciate her themes of trickery and trust to be the character she currently is. Nami was a welcome surprise when first watching One Piece. Her core has never changed. And honestly, she's one of the main reasons I can stick to One Piece. So she's stolen not only my wallet, but my heart as well. And with that, thanks for watching. Oh my god, there's so much to talk about with Nami. I barely even got into VV there. I know a lot of you are happy with longer videos, but editing them would actually kill me, so I'm so sorry if this didn't touch on as much as you wanted it to. If there's anything you love about Nami that I didn't mention, let me know. I love reading the comments because
No,
there's
Zeus
so
mentioned
many
WoW.
unique perspectives of characters that I tend to miss. And I feel like Nami's a goldmine
But
of
did Zeus
interpretation.
build her
also,
character,
thank
or
you
did it
so
build her
much
power
for
set?
over 220k subscribers. I haven't prepared anything for it because I was away, and I have no idea what to do for it, but I'd like to say thank you nonetheless. Just a quick reminder that I do have a Patreon, and if you'd like to support me there,
Yes.
I'd really appreciate it. However, I know not everyone can support me in that way, and watching and sharing these videos does more than you can imagine for me. If there's anything you'd like to see me cover, One Piece or otherwise, please let me know, and I'll see you in whatever I make next. See ya!
Can I do this already? Alright, what do we want next, Brooke? Allow me to see your panties.
Look,
oh, fuck,
I
never
joke
mind.
about how I can
That's,
definitely make a
not as good
skeleton
a joke.
sexy, but unfortunately in our current year, this is no longer a hot take. Thanks for the sexy skeleton rep, Toby Fox, really do appreciate that. But that didn't stop One Piece from releasing a scene like this all the way back in 2011. One Piece was ahead of its time in many ways, I guess. So go figure. But seriously,
Brooke,
time to
dude.
stop picking around the bone and actually get into the meat of who we're talking about here. Oh, but wait a minute. The character we're talking about has no meat. He may be meatless, but he's certainly not boneless. He's a character that constantly makes me yell, "Let's go, Grandpa," and is quite
It's
possibly
Kenichiro
the
Sanada.
funkiest member of the crew, competing only with Frankie if I'm to be honest. He's the king of rock, the king of soul, and is the coolest bone daddy out there. Our favorite skeleton and my favorite skeleton, it's the magnificent musician of the Straw Hats. Speaking in all honesty, Brooke goes so hard, and the pun was not intended there. How many 90-year-old skeletons do you know that can take down a whole group of fellow pirates and thieves in the span of seconds with a single sword strike? I can only imagine this man laughs in the face of the Grim Reaper, because he's literally been to hell and back, and that shit means nothing to him now. The cold hand of death is only cold to those of the living, and Brooke's so cold he laughs it off. His whole concept rocks, and I must commend Oda for creating a guitar shredding skeleton, cause how is that not the coolest thing you've ever seen? Bonus points for the fact he's an old man who could
The
not
scream
give a
cuts are
shit
pretty
about
funny in this
most
video.
enemies around him. No, but really, Brooke as a character with who he is and what he represents is honestly really beautiful. I don't know where Oda was mentally when he made this man, but Brooke feels like someone made with emotion first and and character importance second. We'd obviously been teased with the addition of a musician for years, with Luffy desperately wanting one, and it all came together in such a satisfying way with Brook. It only makes sense to me that Brook is made with a lot of emotional depth and intelligence right out the gate, because his whole being centers around music. I cannot think of anything more human, more wonderful, and more emotional than music. Brook, more than anyone, needed to be a character larger than life, and Otis certainly delivered in that regard. I also find it especially funny he was introduced during this Nightmare Before Christmas inspired arc. This arc in itself being filled with music. If the zombie disco is anything to go by.
Ian Sinclair, who plays Brook, plays Sanada.
God, I love One Piece. I think the themes that surround Brook are some of the most beautiful and melancholic themes to surround a character, helping to tie him to the other Straw Hats immediately upon recruitment. And he's certainly worth the discussion for how he's been set up, struck down, and set up all over again. But before we do that, it's sponsor time. While we cannot all be pirates in our current day and age, we can still be pirates online, and we can do that safely with Atlas VPN. I won't let you down. And it's back to the Funny Bone Man. Alright, so
Funny Bone
straight
Man.
up, I think Brook is insane.
Imagine
he
someone
has
going
the
yo ho ho.
ongoing panty joke, and I know a lot of people don't quite get the point of this joke, but I think the point is he's just a bit crazy. But also, the image of a skeleton asking to see panties is definitely an insane one, and Brook is 100% insane. Honestly, out of all the Straw Hats, Brook is definitely the most mentally unwell
am I
one.
done or
And
not?
who can blame
Like-
him? This old man has been through a lot, so I think I can grant him panty forgiveness with how broken his non-existent brain is. And how much has Brook gone through? Well, if you know,
What have I not
you
done?
know. But do not fear, we will be discussing it. So get those whale-sized tissues ready, because this Funny Bone Man is known to have one of the most tragic pasts to be written. Brook is certainly an emotional peak in One Piece's story, but before I do touch on that, I want to talk
Okay,
about
that's all
Luffy's
done, that's all
obsession with
done.
demanding a
Okay.
musician. From the get-go, Luffy puts prominence on the fact his crew needs a musician. He even puts the needs of a musician over the needs of a doctor, and every time he says this, the crewmates around him tell him this isn't a necessity. But as much as this can be seen as a bit, and as selfish as Luffy can be in his needs, it made perfect sense to me. Pirates and music go hand in hand. Historically, they always have. And Luffy finding music to be essential is a good showing of his character. After all, Luffy's whole being is loud and joyful. He's a character who runs
Joy
on pure
boy! Oh,
instinct
sorry.
and emotion, and he's someone who cares very deeply for his crew's happiness and morale. And what boosts a crew's morale more than music? What's the point of sitting around
Boobs.
a fire or sitting on the ship's
Sorry,
deck
did I
if
say
there's
that?
no music to sing or dance to? Music can be a pure embodiment of joy, has always worked to lift one's spirits. And in future chapters, we also discover Luffy has his own personal connection with music through Shanks and the Red Hair Pirates. The songs he'd heard Shanks' crew
no.
play left a huge impression on him, to the point he decided a musician was the most essential of all crew members needed. Luffy is also a somewhat musical character, singing his famous Moron song within Skypiea as he trudges through the forest alone.
Time to say bye.
Ba-da-da-da-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da.
This in
Internet's
itself shows Luffy is someone who seems to hate the quiet, someone who needs noise when he's alone. So even if it's a stupid song, he sings. What I'm saying is, there's a reason we are given the importance of a musician from the start. Not only is music an important part of being a pirate, it's an important part of Luffy. And so, Brook's introduction needed to be something colorful and wacky and powerful to fit with Luffy himself. And it's these kinds of intricacies that make
Join
me
my crew.
happy
Okay.
someone like Oda is writing One Piece. Because the power of music is not something that should ever be underestimated.
I have a
And
link to this
Oda
YouTube
seems
video.
to understand that fully. Which
Here.
is why to have a character that's
This is
about
the channel.
human soul, about life, and about death, and to
Find
connect
all
them
of
to
her videos
music
here.
is such a genius conception that has me appreciating Brook and the character writing of this series on a whole other level. These are all themes of human nature. Brook's entire creation being a questioning and showing of the determination of human nature for a single person and with outside connection, which is what makes his story so hard.
She makes Yu-Gi-Oh! GX vids?
Well, bone-shattering if we're
Everything
talking
she's made
about
for the
Brook.
past
So,
fucking
let's
year is
actually get into
is
Brook's
One Piece.
character and let's discuss why I like this bony Soul King so much.
Oh
From the
shit, yeah,
second
she
we
really did
meet
talk
him,
about
it's quite
Yu-Gi-Oh!
obvious
GX for a
death
while.
surrounds Brook. From the zombies in Thriller Bark to the haunted castle and ships to his shadow being taken.
It definitely looks
which
like she was
can
talking
be a
about random shit,
symbolism of his
found some
soul due to
success
how
talking
the
about
shadows
Yu-Gi-Oh!
worked,
And
to
then
the fact he's a literal
started talking about One
walking
Piece,
skeleton.
and he's popped the fuck
We
off.
are always reminded of death whenever we look at Brook. He's kind of existential in that way, but with him being a
Are we
dead
watching
man walking,
One Piece
there's
video
also this
essays?
idea
We're
of
on
him
Brook
being
now.
stuck in
We've
the
already
past
watched
of his
Chopper,
previous life.
Frankie,
And I'll
Usopp,
get to that in a
Nami.
moment. When Luffy first meets Brook, he immediately wants him on the crew,
Yeah.
to which Brook says yes, just to back up and then decline afterwards. Why did this happen? Well,
You're telling me since
probably
One Piece
because
blew
Brook
up.
was painfully
Right,
lonely,
you ride that
and
wave,
perhaps
baby.
being
Yeah.
asked to join a
Zoro
crew
win? I
looking
thought we
the way
watched
he
the Zoro
did
one.
made him ridiculously happy. Unfortunately, he had other priorities.
We might have started
to
with the
attend
Zoro
to.
one, honestly.
Ones
Yeah,
we
we
didn't
started
know
with the
of
Zoro one.
until
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Brook encounters Robin and
We might watch
Frankie.
the
This
Sanji
whole
one
scene
after.
is actually one of my favorites. From Frankie's questions to Brook's response. And I think the most important line is when Frankie questions
Yeah, we'll watch
Brook's
the
motives.
Sanji one after.
喋る外国そんな気味悪いやつに友達なんかできるわけね異形のものは
You'll never have Tomodachi with a skeleton for a face.
死にてえほど寂しく
Plot twist, everybody has a skeleton in their face.
俺がおめえならとうに命なんか
Frankie sounds like he's being rude here, but we need to remember Frankie and Robin's own origins. They're both freaks as well, two people who have been ostracized since birth. So Frankie is just speaking from experience. Frankly, there's probably no one better to talk to Brook about this. This reads to me as Frankie looking out for Brook and letting him know he won't find anyone better than Luffy. The line, "Didn't you say I got so lonely I wanted to die?" is Frankie worrying about Brook being lonelier still out on the ocean. If anything, he's confused why Brook wants to venture out into the world after declining Luffy's invitation. And I see all of this as freaks looking out for freaks. But then we get to Brook's response, and we get a look into the heartbreaking
Lord.
mindset that this funny bone man has found himself
Funny
in.
boned man. Funny boned man?
私になぜ彼がもう待ってやしないと見切りをつける権利がありますか身勝手な約束をして
Man,
声も
this is so
届かぬ
good.
遠い空から死んでごめんじゃないでしょうに
These are
This
very
girl also did a great
powerful
Skypea
lines,
video. I might
and
play it
we
after
found that
Sanji's if
Brook
I'm still
does not
streaming.
see death as an apology. He's placed the duty of getting to Laboon, of everyone's deaths in his crew, on his own shoulders, which is tragically sad. That's a lot of pressure to put on a single person, and it seems the only reason he hasn't really tried to end his own life yet is due to the duty of getting to Laboon. Brook is still alive, but he isn't living. And this is where we see he's stuck in the past. For him, the past clearly has happier times. His current existence is due to the past, and he's walking with the ghosts of his previous crew pulling him along. At this point, Brook may as well be an empty shell, with both his shadow missing and his own life being previously
Okay,
lived.
how do I get the
He
rest of
doesn't
these?
see this new existence as a second chance. Instead, sees it as a way to get to Laboon and Laboon alone. In fact, it's like he almost feels guilty for outliving his crew. Perhaps sees this as a massive burden. And it's here we discover the importance of connections with crew in Brook's life. How can he possibly up and join a new crew when his old one is dead and gone? I believe Brook sees this as something selfish, sees it as a betrayal to his old captain and his old crew, and especially sees it as a betrayal to Laboon. This is why, just because Luffy knew of Laboon and declared Laboon his own crewmate, this still wouldn't have been enough for Brook's acceptance. There's still a past Brook is clinging to, a prior captain he still pledged his own loyalty to, and really, what else to do in this situation but use this second life as a way to honor your perished friends? It's an extremely mentally straining situation to be put in, especially considering Brook already sees his life as lived. He is an old man at this point after all, and it'd be like Rayleigh pledging himself to a new captain after Roger's death. I understand why Brook would see it as a disrespect, and it's why Brook feels he doesn't have a right to wonder if Laboon is still waiting for them or not. At this point, he isn't allowed to wonder in Laboon's faith, because he sees it as his own fault for testing Laboon's faith. It's not fair on him to question Laboon's loyalty, and it's not fair on him to even consider death an option when Brook clearly views it as a cowardly justification for Laboon's pain. There is no life Brook is living here. The only thing he's experiencing is guilt. So how do you break an old man of his old ways?
Sure.
How can you possibly pull Brook away from this tremendous burden of outliving his friends and crew, being the only one left to seek out Laboon in this daunting ocean? Well, the Straw Hats didn't really do this on purpose, the saving of Brook's soul and shadow being only due to Zoro's fascination with Zuma.
Oh, what the fuck
Brook saw tremendous strength in Zoro through this fight, and I find it no coincidence it was specifically Brook who got to see this duel, because on the surface, this fight Zoro has with Zuma speaks of selfish means. Zoro wanted to fight a cool samurai, he wanted a cool sword, and that's exactly what he got. But for some reason, Brook and Zoro seem to have this connection upon first meeting, and it's very possible it's due to Zoro being stuck in his own version of the past. After all, Zoro is doing everything he's doing for Kuina, the best friend who perished before him, and it holds a resemblance to Brook's own story. Zoro got to outlive a person he looked up to, and now he shoulders the promise of becoming a great swordsman for Kuina. But in that sense, he's also made a promise to his captain, and we've even seen Zoro put his life on Luffy multiple times, which is a very strong showing of Zoro's loyalty in Luffy while also not disrespecting Kuina's death and promise. Put simply, Zoro is living his life under a captain he's found to be worthy, while also continuing to uphold his promise to Kuina. Zoro has found a way to live for himself and others while still cherishing the memory of Kuina, and this is the exact question and answer Brook is trying to find for himself. Is he able to live the life he now has, happily and freely, without dishonoring the deceased crew before him? It's an answer Zoro has managed to find for himself and Kuina, and Brook is discovering Zoro's strength of character through the relationship he's gained through the Straw Hats. This situation is one that continues to plague Brook throughout Thriller Bark, as, with as lonely as he is, he doesn't find it a necessity to make any new friends. Once again, it's in a similar way Zoro didn't either until joining the Straw Hats. There's strength in relationship and friendship is power and all that. It's a shonen anime, what do you expect? The only thing is, Brook isn't looking for strength. He still very much differs with Zoro's own situation, because Zoro needed that extra push to really be the best. With a captain to be loyal to and a crew to protect, Zoro found even more motivation to become the world's greatest swordsman. So why would Brook join a crew just to find strength? What could he possibly find in a new crew that his previous crew didn't already give him? I won't spoil that yet, because there's still more we need to look at before getting to that answer. Specifically, what we need to look at is the thing that really pulled Brook towards the Straw Hats. The defining moment that had Brook realizing this wasn't just a crew of individuals who work on their own, but this is a crew who found a connection in each other like no one else, and will do anything for that connection. This This moment, of course, is when Zoro and Sanji try to sacrifice themselves for the sake of Luffy and each other. And once again, it's something Brook sees Zoro doing first, because these lines were so carefully written in how Zoro presents his deal to Kuma. When Zoro bargains with Kuma for Luffy's head, he doesn't say he'll give up on his dream. Instead, Zoro says he will become the world's greatest swordsman, in the same way Luffy will become the Pirate King. And there's a total understanding here of Zoro tying his life to his goals.
Which arc in One Piece is your favorite?
Sanji sees this differently,
I could be. I think I'm just gonna be basic and say Water 7.
Zoro actually
Water 7 was real
reaches
fucking
this
good.
status. At this point, Sanji is giving up his own dream for the sake of Zoro and Luffy, as we see him do again in future arcs. Zoro responds by knocking Sanji out, possibly due to the fact he refuses to let Sanji die by putting Zoro's life and dream above his own. And then we get to the dreaded pain bubble. But what's important is after everything plays out, when Sanji wakes up to find Zoro's swords next to him, because we discover Brook had been watching this entire exchange the whole time. Bro was absolutely flabbergasted. What did Brook see during this exchange? Well, think about it. As previously explained, just like Brook, Zoro has a past he is forever tied to. Wado binds him to Kuina and his childhood promise. But Zoro didn't see sacrificing himself for Luffy and Sanji as breaking that promise. Brook sees Zoro proudly declare he will become the best swordsman, even with the promise of death at his door, and watches as both Zoro and Sanji refuse to let the other ones surrender themselves. Brook's discovering this crew. The Straw Hats prioritize everyone's dreams together. He's seeing that their pasts are not being discarded nor forgotten, but are being respected in this connection they've all found within each other. But of course, Brook doesn't know of either of their pasts at this point. But it doesn't really matter, because from what I know, to have a dream, you need to have a past that inspired said dream. So this is a total respect and loyalty of crewmates, friends, and family that Brook is watching unfold. And don't just take my word for it. Brook quite literally tells Sanji how the scene he saw moved him completely.
少し話戻りますけど、実は私も見ちったのです。お二人の行動に心打たれました。仲間っていいですね。
He tells Sanji how amazing it is to have crewmates, essentially, and Sanji is understandably a bit sheepish about it because they're talking about Zoro and he doesn't care about that guy or anything, whatever. But, you know what really settles the deal here? You know what really makes me cry? Right after he asks Sanji for a song suggestion, comically not actually.
Fuck everything else, I guess.
What song does he break out in directly after talking about camaraderie and crewmateship with Sanji?
Oh, hey, thank you for the raid. Seishin. We're just watching some One Piece video essays while doing some boring stuff in Honkai Star Rail. Ugh. Anyway, now I'm all done with this, right? Finished Swarm 5 run with no Daniel. Shit. Hell yeah. I haven't really taken a deep dive into Swarm yet. Boring stuff. So Sparks aren't going to fly. Well, they are now. But we're still watching video essays. Holy shit, I hit
oh boy,
TL67.
boy,
Hang
do
on.
we need to get into the significance of what Binks Booze means to Brook. So keep this information locked away so you can cry with me as we get into Brook's bittersweet, tragic past.
Truck-chan, what up? Welcome. It's great to have you in here. Did you know? Oh, hey, shit. Zeph, what's up? Truck, did you know that I play a character that legendarily dodges the isekai truck. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, let me pull him up.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh shit. Hang on. All right. So there's a character I play in a show called Shinobi no Itoki. So I play Itoki, who's the main guy in Shinobi no Itoki. And in episode 1, there's a scene where he just straight up dodges the isekai truck. So here we go. So this is the sub version, but that's me. Yeah, fuck you, truck. Yeah. He canonically dodges Truck-chan. Yeah. So, sorry. Sorry, Truck-chan. Oh, man. So every time, if I ever ignore you, that's what I'm doing. Dodging. I am the only one capable of dodging you. Ghosted. Oh, God. Anyway. So we're just watching One Piece video essays while we do some stuff in Honkai. We just finished all the Aurum Alley event. So we got all those rewards, and now we're doing other shit. Zeph cringe. Oh, God. All right.
Really do dive in, let me get one thing straight. Oh my god, did Brooke's backstory suck. And not suck as in it was terribly, horribly bad, but suck as in, wow, I went to light myself on fire and
It's
jump
Friday
off a
night.
building
It's
'cause
fine.
that's the
People can be
saddest
up.
shit I've ever heard. What we see through Brooke's past is his former crew.
What's the show's name again? Shinobi no Itoki. No Itoki. It is definitely a show. It's got ninjas in it, and gets kind of sad, but you know, it certainly was a show. Howard said I could stay up. Yeah, go get yourself a cookie too. Aren't there boobies in it? It's anime, y'all. It's got boobies in it. It's got the biggest. He not only does he dodge a truck, he dodges like anime titty, like in the first episode. It's kind of fucking hilarious. Oh man, now I want cookies. No, I need to be good. I need to be fit. My progress at the gym. It would all go away if I grab a cookie right now. I have Oreos in the pantry. Late night cookie run. Cookie Run Kingdom? No, I don't want to leave my house, bro. That means I need to be a presentable person. Oh, God. I'm eating sweets and meat. Nah, it's too late. No, it isn't. What are you talking about? There's plenty of places open. We can go to probably a midnight McDonald's, get an apple pie or something. Shit. Bro, Taco Bell is also always open. I'm not talking about cookies at McDonald's. I'm talking about apple pie. Food open near me. Let's see what's open. It's Friday night. There's gotta be. Restaurantes. No, food open near me. God damn it. All right, let me check. What's delivering right now? Panda's apple pie rolls. Cultural appropriation. Talking about cultural appropriation. Oh fuck! There's this place called Crave, and they're open for like a million years, and they're literally open till 6:57 a.m. Yeah, they have like chicken and waffles and like crepes and milkshake. Dude, they have everything. It's like American food, the restaurant. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so hungry. God damn it. I'm so fucking hungry. Ah, I hate the gym. I'm so hungry all the time. I'm hungry and tired all the time. I'm hungry, sore, and tired all the time going to the gym, but I fucking... God damn it. Ugh. Wait, can't confirm I've watched it, but wait, which one? Shinobi no Itoki? Take your protein. No, my protein has pre-workout in it. If I take it now, I'll be up all night. Just that. Yeah, I'll go to the gym right now, bro. Fuck. Just a protein bar. All right. Fucking hang on. I have these little protein, like little chewy bars. Let me go grab one.
Brew,
I'll play the video
Captain
essay.
and Laboon. But what we see all the time, and what we hear, in the anime at least, is music. Brook's old crew was extremely musical, which is something that also connects him to Laboon, as Laboon absolutely loved these tunes. But what song do they play the most? Binks Booze, of course. When we translate the lyrics of this song, we discover it's about the joys of being a pirate. It's about sailing the world, finding new seas, and finding closure, and how there'll always be another tomorrow, and how everyone met on the sea will forever be connected under the moonlit ocean. It's a gorgeous song filled with a lot of wanderlust, but it is especially about the relationships everyone finds on the seas that are never forgotten as they continue their journey across the ocean. For multiple reasons, this obviously connects with Brook, especially as we see Brook's crew was struck with what I find to be the most realistic and heart-wrenching tragedy that we could see strike a pirate crew. They caught the plague. It's not explicitly stated it's the Black Plague or anything, but it was obviously a life-threatening disease that spread from person to person. Brook was already forced to leave Laboon due to the dangerous seas, and now he's forced to leave his original captain in a very emotional farewell, as the original ship essentially becomes a plague ship. So already, from Laboon's leaving to half of the crew parting ways, Binks Booze keeps Brook connected to his family. But tragedy befalls Brook again when the remainder of his crew are hit with poisonous arrows. Another harrowingly realistic way for pirates to go. And the realism in this story is really what gets you by the throat, because there was nothing flashy or noble or spectacular about these deaths. They were just incredibly unlucky, struck by plague and poison. The final connection Brook has with Binks Booze is solidified as they all play until their last dying breath. This seems so heartbreaking as we watch each person slowly drop throughout the song. But it's what Brook says at the very end.
We're just watching
His
One
own
Piece video
final
essays while
words
playing
of
this game.
Life that really ruins me.
You were playing Genshin Impact? Damn, how what's it like playing the prototype to Honkai Star Rail? One Piece, yeah, One Piece!
Look, not to get incredibly sappy about this, but music is made to be loved and shared. It can be gratifying to play on your own.
Oh, I just Star Rail before
getting
to...
Oh,
okay,
good. Playing to an audience,
you should have played Star Rail before Star Rail.
The accompaniment, as Brook states, is a part to be played with someone. His chords are struck not to lead, but to join another. So even as Brook is about to reach his second life, with this first one ending, it already shows the loneliness he's about to experience.
Okay, what do I do
it
with my
shows his music is to be played with people, that his songs are empty if it's just him alone. And that's the true tragedy of this entire thing. Because as we see Brook alone on his ship, he hallucinates of seeing his crew. He pretends he's happy by himself to try and dull the pain, but there's something he isn't doing that sticks out like a sore thumb. He isn't playing anything. Because he can't. He sings from time to time, possibly when he's at his loneliest, but he doesn't touch his violin or his piano through these horrible years. Because what would make him feel lonelier than the accompaniment playing on its own? Isn't that the most excruciating sadness you could ever imagine? You can't even play the music you love that connects you to your deceased crew because it would only remind you of how lonely you truly are. And now let's cycle back around. From what we know,
This shit
Brooke
is so
hasn't
sad.
played anything since
Every
his
Straw
time
Hat
of
is such a
being
sad
skeleton.
past.
He's
Like,
forever
goddamn
kept
it.
the recording of his crew to show LeBurn, but he hasn't touched an instrument himself since then,
What,
due to the
Jeff?
pain this would put him through. But after seeing Zoro and Sanji's sacrifice, after seeing the Straw Hat's connection take him aback like anything he'd ever seen before, what does he do? He plays.
One of those TikTok
And
videos.
what does he
Subway
play?
Surfers.
He plays Binks.
Wait, hang on,
Booze.
hang on.
Brooke is so overwhelmed by the love he finds in the Straw Hats, so amazed by this attachment, that he cannot help but joyously play the one song that connects himself to his own prior crew. And as Frankie pulls out a guitar and as everyone sings along with him, he's no longer the lonely accompaniment that he'd found himself to be for decades before this. And what really hammers this in, what really shows us Brooke has finally found some solace from those torturous years of solitude, is what he screams after Luffy tells him LeBurn is still alive and waiting
go.
for him.
Oh, he's crying. All right, let's
I'm so
There we
glad to be alive. This is a man who wished for death.
I love One
who was in a
Piece.
situation where death would be better than the torture he went through. But he couldn't, because his duty led him to believing dying would be a poor excuse for what he's put LeBurn through.
Gather
Yet,
up all
after
of the
all these
goods.
years, after decades of suffering from loneliness, he yells, I'm so glad to be alive. He's gained back
Have a great
this
night,
sense
Meg.
of wanting
Enjoy One
to
Piece.
live. Metaphorically and literally, his soul has come
Just
back
put the
to
essay
him.
video.
And
You know
this
what?
is
You're
the
goddamn.
Straw
No, I'm not
Hats
gonna do that.
gave him that his old crew gave him as well. It was that joy of living. Yes, he was alive for LeBurn, but he was forever.
Why the hell are
trapped
so many
under the
people here
weight
when I'm
of
just
his
watching One Piece
past.
video essays?
Brooke was never living in the present once gaining this second life. Always believed it to be selfish to even try and move on due to what happened to his former crew and captain. But he's realized now this isn't the case. He's found a crew that will respect his past and his dreams like no other. LeBurn becoming part of the Straw Hats was a total coincidence. But it was a push he needed to realize no one would hold it against him to keep enjoying life. And this is the power that music has on Brooke and has on this entire series. Brooke is even so connected to Binks' booze that his own laugh is a literal melodic line from the song, showing the joy he has in and through music. And of course, Brooke very much cherishes the connections he now has with the Straw Hats. Even as he was separated from them for 2 years, he continued to play as a rock star in stadiums and concerts, possibly hoping the Straw Hats would hear this music to forever remind them of their family. Also, Brooke's time skip design was a fantastic showing of how he's no longer stuck in the past, discarding the clothes he'd literally died in for brighter colors and more modern instruments, such as an electric guitar. The Straw Hats have allowed him to finally move on, and he's finding new sounds that the Straw Hats inspire him to play. We also see how ride or die he is when helping save Sanji in Whole Cake Island, telling Big Mom that Sanji is a kind man, and once he's determined to sacrifice himself for someone else, he'll stick to it. And the reason Brooke knows this is because he literally watched it happen in Thriller Bark. This scene's so prominent to him that he remembers it even years later. But then Brooke continues and says something that shows the real compassion he has for his crew.
Oh, frowning Brooke.
彼が自分を責めないように私たちはこの旅で大きなものを得たと言えるようにいただきます
This line holds a lot of significance because, for years, Brook spent time alone blaming himself for the downfall of his prior crew. After all, he became the new captain of the separated
Very much a dub
shipmates,
enjoyer. Yeah,
and they perished due
me
to
too.
means outside of his control. But the guilt would not
I mean,
let
ew,
him
haha,
move
gross. Who
on
watches dub?
until discovering the Straw Hats. And realizing this second chance he's been given was for living for the sake of himself and Laboon. Brook understands more than anyone how it feels to blame yourself for the danger you've put your family in. And Brook would rather face an emperor than allow Sanji to suffer that kind of self-inflicted
Yeah,
torture.
we'll watch Sanji's
What I'm
after
saying
this.
is, Brook's a real one, and this love of his crew extends
because
to
I know
Robin
Ichiji's
during
gonna be in
Wano
it.
as well, as he refuses to allow anyone to see her devil form, knowing this isn't how Robin wants her family to see her. Also, Robin and Brook just have an incredibly sweet dynamic, so I couldn't be happier that we got these touching moments during such a big arc. To sum this all
Oh,
up,
right,
and
I
I
need
think a
better
good question
quantum.
to end this on is, why have I
I
titled
think I
this video
will-
Brook and Life? Brook has a great connection with death, and Brook's story very well could be interpreted as how to healthily grieve your loved ones in the past. His story brings up the themes of immortality and losing those around you, but Brook's curse wasn't just immortality, it was the curse of having immortality with the past you're forced to remember, which is, of course, what made him so lonely. Yet, despite all this, Brook still got a second chance and found a way to use it. Brook's growth and development comes from simply being with the Straw Hats, but most importantly, it comes from enjoying life. While Brook's story can indeed be about the tragedy of death, it is now, in my opinion, about the joys found in life. Brook wants to see new things, sail new seas, and laugh with his newfound family, all for the sake of himself and Laboon. Even in the most dire of situations, Brook shakes it off with his iconic laugh, because God forbid he's alive. And he will enjoy it. Even though he has a painful past full of bittersweet memories, he's still connected to it through his music. Being Spoos is, no doubt, about connecting the past with the present, but more importantly, it's about connecting family, both new and old, together, through the seas and throughout time. Ultimately, there's a lot of humanity in Brook's story and character, and connecting him to music in such a powerful way shows the emotional depth this series really has. I love watching Brook just live his life with the Straw Hats now, because at this point, he's just the insane grandpa who only wants the best for you. He's certainly a character I wasn't expecting to love as much as I do, but the Straw Hats definitely do not feel complete.
Misfire,
without
idiot.
him. And with that, thanks for watching. Quick, before I end the video, what is a skeleton's favorite snack?
Reds! Spare reds!
Sorry, I couldn't find anywhere else to put that clip, and I needed to put it somewhere in the Brook video or I would have gone crazy. I hope you guys liked this one. Brook was a lot to cover considering he has a very heavy past, but I hope I did him justice, and I hope all you little music nerds out there love Brook as much as I do. Tell me why Brook's story shattered you as much. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
It's happening. I'm talking about him. We're talking about him. The
I hate
cook,
some ribs.
the womanizer, the prince, the most disgusting creature One Piece has ever introduced, the quirked up white boy that busts it down sexual style and drops and pops like it's fucking nothing. It's Blackleg Sanji himself.
Sanji!
Do you want a supreme male wife? Do you want a pathetic little freak? Do you want a man you can step on with 6-inch heels and he'll thank you for it?
Oh,
then
fuck
do
him.
I have the character for you. But do not be fooled. I may bully this thing to the ends of the earth, but he is still my favorite character. Yep, you heard me. The #1 spot in my heart is taken by this creep. What is wrong with me? Jesus Christ. Here's a quick intermission where I may present to you a symphony of boy modes. Yeah, I bet that one's gonna be hard to explain to your parents. There is a pattern with Sanji and his fans that I find absolutely hilarious, especially considering how he acts in the series. A lot of, not all, but a lot of Sanji fans tend to be women. Why is that? I have a bit of an idea, possibly due to the fact he twists and turns traditional gender roles just by cooking in a cute pink apron. He has his own version of masculinity, and that's charming in itself. He can also absolutely spread it, and there is nothing more alluring than a dude splitting his legs open. And in a suit, no less. The flair this guy has is unparalleled. Literally. Do you guys remember the absolute chaos that pursued when Oda dropped Sanji's 40-year-old design? I sure do. I'll never forget. For me, I like him because he's just so sad. I feel like I could poke him into a corner with a stick and then keep poking him with that stick until he cries. He's emotional, he's annoying, he's bratty, he's the type to say nothing's wrong when everything's wrong, and I kinda like him. Okay, I really like him. You have no idea the chokehold this stupid hairy twink has on me. I want to throw him into a bottle and then throw that bottle into a bag and then swing that bag around until my arms get sore. Although he'd probably like that. With how much of a freak he is, the title of this video compared to the contents must be giving you whiplash. I am so sorry. Before we really do start, though, there is an elephant in the room we need to discuss when it comes to
I don't
Sanji.
think Sanji's
He
a
has
twink.
few
The fact that she called him a hairy twink
Some
is
of
like,
them are tasteless.
him being
I
hairy
don't even
automatically
laugh at
kind
all
of
them.
disqualifies
If you're
him
someone who thinks
as
his
being a
character has
twink.
been ruined by said jokes, I totally get that. I'm able to ignore them because I see them for what I believe
That would just make him
they're
an
meant
otter.
to be,
Yeah,
which
exactly.
is gags. Sometimes these gags overstay their welcome, but I do think it's a waste of a good character to hate him over some stupid jokes. Although sometimes, Toei, these jokes are added for no reason. I'm not pointing fingers, Toei Animation. I am not pointing fingers at Toei Animation. Please don't copyright me for this video. But yeah, Sanji has a few iffy moments, there's no doubt, and I really do get it when people give me a look for saying he's my favorite character in all of One Piece. Yet, as I said earlier, I think he's an extremely well-written character. And while I'm able to overlook bad gags, I'm unable to overlook the masterpiece that is the tragedy of this man. Now let's begin. There is so much balled up in Sanji. So much that I don't even know where to start. I know Sanji is an anomaly to many with why people like him, or with how people just don't get him. And I get it. I get it because if you don't like this guy, you're not going to look deeper with him. And if you don't look deeper with him, you miss a lot of what he's about. On the surface, Sanji just seems like, to quote Zoro, a dirty water imp. This is in my top 10 favorite insults Zoro has ever come up with, by the way. But in the same way Zoro just seems like a sword-wielding muscle man on the surface, Sanji is more than what his cover will have you believe. After all, if Sanji really weren't that deep, why would we have a whole manga special dedicated to him by another author? Why would we have not one, but two backstories? And why would we have an entire arc about him? And why, oh why, would his entire backstory be built up over the span of 18 years? I've seen quite a bit that people seem to think Oda hates Sanji, and I really don't know why that is, when I personally believe an excruciating amount of time, detail, and love was put into Sanji. Remember in my Zoro video when I said Oda is a master at show don't tell? His exceptional skill with this really comes through with Sanji. There are so many little moments with his actions, interactions, and emotions that creates an entire library of a character. Sanji is every character analyst's dream. He is his own iceberg. So where the hell do I even begin with him? Well, instead of in a castle dungeon or on an uninhabited rock, how about at the Baratier? Even better, how about we dissect the moment he watches the fight between Zoro and Mihawk? There's something incredibly about his
Invade! Thanks for the raid!
Immediately had me wanting to
Thanks for the raid bag!
Throughout that fight, Sanji looks more and more
Hey,
agitated.
let's go Bulls! Let's go Chicago, am I right?
And eventually break.
No? No? Chicago Bulls? No, anyway. Really appreciate it, man. Hope you had a good stream. We're just doing some, just straightforward, rudimentary Star Rail stuff while watching One Piece video essays. But yeah, what's up, Raiders? If you don't know who I am, I'm Howard. I'm a voice actor, and I voice Luka in Honkai Star Rail. If you want to see what other stuff I've been in, you can, !VA in the chat. You can see some of the stuff I've done. Yeah, let's see. Because we're watching One Piece video essays, you came in at a great time. We're watching Sanji's video essay. I voiced Sanji's brother Ichiji in One Piece, and a lot of other things. Yeah, Prince of Tennis. You voiced one of my husbands. Which one's your husband? Oh God. But yeah, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Yeah, Prince of Tennis. What else am I in? Holy shit! Hang on, let me look at my shelf. Who were you in JoJo? I was Anasui or / Anastasia in Stone Ocean. Well, part 6. Let's see, oh yeah. Let's see. Have an official's blessing. I'm Shillian. Skate the Infinity. I'm Longa. Tokyo Revengers. I'm Coco. Let's see. Nambucka and Token Rambu. Kohi, you're breaking out some deep cuts. I don't even remember what was my character's name in Token Rambu. Token Rambu. What was his fucking name? Kiko, right. Kiko Sadamune. Yep, that's what I did. And then if you're into mainstream stuff, I don't know, I guess I'm in My Hero Academia. I guess I did a small part in Demon Slayer. I don't know, what else am I in? Piers in Pokemon. Peleus in Fire Emblem. Yeah. Longa, yep, it's me, Longa. That's why all my GIF alerts are Longa. Because I set up my stream for a Skate the Infinity signing, and I never changed my alerts. Oh, what else? Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say right now. There's a lot of other stuff online. But yeah, anyway. Oh yeah, Goshiki and Suna from Haikyuu. Shit, Lamau. Anyway, thank you everybody for the follows. Yeah, we're just playing the game. Have a great night, Vane. Thank you again for the raid. Really appreciate it. That feeling when you have to Wikipedia yourself. Dude, my Wikipedia doesn't even have all my credits on there. It's probably like the least thorough resource I have of myself. Oh, video games. If you like video games, Octopath Traveler 2, I played Hikari. What was it? Master Detective Archives Rain Code. I voice Yomi, and I got a lot of other cool stuff coming down the pipe. If your character's red, like Yomi and Luka, you know, maybe I voice them, but who knows? Anyway, let's go back to watching this stuff.
When Mihawk cuts Zoro. While Zoro's falling into the ocean, Sanji yells at him, "It's easy to give up on your ambition." Now, why in the world would he say this? It kinda seems like an arsehole thing to say, especially when Zoro just lost a major battle. But he's not saying it out of malice. Quite the opposite, in fact. He's saying it because he is in complete awe. It's time to explain. Who is Sanji? Well, Sanji is introduced to us as the Baratier sous chef. He's violent, he's temperamental, he's moody, he's flirtatious, and he's got every kind of bad attitude you can think of rolled up into one. To put simply, what the hell is wrong with this guy? He comes across as a major asshole, rude to strangers, his peers, and his boss. But not rude to women, of course. Never rude to women. We catch a glimpse of a deeper part of his character when a Marine lieutenant, full body, wastes his food. This angers him greatly, but it doesn't put aside the fact that he still lashes out to both full body and his fellow co-workers. He just feels like some bratty kid at this point, picking fights because he can. That is, until we meet Gin.
Gin is a subordinate of Don Krieg, known to be one of the most terrifying men in the East Blue, and the Baratier chefs and customers kick this man out. They have all right to. He threatens their lives and holds a gun to their heads. No one shows this man even a hair of kindness, because why should they? He's pirate scum who probably deserves this treatment. But for the first time since meeting Sunji, we see the real side of his character come out, and he presents Gin with a meal. He's the only person on the Baratier who showed Gin any humanity, who understood the pain of his hunger, and he talks to him as if they're equals. This scene in particular immediately hooked my heart on Sunji, because it's such a unique way to present
live action version on Netflix.
Usually
I
when
was
a
just
character
watching it
embodies
again
kindness, they're quiet, calm,
earlier
and
today.
reserved.
I'm doing my
Kindness can
third
get the better
rewatch
of
of it,
They can turn
and
into a
it's
pushover
fucking
who
awesome.
gives and gives. But Sunji is nothing like that. While Sunji's kindness can be irrational, it's still well balanced with his bad attitude. You cannot take advantage of Sunji's kindness because he knows
Have a good
exactly
night,
what he's doing.
one little
He doesn't feel pressured to be nice to people, and he's an arsehole sometimes, but when he sees someone who needs sympathy or compassion, he will give it to them. To have a kind character who isn't just this goody two-shoes do-gooder is a breath of fresh air. And his
third
soft
rewatch.
interior is piled under
It's so
layers
fucking
of
good.
his tough exterior. Sometimes,
Unbelievably good.
kindness needs a few thorns on it to be protected. This is exactly what Luffy saw, and it's why Luffy fell for Sunji at first sight.
Your current
I think
team's
it should
build?
be noted Luffy
Sure,
hadn't
it's
even
not
tried
perfect by
Sunji's
any
food when
means.
asking Sunji to be on his crew. He cared more for his
Kuni
actions
is okay,
than his
okay.
abilities. It's an incredibly Luffy thing to do, and it's no wonder Sunji was so confused upon first meeting the guy. But there is an issue with Sunji's kindness that can drive him into a few walls, and I'll be getting to that. So from the get-go, we see Sunji is rude of mouth but sweet of soul. We see his heart goes out to anyone hungry or starved, and we find he doesn't care who the person is, just so long as they're not hungry. At this point, we get more insight into Sunji's character when Zeph kicks his guts out. Zeph seems pretty desperate to get rid of Sunji, tells him to go join the Straw Hats and leave the Baratier, and Sunji screams he's never going to leave. It nearly feels like Zeph can't stand Sunji, and it feels like Sunji can't stand him back. It's an incredibly strange dynamic of constant fights and kicks, seeming dysfunctional in how it works. And there is no limit to Sunji's dramatic ways when he talks to Zeph.
Alright, so current team build, let's see, so obviously want.
But the most important thing to take from this is Zeph
what am
wants
I at here?
Sunji gone. Why?
I don't know.
At the
I don't
moment,
know what
the
this
reason
means.
looks to be because Sunji is just annoying. Sunji's story picks up when Don Craig arrives at the Baratier.
Don Craig?
And we find Zeph embodies Sunji's same trait in never allowing anyone to starve.
It's maxed out to
Even
everything
though
I
this is
feel
an
like I
enemy
need to
ship,
have
Zeph
her maxed
feeds
out
the
on.
near-dead
I'll
crew.
do this eventually.
And Zeph explains to his chefs that the reason Sunji is the sous chef is because none of them have experienced
I'm really just looking
hunger
for
the way
speed and
Sunji has.
attack
But
percent
before
on
we
these.
get any more insight
That's
on
kinda all I'm
that,
looking
there's
for.
a particular interaction between Zoro and
this
Sunji
fucking rolled
in this
into dog
moment
shit.
that's interesting to say the least. Zoro explains that he is excited
this
to
was
go
pretty
to the Grand
good.
Line
Rolled
to
into
find
attack, a
Luka,
little bit of speed.
And Sunji calls him stupid for it. Zoro agrees that yes, he's stupid,
Speed.
but the only
I got a
one
bunch
who
of
can
crit
call him
damage in this thing for
stupid is
fucking
him,
no goddamn
because when he
reason.
decided to become the
Which is
world's
really
greatest
dumb.
swordsman, he
But
decided
I'll
to
take it, I
devote his
guess.
entire being to it, and
Let's
that's
see.
his
Yeah, it's all
decision.
attack percent.
Sunji calls that line
Doesn't
of
have
reasoning
speed and to
nonsense,
affect hit rate. I can
and
probably find
Zeph
better boots at
smiles
this
at
point.
it.
Let's
So
see what
what
we
is
have.
happening here?
Attack percent.
After the Mihawk scene, yes, I'm still getting
Attack
to that,
percent.
we finally receive
Break
Sunji's
effect. Ooh, this
first
has break effect on
backstory.
it.
And we're thrown onto this desolate rock. We discover little Sunji had
affect
a
hit rate
dream
and
of finding a
speed.
grand ocean called the All Blue. Notorious pirate Zeph heard this, and he
Break effect.
sacrificed his leg to save this kid due to having the same dream. Together, the two of them were stuck on a barren rock
Crit rate.
for
Nope, that's not
85
as helpful.
days. That's over 2 months for anyone
alright,
who
never
wants to
mind
put
then.
that into perspective.
Yeah,
And
so I need to find better
Sunji's
boots for
hunger
her at some
eventually
point.
gets the better of him. He decides to try to go after Zeph's food when seeing his food bag is
rate,
still
break
full,
effect,
even preparing to kill Zeph if he objects.
Effect resistance. Wait,
But
this is better
inside
for.
that bag is piles
on.
and piles of gold. Sunji breaks down because he just doesn't understand why a complete stranger
rate
would be
is
so
better.
kind to him. To give
Gives you
him
break
all the
effect and
food he
effect
had,
resistance
and we're
and just-
told of
this is just
Zeph's
better.
new dream of wanting to build build a floating restaurant. The ocean is endless and cruel, and all Zeph wants is to help anyone
lightning
trapped
damage
on the
boost,
sea.
speed,
Sanji promises to
attack
help
percent,
Zeph's dream come true, and
attack
it
percent,
finally clicks into place. Sanji has chained himself
what
to the
else do I have for
Baratier.
this? I think
He'd
those are the best
rather
one I had.
sacrifice himself for both Zeph and the restaurant than let it be
Zeph.
destroyed nor leave it. And he's given up on his dream of the All Blue for Zeph. Not only that, the All Blue is constantly mocked for being a foolish dream that doesn't exist. And Sanji has tried
what
to
the fuck?
hammer into his brain
This is
that it's
crazy.
stupid, which is why when
Yo, this
Zoro
thing's crazy.
speaks
What the
during
fuck?
the dream, Sanji mimics what the adults around him used to tell
God,
him.
okay.
ああでも海の男として当然だ
Anything else 10%? These aren't great. Attack
What
percent, that's not great.
nonsense. And finally, we loop around to the Mihawk scene of Zoro being sliced. Why did Sanji tell Zoro it's easy to give up on your ambitions? Because he had to
this is the
do
best I
it.
could get.
He chained himself to the Baratier. He dropped his belief of All Blue best he could, and he told himself such a dream was foolish. He was in complete awe of Zoro charging
Luka's got some
headfirst into a
stuff.
dream
Let's
so
see.
foolish,
What was I looking for?
giving his
Speed,
entire life
attack
to something that
percent,
has
and
a
effect hit rate is what I was looking for.
0.001% chance of happening, and it was inspiring to him. He's telling himself more than Zoro that it's easy to give up on your ambition,
I could use
and
something
in the
better
end,
here.
it's a complete lie, because Sanji hadn't given up his own ambition of finding the
this one's
All Blue,
okay.
and
This is
Zeph
not bad,
knew
actually.
it. Zeph knew Sanji was holding himself back, was keeping himself
That's
at
not
the
bad. I wish I
restaurant,
rolled
and he
into something
smiled
better,
at
but
Sanji's
that's not bad.
interactions
That's
with both Luffy
actually
and
pretty
Zoro,
good.
because
Attack
Sanji had
percent,
finally
effect hit
found
rate,
idiots
speed.
with dreams
You
as
just hit the
crazy
bad
as his own.
substats,
He
but I'll
finally
take it.
found people who could push him to chase his
Damages.
ambitions.
Yeah, it doesn't have
instead
any
of
substats.
weighing him
Well, no, it
down
has
for
effect
it,
hit rate,
and Zeph
but other than that-
immediately took a
Oh,
liking
it
to
has
the Straw Hats
attack.
because of it. Zeph
Yeah,
even
if
says
I
he
swapped
really
out one of
likes
these
guys
for
like Luffy,
speed, that would've
basically
been
giving
nice.
Sanji his blessing to join the Straw Hats 10
that sounds
times
pretty good.
over, and is
Actually, no,
desperately
this
trying to
one's,
push him out of the
that's
Baratier
fine.
to start actually
Yeah,
living his
effective rate's
life.
fine.
Zeph feels bad for
but yeah,
the
what
way
are
he's
his
been
stats?
restricting Sanji, even though he isn't purposefully doing it, and it's why he
69.9. That's
Sanji
why I
to
left
try
it.
and
He's
get
got
him out of
69%
there.
effect
Hurting
hit
Sanji
rate.
with his hands was his final effort, a bittersweet act
Anyway.
of love to get Sanji to
I'm using
chase
this
his
because you don't
dreams
have the
again.
heart to use
In
anything
the
else.
end, it took Sanji hearing how
Well,
much the other chefs
and
cared
Silver
for him
Wolf's
to make
really
him
not
leave.
built.
And Sanji finally joins the
yeah.
Straw Hats. It must be noted that after the Don Craig fight, after seeing both Zoro and Luffy's
Yeah, I don't really
dreams
know what I'm
becoming a
doing with her build,
reality,
other
Sanji
than trying to get
opens up
effective
about
rate
the All Blue. His passion
and
has been
speed.
reignited, and instead of Luffy telling Sanji
these
what
are
a
all
foolish
bad.
dream it is like everyone else had, Luffy happily listens to Sanji's ramblings of the Great Ocean.
And then I'm
Let
just
it
trying
be
to
known, the
maximize
reason Sanji had
attack.
the courage
I'm
to
going
pick
for
up
the
his dream
meme
again
build
is
of
because Luffy
super
and
high
Zoro,
attack
and
Lucha.
Sanji encourages Luffy and Zoro to chase their dreams right back. While the
Oh,
entire
God.
crew has big
So
dreams,
he
it's no
has
doubt the Pirate King, the greatest
4,700
swordsman, and the All Blue
attack.
are the biggest and most ridiculous of them.
Because all these builds are like, oh, make sure you give him like outgoing healing boost percent. And I was like, no. He scales off attack. If I raise his attack, that increases his healing. So there's no reason to increase the healing output. So it's just attack percent, and a lot of speed, honestly. Attack percent, speed, attack percent, more flat attack, attack percent, speed, more flat attack. Yeah, so I got Speedy Locha at 152 speed and 4,700 attack, and I still have an attack boost trace I could do to probably get increased by 8%. That'll get him to 4,800. I tried real hard to get him to 5,000 attack. That's kind of the goal, to meme the shit out of him and get 5,000 attack. If I could have, let's see, what are my relics doing right now? Let's see, increase by 12%, increase another 12%. He probably hits over 5,000 when he's in battle. I don't know if this applies right away, but anyway. Increase the wearer speed. If I had basic attack number, if I had a 2 and 2 of another set that increased attack by 12%, I would do that. But yeah. Memes. The memes of my Locha.
Mall. And it's why these three come together as a trio, because it's one crazy bastard after the next. So now we have an understanding of Sanji's dreams. We get the bigger picture of his morals and his kindness. But we also see something else about him that wasn't as heavily touched upon. And this is Sanji's self-sacrificing nature. Remember when I said his kindness has him running into a few walls? Yeah, this is it. With Sanji on the crew, who is he now? He's a first-class, kind-hearted cook. He's especially kind towards Nami and Robin. He's aggressive towards the others on the crew, but he ultimately still cares. His bad attitude hasn't changed, and it probably never will, but he provides them with affection nonetheless.
You know what?
He sees cooking as an act of love, and there's no doubt feeding his crew is one of his greatest joys. But in the same way Sanji chained himself to the Baratier in an unhealthy way, there's something unsettling bubbling here. If we look at the reasons for why Sanji was stuck to the Baratier, it was obvious. He thought he owed Zeph a great debt for his kindness, and now he embodies Zeph's kindness as a sign of complete respect. But on top of this, Sanji laid his life on the line for Zeph because he believed it was the best thing to do. And that bad habit sure didn't stop with the Straw. There are so many scenes, so many, that push this idea of Sanji thinking sacrifice of himself is necessary. At Arlong Park, he jumps in the water to rescue both Luffy and Zoro, telling Zoro he'd die if he jumped in and diving in instead. Even Zoro was shocked at that one. On Drum Island, he gets both Nami and Luffy to safety before letting the avalanche swallow him, nearly dying because of it. During Skypiea, he saves Usopp by taking a life-threatening amount of lightning from Enel, putting Usopp's life over his own. In Water 7, he charges forward on the train, even after being told it's filled with powerful enemies due to his will to get Robin back. And then of course, there's the dreaded Thriller Bark scene. This one I need to talk about. We can see Sanji seems to throw himself into danger consistently for his crew, being on the brink of death for a lot of it, and Thriller Bark only hammers this point in. When Zoro wants to give his own life up for Luffy's, Sanji stumbles in, and Zoro is immediately calculating ways to get Sanji out of this situation.
Nothing happens in.
I've already explained why Zoro did what he did in my Zoro video. But what about Sanji? I think the most important thing here is what Sanji says, and it's pretty heartbreaking to consider. Sanji tells Zoro, what about your ambitions? He doesn't want Zoro to die because he still needs to become the greatest swordsman. He still has ambitions to obtain. And this makes it very clear to me that Zoro's fight with Mihawk was insanely influential to him. He has never forgotten about Zoro's dream. He even wants to give his own life just so Zoro can achieve it. And while that's sweet in itself, it brings up a question. What about Sanji's dream? Sanji
the old blue. He already found it. It's Mermaid Island.
And Zoro's life over his own. He believes Zoro's holds more importance, and even tells Zoro, I'm sorry, you'll have to find another cook. Now, imagine Zoro saying, I'm sorry, you'll have to find another swordsman. He never would, because he understands his value.
Well, technically, he's the first mate. He's not the crew's swordsman. Okay, anyway.
For himself and on the crew. He has the confidence that he is irreplaceable. Sanji, on the other hand, doesn't have this. While Zoro is giving up his life due to his position and his loyalty, Sanji is giving up his life due to having zero self-worth. I don't know if Zoro knows this, but his quiet anger in taking Sanji out to keep him safe sure speaks volumes. Either way, it's an upsetting thought, and when discovering Sanji's kindness has a tendency of hiding the real inner struggles he faces. This inner struggle being Sanji's refusal to be a burden. While being sweet at the start, Sanji seems to use his kindness as a cover-up. He gives and gives to those around him, especially those he cares about, but there's a festering darkness in this poor boy that he can't break away from. Instead of sacrificing his own life due to his lack of self-worth, he's doing it because he's kind. Or at least, he believes that's the reason. It's better for everyone, for him to give his all so the others can stay happy and healthy. And this might sound crazy to a lot of you since it sounds like I'm just digging for more depth here, but it's when we get to Whole Cake Island The complexities
Appetite.
of Sanji hitting us at full force in this amazing arc, that we see this isn't just speculation, and the masterpiece of Sanji's writing finally comes full circle. Now, on Whole Cake Island, who is Sanji? He's Sanji Vinsmoke, the son of Judge Vinsmoke and a prince of the Germa Kingdom. Sanji's second backstory is revealed to us here, and it's a base of his character.
Second backstory. The fact that you have to say second backstory is fucking hilarious.
Ever be kind to him, we now understand why Sanji thought this. After all, you don't
Oda's
see
favorite.
many kids wondering why an adult treats them nicely. And it's here we see just where Sanji picked up on the idea that he isn't worth anything. Straight away, with his brothers and especially his father, he's told he's useless. He was born as one of 4 brothers, the 3rd youngest.
Let's go,
and he was an
Ichiji!
unsuccessful experiment on Judge's part. He was
Whoa,
meant to be
sus
a
already?
kill
Holy
machine
fuck.
with skin of titanium and void of emotion, but that didn't come to pass. Instead, he's a kid who likes to cook, who cries when he's hurt or scared, and he hesitates to fight. Judge would not only watch Sanji be beaten by his siblings, but heavily encourage it. We see the first glimpse of his Germa backstory when Ichiji, Niji, and Yonji are beating him up, pounding him to a pulp even as he begs them to stop. And he begs his father to help him when Judge walks by.
Isn't
And
break
what does
effect
Judge
a
say
meta
to
of
him?
some sort? Hold on to this.
助けてお父さん
なぜだ
なぜ
Why should I? To his own son, who is visibly severely hurt, he tells him, why should I? Sanji is weak, a trait Judge hates more than anything, and he sees Sanji being beaten as a fitting punishment. Sanji's own father saw no worth in him, and this poor kid could only cry as his brothers continued to abuse him. It was a hell Sanji had been put in, with the man who should be protecting him only hurting him, and his only relief was his caring mother. But he couldn't even have that, and only a few years into his childhood, she died due to the toxin she took to try and save her children from Judge's experiments. So now Sanji was left with no one to care for him, Reiju sometimes being there, but still never really protecting him, and Judge was free to deal with Sanji as he wished. Realizing Sanji would
Alright, have a
never
great night,
mutate
Zeph.
into the assassin he wanted him to be,
Have a
Judge
great night,
decided
you
the best
old
course
geezer.
of action would be to lock his son away at 8 years old. Declaring to his kingdom that his son was dead, Judge placed an iron helmet on him, possibly both to hide his identity and further his punishment, and Sanji cried about how terrified he was. As the guards walk away, they tell Sanji his father had sentenced him to the dungeon. And even after all he had been through, Sanji is shocked to hear it. The fact that an 8-year-old boy who'd been nothing but abused by his father still yelled for him and still believed that his father couldn't be this cruel had to come to the realization that yes, he really did hate him to that extent.
Yes.
Is gut
He is.
And we get a heartbreaking line from Sanji as he's left in the dark all alone.
してくださいお父さんごめんなさい弱く生まれてごめんなさい
Oh, it's so sad.
I'm sorry for being born weak. This poor kid cursed his own existence because he wasn't what Judge wanted him to be. And while Sanji is sentenced
Damn,
to a
every
life
Asian
of
kid, am I
imprisonment
right?
simply for being born, Judge lived happily in his kingdom with the 4 other children he cared about. Not even a drop of guilt for what he'd done to Sanji.
Jesus. Oh, man.
This, of course, is where Sanji finds out about the All Blue through his books, and we get a sense of why the All Blue became so important to Sanji. With his reality being as cruel and dark as it was,
where am I
he
fucking-
needed something to cling on to. Even though the All Blue was written down as a fantasy, he still wanted to believe in it. And I need you guys to really think about that. This kid had been crushed and battered by his father. He lived a life that was void of anything with warmth. Yet his spirit was strong enough to the point of still believing in the romanticism of the world. Even as a child, his human heart shone
Romance Dawn,
through,
am I right?
And there's a strength to that within itself. Throughout his life sentence, his brothers continued to beat and abuse him. They'd corner him in the cell for who knows how many hours of the day, and this is a torture I could never imagine. It's no wonder Sanji had a damn near panic attack at having to see his two older brothers again as an adult.
Let's go, EGG!
Helplessness wouldn't go away easily, no matter how many years pass. With his dreams of the All Blue and wanting to be a cook, Sanji made the decision to escape, and Reiju helps him grab the keys to his iron helmet. It's here he confronts Judge with a knife in hand, suspiciously paralleling the scene where he holds the knife to Zeph on the rock, and it's here Sanji hears something he never wanted to think was true.
私がお前の父親であることは絶対に人前では口に出さないでくれ。
Good times, never time to say bye. Boom.
誰にも知られたくない汚染なのだ。
Don't ever admit that I'm your father. It's a shame I don't want anyone to know. At this moment, Sanji has been completely disowned, and he finally realizes Judge has no love for him at all. It's clear there was still a lingering hope that maybe his dad still loved him, and that could be why he kept him alive. But Judge chalked that up to, well, I'm still human after all. And with this nail in the coffin, Sanji breaks down, because his own biological father confirmed to Sanji that his birth means nothing. And if anything, he was a hindrance from the beginning. This second backstory we've been presented confirms, without a doubt, that Sanji hates himself. He always has, and it had been deep-rooted in him since he was a child. He had Zeph around to help him, but the trauma such a child receives from their biological family isn't an easy one to heal. And being told you're useless since being born will leave a lasting scar on your self-image. So of course Sanji would sacrifice himself. He doesn't seem to care if he dies, especially not for his crew, because in his mind,
Ow. Oh no!
Do that. He cooks as a way to not only show his love, but to be useful, and one of his worst fears is being a burden to those he cares about. This is why he didn't ask for Luffy or the crew's help before going to Whole Cake Island on his own. And it's why
I didn't realize that would happen.
Running away to marry a girl with minimal explanation. He thinks it's easy to let him go, not realizing just how deeply Luffy and the rest truly care about him. Sanji thought the predicament on Whole Cake Island was his issue and his issue alone. He didn't want to involve Luffy because he didn't feel he was worth the time or effort. And we even
I can't tank it.
Sanji straight up accepting his own death upon finding out the true nature of the wedding. He was even desperate to the point of fighting Luffy off, wanting Luffy to hate him so no one but him would take the blame and be in Big Mom's
Holy shit!
But of course,
what is going
Luffy
on?
is extremely good at reading Sanji, and the second of visual hesitation was all Luffy needed to see Sanji desperately didn't want to do any of this. Sanji is happy with accepting Pudding as his wife halfway through the arc because he thinks,
I
so
bet
long
you're gonna
as
die
his
right
crew is
here. I don't give a
disconnected
shit.
from him,
Boink.
and so long as he's not a hindrance to Pudding in any way, his sacrifice can keep everyone safe. She was the only hope he had in this self-contained hell, and possibly the only love he had left considering he thought Luffy had given up on him at this point, which is why her true nature broke him. He heard her call him useless, annoying, and all the rest. The exact words Judge had used on him and continued to use on him, and even hears that Luffy and Nami had been captured and locked away. He finds out all of his biological family are to be executed, including him, and all hope vanishes. Everything he'd done, his sacrifices and his surrender of his dream and life, had been for nothing. He wasn't even useful enough to save those he cared about. And it's why, upon hearing Nami and Luffy escaped, that he accepts his own death. Because there's nothing else he can do but be the useless prince he was born to be. Until he remembers the lunch he made, filled with the Straw Hat's favorite foods, and one last spark of hope is lit. Luffy. He runs to see if Luffy had really kept his promise, had really waited for him, being the last line of faith he had left, and tears up when seeing his captain at the same spot he left him. But of course, Sanji can't go 2 minutes without being self-deprecating, and lists off every bad thing he'd done. He's noticeably upset that Luffy loves his mess of food, mirroring the way Sanji's mother had done the same thing. Probably because Sanji thinks he doesn't deserve the praise and care. He then lists off why he can't come back to the crew, why he's stuck on Whole Cake Island, and Luffy had had enough. He kicks the shit out of him and yells, "Tell me how you really feel." Sanji had been lying to his crew, to Luffy, and to himself all this time. He pretended he was fine with his sacrifice. He was fine with no longer being a Straw Hat. He was fine with giving up on the All Blue. And Luffy was sick of it. So of course, Sanji completely shatters and bears his entire heart to Luffy, wholly and truly. He cries that he wants to go back to the Sunny, that he's scared, that he doesn't know what to do. And even though he hates his biological family and it's unreasonable, he doesn't want them to die. This is the first time throughout the entire arc that Sanji expresses his raw emotion, that he asks for something selfish and risks becoming a burden to his captain because of his own doing. For Sanji, opening your heart and asking for help is terrifying, but he was at his wit's end, and he trusted Luffy enough to voice it all. And of course, Luffy smiles and says probably the most cathartic thing Sanji has ever been told in his life.
Da, 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 da. Oh, oh, oh.
Well, that's how you are. I need everyone,
Fucking love One Piece.
you as well, in the back to read this line, to hear it, to understand it, and why this single-handedly saved Sanji. Since he'd been born, he'd been told he was useless, that his life had no worth. He was weak, he was over-emotional, and he just wasn't what he was meant to be. But when he shows all his supposedly bad traits to Luffy, his sensitive side, his over-emotional nature, his irrational kindness, Luffy just tells him, that's how you are. He completely accepts Sanji for all he is. For the first time since his mother's death, Sanji truly feels unconditionally loved.
Not that we are
with
instrumental.
no need for sacrifice. And the sun finally shines on Sanji's dark world. And it's all because of Luffy. They needed to kiss in this moment, man. I am sorry, but I think Sanji deserved it after all he'd been through. Whole Cake Island was a necessity for Sanji's character growth, because it pulled up the roots of the deeply planted seeds we'd gotten since the Baratier arc. There was an idea that Sanji had no self-worth, that his kindness stemmed from more than Zeph's influence. And it shows us why Sanji is so stubborn in following Zeph's example. It makes scenes like the Khalifa battle more endearing, with his insistence on refusing to hurt women feeling somewhat annoying during Water 7. But Whole Cake Island showed us Zeph was the reason Sanji decided to never hurt women. And it explained why he'd rather die than have Zeph be disappointed in him. It also proved to us his self-sacrificing nature stemmed from a place of self-hate. That he put others' lives above his own simply because he thought his wasn't worth anything. And he'd honestly been broken from the very beginning. This is why the scene in Wano of him yelling for Robin's help is so impactful, and it's nothing but positive character development. He's finally got the courage to ask for his crewmates' help, to trust in Robin's strength and believe in her care for him, and doesn't worry about being a burden to her. And of course Robin, being the absolute powerhouse she is, tells Black Maria straight up that she could never understand what it means to have Sanji ask for her help. And she's right. If you didn't know Sanji, you'd see this act of him screaming for Robin as something pathetic. But Robin is overjoyed at Sanji putting his complete faith in her. And this is a huge step in Sanji finally accepting the love of his friends. Although it doesn't change that Sanji's pathetic. And we love him for it. Whole Cake Island was the true unraveling of Sanji's character, from his insecurities to his acceptance. And he's incredibly fortunate to have a captain like Luffy loving him with all he has. We get another warm-hearted moment of Judge asking Luffy why he likes Sanji, and lists off everything he believes makes Sanji a failure. Luffy doesn't retaliate at all, just says thank you for helping, and then shocks Sanji with what he says next.
なんであいつ急にお前のいいとこ全部言ったんだそういう意味で言ってねえだろあいつは
Dude, imagine your biological father pointing out everything bad about you just for someone like Luffy to say, what do you mean? That's what makes them great. Luffy is unbeatable, man. I don't know how Sanji didn't immediately collapse crying here. Although I must admit, a lot of Whole Cake Island does
Luffy,
remind me
man.
of that one Shrek scene.
Hey, you! Back away from my wife.
Anyways, I do believe Oda had planned his entire story since the beginning, considering the masterful foreshadowing done of Sanji's character. It's possible he could have thought it up along the way, but there
Save my
are
wife.
too many pieces that fall in place.
Oh
to make
yeah,
this
let me
seem
get
like a
nominated.
sudden
I mean,
addition to the story, such
wait!
as Mihawk presenting
I'm
us
too
a map
strong.
of the oceans during the Baratier arc, and Sanji then explaining he's from the north in the Skypiea arc. If you hadn't noticed, there is a huge mountain between the east and the north, so how the hell did Sanji get over there? Then of course is his constant Mr. Prince nickname. His tails, he's heard of the Grand Line that seemingly didn't come from Zeph.
Goodbye.
And his rare blood type that is apparently the rarest in the world or something. But, lore aside, we needed more information for why Sanji was as sacrificial as he was. And Whole Cake provided that. His self-hate was probably the most foreshadowed thing about him. And hell, it's even in his design. There's a reason he covers half his face. Most probably because he doesn't like his eyebrows with how odd they look, but also because they connect him to Germa and the Vinsmokes. I can't imagine what someone like Sanji sees when they look in the mirror, but let's hope it's becoming a more positive image. Just kidding, bitch. Time to mutate and hate yourself even more. Thanks for that one, Oda. He can't even have one nice day. And now that we've been through the ins and outs of his character, who is Sanji? Sanji is a man with a golden heart. He's Zeph's son, but most importantly, he's the Straw Hat's cook. And that's who he's now proud to be. Shamelessly and openly, he can be who he really is, knowing his crew and his real father will love him for it, no matter what. And this is why we love Sanji. He has a few iffy moments, his pervertedness can get the better of him, but he's a tragedy of a character nonetheless. And behind such tragedy can be hope. And Sanji held out until the sun could finally shine. Now happily under Luffy as one of the wings of the Pirate King. The man who accepted him for everything he was, so he could start to accept himself. It's a Shakespearean story of love and sacrifice for his captain, his crew, and himself. And the emotions Sanji put me through has been a wild ride. And he's still putting me through them.
Okay,
I don't
so
think
I can
it'll
do
stop
this
until
next
he's
week.
dead in the ground. But I can
Without
say
wasting
Sanji is
stamina.
definitely one of the best written characters in the entire series. I can't hate him. No matter what he does, I just can't find it in myself to ever dislike him. He's a little goofball and he can truly light up a scene with that big old smile of his. Sanji goes down in my heart as the #1 wife of the Straw Hats.
Well, he goes down
And
somewhere
I
else too, I'm
truly
sure.
hope Oda lets him find complete peace of mind in future arcs. And with that, thanks for watching. I already said it, but Sanji is my favorite character. There's so much to talk about with him. I honestly feel like I missed out so much, but this video was getting lengthy, so I needed to calm it down. I will definitely be talking about him again in future videos, and as always, let me know what you think. If you want to hear my thoughts on anything, One Piece or otherwise, please let me know. And I'll see you in whatever I make next. See ya!
All right, y'all. So that was a great stream. We watched a lot of stuff about One Piece. Yeah, that was fun. I guess, yeah, I'll call it here. We're done with that video. I'm kind of out of stuff to do tonight, honestly. But I had a great night. Thanks everybody for stopping by. Thanks to all the people from the raids that stuck around. Now that I know that people, you know, I guess like me watching One Piece shit, because I got, without any raids, I had like a good number of viewers. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Anyway, let's see. Who's streaming Honkai right now? Who's in English? Who's got? Oh god, these are all Chinese streamers. Holy shit. Fushin waiting room. Who is this? Emily, what the fuck? I'm not surprised you're still up.
prepared.
Wait, Limes, what are you doing here? You made a tennis command.
Do you pull on stream? I do. I only pull on stream. The only time I didn't pull for stream was when I was pulling on the standard because
Who the fuck? Steamy Pot. Who the fuck is Steamy Pot? Steamy, a Filipino smooth brain dumpling. Variety streamer. And he plays Genshin, Star Rail. I also play Apex, Diablo 4. Okay. Okay, he's just a bun with a Hu Tao hat on. Okay, what else we got? Russian streamers? What is this group of people? It's not a group of people, it's just a bunch of anime pictures. Howard jump scare raid, Lamel. Who's on that I like? Actually. Let's see here. Let me put on a video while I'm looking for somebody. Something short. Something short. Alright. Alright, I'm searching for treasure. Searching for the right streamer to raid.
彼の死に際に放った一言は人々を海へ駆り立てた。俺の財宝か？もしけりゃくれてやる。探せ。この世のすべてをそこに置いてきた。男たちはグランドラインを目指し夢を追い続ける。世はまさに大海賊時代。
Break starts at what 4 a.m. for me, 3, 4 a.m. And that's the time where I'm just like, oh, go to bed, or I'm already dead.
Oh shit, this girl's debating going to bed. Little sheep streamer.
Yeah, 3 a.m., 4 a.m.
Have a good night, Kevin. All right, we're gonna raid this this
Oh,
one
that's
girl.
right. I also got a dango card. They gave me my dango card and Chewy and girl.
What's a good raid message, y'all?
And they signed it. So that was nice. Yeah, I got it back. So I got mine, and it's been hot here as well the past weeks. Obviously no tropical high humidity heat, but yeah, I can't imagine, because at least I know for like tropical countries, we know it sucks. But it doesn't happen as often for you guys, so it sucks in a way that I'm not used to this shit. Hate this.
English, Tagalog, and Punjabi. Okay, okay.
The value must be nice.
Have a great night, Rogue.
Also, I haven't looked at all of the stickers yet, but I do have a cutie sticker.
Damn, I get back from working in stream. It's 2:30. Limes, it's not my fault.
Dude, I have a run sticker now. I'm gonna flaunt it for everyone.
All right, let's do that.
Snub gave me stickers, cute stickers, and then there's a
Boink. All right, we're rating this sheep VTuber girl.
I haven't taken pictures of it yet.
All right, sounds like she's just chilling and playing Honkai. But all right. Okay. Have a good time, y'all. Have a good night. Thanks again for chilling. My Streamlabs store is still open. I'm signing in a couple weeks. I don't know if I'll stream. I don't know when I'm gonna stream again. But thanks for stopping by. This was really fun. I'm glad people enjoy watching shit with me too while I play the game, so I can do other stuff. Because sometimes I honestly don't play. I honestly don't stream because I want to watch stuff while I play the game. And it's good that I can watch stuff while I play the game now. And people will still watch. Good night.
know. I should have printed stickers. At least more of it. Oh my god! Let's see some raids fly. Luka, VA raid. Oh my god! Luka VA raid. That's amazing. Hello. Hello, welcome. Oh my god, that's amazing. Thank you for dropping by and thank you for raiding on this. Oh my god, wait. Wait. Let me shout out. Thank you so much.